The story begins at Hoa Van Peak on Kunlun Mountain. Here, a Taoist master is practicing his swordsmanship. He twirls and spins relentlessly, then leaps and swings wildly, his face drenched in sweat, looking utterly exhausted. Not far away, an old man is sitting in a watchtower observing. He turns to the child in his arms and asks, "Do you see that this is Kunlun Mountain, the strongest of the Ku Dai Mon Phai, the holy land of Taoism, the Kunlun Phai?" At this point, he suddenly stops and looks down at the child. "This little guy, why does your cute face suddenly look so bored? Master is showing you the sex techniques, don't you like it?" As he spoke, he poked the kid's nose, making him cry out. He cried out in annoyance, but the old man thought it was because he liked it. The kid looks like he is not even a year old yet. He has a bored expression, sighing like a 70 or 80-year-old man. He glances contemptuously at the Taoist master practicing in the distance, smirking to himself. "Like hell I do, are martial arts supposed to be a joke? Why is it all just for show?" The old man looks out at the Taoist master again, chuckling. "Are you worried about your master? It is okay one day, you will be able to fly around like that too." The kid scoffs inwardly. "Fly around, you call that flying around? Is he not just flailing about randomly? I used to truly fly like a bird, but all of that is in the past now." Seeing the kid's cunning expression, the old man pinches his cheek. "What are you thinking about that is making you look so sly? Look, your master seems really excited. It looks like he wants to show off for you." The kid sighs to himself. "I am not so sure. I just see him wasting energy unnecessarily. Besides, you can just jump to move. I do not get why he has to fly up like that." The Taoist master somersaults in the air a few times, then laughs loudly and performs Van Long Dai Bat Truong Long Tu Ku Van. The kid watches for a moment and cannot help but admit to himself, but it really does look cool, like those guys from the righteous sex. Landing on the ground, the Taoist master continues with Dai Ku Fi Kiem Long Han Tram. The kid scoffs internally. Look at that, look at that. It is just random stabbing and poking, but he announces the name with such flair. Compared to that thing, well, never mind, there is no point in even talking about it. The old man looks sadly at the kid again. Why was this child abandoned on the mountain? As he says this, he reaches out to stroke the kid's face again. The kid, annoyed, thinks defiantly, "Go on, try punching me if you dare." In his previous life, the kid was the sect leader of the Tien Ma Jiao, a position he never wanted. If his father had not been the previous sect leader, he probably would have run away much sooner. Worse, his father was a bastard whose martial arts were too weak for him to be called the leader of the Tien Ma Jiao, so he had to protect him. The man lived for a very long time, so he had to be the young master for 100 years. A whole 100 years. Weak opponents constantly came looking for him during all that time. So he also spent 100 years sending them all to the next world. The number of people who died by his sword during those 100 years was countless. And in the end, they all knelt before him. Even though they had no skill, it took them a whole 100 years to give up. What a bunch of bastards. And just when he thought things might finally get easier, his father suddenly passed away. He hated being the sect leader, but he decided to give it a try to make up for all the time he had suffered. But less than a year later, he died too. And just when he thought that was the end, something unexpected happened. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was that Taoist master practicing his sword. "Wait, why is there a newborn baby here?" The man then took him along, saying, "You do not have to worry anymore. I will take you with me." When he opened his eyes, he had become a newborn baby, and Vu Trung from the Kunlun Phai had found him and brought him here. The old man stroked the kid and said, "It was Tai Thuong Lao Quan himself who led Vu Trung to find you. It seems you were born to belong here, so I will place my hopes on you." The kid thought to himself, "It is so obvious. You probably want me to become the greatest martial artist in Vo Lam and be the pride of the Kunlun Phai, right?" The old man looked at him with an affectionate gaze. "You should grow up quickly." Faced with the old man's gaze, the kid was a little stunned. The old man then shook his head. "No, that is not right. No two people are the same. It might be difficult for you to grow up quickly. Let me say this again. You must protect your faith until the very end. Please do not lose heart." The Taoist master, after practicing his sword for a while, approached the two of them. "Master Jiang Long is so small I am worried. We should head back quickly." The old man had no objections. "Yes, let us go. I am worried about what to feed him. I have received a lot of help these past few days, but this cannot go on forever. My junior brothers said they have already hired a wet nurse. We will have to see how it goes. You kids are much better than me at this. Ha ha." The three of them quickly returned to the main hall of the Kunlun sect. The kid frowned, looking at what was in front of him with utter confusion. What the heck is this? There stood a goat grazing on grass. When the Kunlun disciples saw them arrive, they clamored to greet them. "You have arrived, Grand Master." The old man laughed. "You children found someone helpful. It is fine to ask for help sometimes, but usually mountain goat milk is also good." Hearing this, the kid broke out in a cold sweat in horror. "That mountain goat is my wet nurse." Seeing his reaction, the old man grew even more excited. "That is great, you did a good job. It looks like the little guy likes it." The kid hated it, but could not say anything, so he could only make an uncomfortable face. The old man was surprised. "Huh, you don't like it? Why does he look so sad?" "Haha, I think you are coddling him too much." "Ho ho, is that so? But I care for Jiang Long and all of you just the same." The kid glanced at the old man and thought to himself, "I have been observing this old man for a few days, and he seems to be a decent person. He teaches his disciples only good things befitting an elder of the noble Kunlun sect. It is no surprise he is known as the virtuous elder among the 3 elders of Kunlun. His personality is a world apart from the elders of the Tianma sect. I wonder what would have happened if I had met someone like him in my past life. Honestly, I am also very curious about a warm life connected to others instead of just killing all day. So I am very satisfied to be reborn and end up in this place. Master Jiang Long can recognize people now. I see it. Little one, we are smiling for you too." The kid smiled happily. "I really am very satisfied." But that only lasted for a moment. Not long after his expression soured. I was wrong. This is no place for a human to live. There is nothing but grass. Just look at this pathetic table of food. The clothes are shabby as well. These Taoists have to endure the wind blowing right through their robes. I heard they only wear a single set of clothes all year round. What is more, they have to sleep together in a cramped and shabby room. This goes beyond being frugal. This is just plain poverty. And since there is nothing to do all day, they just read books. So non-being is being, and being is non-being. One must remain calm and not chaotic under any circumstances. Emptiness is empty, but emptiness is not truly empty. Lying to the side and listening to his master read, Jiang Long struggled in agony. "My head is already empty. This is torture. I want to leave. I want to get out of here. How can this be a great sect of the martial world? This is just a Taoist temple." Seeing Jiang Long suddenly burst into tears and struggle knocking things over, Vu Trung stopped reading to look at him. "Are you uncomfortable?" As he lowered his head, Jiang Long raised his little fist to punch him. Vu Trung nodded. "Good, it is time to eat." Jiang Long was then taken to the goat pen to meet his goat wet nurse. He sat there endlessly playing with the goat's udder. But the goat did not care at all, calmly eating its grass. This goat has stopped reacting completely. No matter how I torment it, it does not react. After just 1 month here, this goat has become like those Taoists. I am not going to become like that, am I? No, I cannot imagine such horrible things. Fish cannot live in water that is too clear, and a person like me cannot live in a place like this. I need to save time. I have to learn martial arts as fast as possible and leave this place. Sometime later, today some young women were on the mountain. As soon as they saw Jiang Long, they excitedly ran over to talk to him. "What is your name, senior brother? Oh my, the little master is so cute." Jiang Long was now older, a young disciple. He stared at them blankly before saying his name. The group then rushed forward to pinch and squeeze his face. So cute. These chubby cheeks are so soft. Jiang Long's face clearly showed his annoyance, but there was nothing he could do. He could only stand there and endure it. After they had their fun with him, the group said their goodbyes and left. "Little master, see you later." Jiang Long stood there helplessly and sighed. "Forget the martial world. I cannot even escape from these people's hands. I have to start learning martial arts." With that thought, he went to the training ground to watch his senior brothers practice. "Since I'm just a kid, I can't even run properly yet, let alone learn martial arts. But that doesn't mean I have to wait. If it's too early to train in martial arts, then I'll practice my internal energy first. If I want to make fast progress, I'll start with the demonic arts I'm already familiar with." Lost in thought, he was startled by a noise up ahead. His senior brothers up ahead were sparring using Lai Nat Kwok and Van Long Theng. Jiang Long sat to the side with his arms crossed, watching them jump back and forth. When performed from a distance, it looked pretty cool. Wait, why didn't I think of this? If I use martial arts from the Tianma Jiao, I'll just end up fighting the orthodox sects again. Then my life will be exactly the same as my last one. I want to live a free life this time, so I can't let that happen. But the martial arts from the Kunlun sect are different. Kunlun is the most mysterious of the 9 great sects. I'll be respected just for being a disciple of Kunlun. That's right. I have to learn Kunlun's martial arts. While he was deep in thought, someone came from behind and picked him up. Haha, are you watching your senior brothers train? Jiang Long was startled. Master Vu Trung nodded. Yes, it's your master. Jiang Long looked at him and said, Master, I want to learn internal energy. Vu Trung was taken aback by this. He wasn't surprised because Jiang Long wanted to learn martial arts, but because he was actually speaking. Haha, you can talk so much already. That's amazing. Jiang Long struggled impatiently and repeated, Master, I want to learn internal energy. Vu Trung nodded. Haha, all right, internal energy. Just wait until you're a little bit older. The most important thing for you right now is to eat and sleep well, and then go grind views for Hugo on the Hugo Review channel. Angrily, Jiang Long threw playful punches at his master's face, thinking, So, you won't teach me, huh? Vu Trung just laughed. Haha, of course not, Jiang Long. That night in Vu Trung's room, he was sitting on his bed meditating to cultivate his internal energy. Jiang Long sat to the side with a crafty look, thinking, I'm not the type to just wait around. Even if you don't teach me, I can learn by watching you from behind. The basis of internal energy is breathing. Every sect has a different rhythm and count, but it all boils down to Qigong. For a Tian Ma like me, this is child's play. Furthermore, when I first arrived at Kunlun, I was purified by the elders. As a result, my Dantian is clean and strong. I'm sowing a seed of pure Qi into my healthy Dantian. If I stick to these basic principles, I'll achieve incredible results. And so time passed. The seasons changed from rain and falling leaves to snow and new spring sprouts. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Long turned 5. Vu Trung looked at him seriously and said, Now that you are 5 years old, you can slowly begin training. We'll start with the basic principles of internal Qigong. Sitting across from him, Jiang Long asked skeptically, You mean the Dai Tian Qi Kong? Vu Trung laughed. Haha, what are you talking about? You have to learn the basics of breathing first. Jiang Long replied calmly, I already know that. I've already expanded my Dantian and gathered my internal Qi. Vu Trung was stunned, unable to believe what he was hearing. He immediately reached out to check Jiang Long's condition. What did you just say? Let me take a look. He placed his hand on his disciple's abdomen and began to check it with his internal energy. He was utterly shocked, looking at his disciple like he was some kind of monster. What is this? His Dantian is firm, and what's more, it's huge. He withdrew his hand, trembling. How did you manage this? Jiang Long smiled smugly. I just imitated you when you were cultivating. Vu Trung's face was filled with disbelief. You reached this level just by copying me. That's impossible. Jiang Long retorted, but it worked right. Vu Trung thought to himself, I've checked it myself, so I can't argue with it. It's baffling, but one thing is for sure. My disciple is a genius. He excitedly scooped the boy up. I have to go quickly. Elsewhere, the Kunlun elders were having a meeting. Just as an elder declared the meeting was over, and before anyone had stood up, Vu Trung rushed in gleefully with Jiang Long in his arms, master senior uncles. Startled, everyone turned to look at him. What's the matter? Vu Trung held Jiang Long up high. My disciple is a genius. The others didn't react much, just nodding dismissively. All right, all right. Vu Trung pressed on. We can't teach Jiang Long the normal way. We have to teach him like the genius he is. The old masters watched the kid talk. Jiang Long learned to speak so early. That's right. He is an incredible child. Seeing they didn't understand, Vu Trung became serious. I'm not kidding. He's truly talented. Please check Jiang Long's Dantian. One of the old men walked up to Jiang Long, his Dantian. All right then. Just like Vu Trung did earlier, he placed a hand on the boy's stomach and used his internal energy to sense it. As soon as he finished, he exclaimed excitedly, How can this be? Has Tai Thuong Lao Quan blessed our Kunlun? Hurry, let's teach the boy internal energy cultivation right away. The other elders were still a bit hesitant, but is it okay to teach a 5-year-old internal energy cultivation? This could be dangerous. If that's the case, I'll watch over the boy with Vu Trung. Are you serious, senior brother? Ho ho, my Dantian may be destroyed, but I can still teach him how to sense Qi. That's not what I was talking about. Jiang Long thought to himself, his Dantian was destroyed. I wonder why. I wonder if he'll tell me someday. After a brief discussion, the elders made a decision. Then we will teach you Tu Tien Qi Kong first. Everything has its own order. We will go step by step to ensure the balance of your internal energy. Under the tutelage of the elders, Jiang Long then began his training. The old master watched the boy and thought to himself in admiration, such rapid progress. The boy has learned everything I've taught him in the past 3 years. Take everything of mine and make it your own ho-ho. While the old master was dazed, Jiang Long suddenly awoke from his training and called out, "Master, I think I've reached Tu Tien, but there's something else I'm very curious about." The old master was startled. "Tu Tien, are you serious?" Jiang Long affirmed, "I think I've already reached Dai Tien Luan. Please check for yourself." The old master placed his hand on the boy's back and began to sense his energy. "All right, I'm starting now." After sensing for a moment, he was shocked. How can this be? The boy passed through Tu Tien instantly. He has truly reached Dai Tien. The old master withdrew his hand and sat there stunned. Seeing him remain silent, Jiang Long turned and asked, "Master, I've reached Dai Tien, haven't I?" The old master came to his senses and nodded. "Yes, yes." Jiang Long asked again, "Then I don't need to learn Dai Tien Qi Kong anymore, right? Please teach me Tuyet Tien Qi Kong right away." The old master, still looking shocked, asked again, "How were you able to do that?" Jiang Long smiled, "Just because I could." The old master then scooped up Jiang Long and ran towards the main hall. He shouted to the old men inside the main gate, "Our sect has a reason to celebrate. Haha." The group discussing matters all turned to look. Why do I feel like something similar has happened before? After a moment, all the old masters jumped up in excitement. "Haha, it's really Dai Tien Qi Kong. I can't believe he could learn Dai Tien Qi Kong at this age, ho-ho. It's truly admirable. This has to be the first time anyone has achieved it this fast, right?" "That's right, a genius must be taught properly." "You said so yourself, didn't you? But if Jiang Long wants it, what do you think about teaching the boy Tien Kong Van Li Qi Kong as well? What one must at least reach the level of an elder to learn Tien Kong Van Li Qi Kong. Won't the others object?" Jiang Long's ability is enough to shut them up. If they see the boy with their own eyes, they won't be able to deny it. Well, you have a point. All of that is for internal energy cultivation, but what about martial arts? Hearing that, the other old master recalled, "It's the same with martial arts. The boy completely absorbs everything that I teach him. He doesn't miss a single thing. Moreover, the boy is full of passion for learning martial arts. How could I not look forward to it?" A long time ago, when the sect founder found his great path, it is said a dragon flew over Kunlun Mountain. That child will also become a dragon. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another 5 years had passed. Jiang Long was now much older. He was sitting on a wall, reading a book. Something is very strange. Why are they teaching me the Kunlun martial arts incorrectly? I have to get to the bottom of this. With that thought, he quickly went to the Tang Thu Kak. As soon as they saw Jiang Long, the 2 disciples on duty greeted him warmly. "Oh, it's Jiang Long, right? Come on in. Are you here to read the martial arts manuals?" Jiang Long went straight to the bookshelf. "That's right. I was curious about something, so I came here to look." The 2 praised him. "That's commendable. You're so diligent." Jiang Long ignored them and quickly found a book to read. "I knew it. I wasn't mistaken according to this book. The martial arts of Kunlun are very flashy and elegant, but why did they change to this?" Those 2 read little and gossiped a lot and were now sitting at a table discussing things again. "Have you ever thought about this, brother? I've been so worried since the Ma Jiao has been so quiet." "So you've been thinking the same thing as me." Jiang Long overheard their conversation and thought to himself, "The Ma Jiao. They must be talking about the Tian Ma Jiao, right?" He continued to listen quietly to their conversation. However, Chan Tian Ma has disappeared, so they'll be quiet for a while. "Hey, you're right. The root of all evil is dead." Jiang Long was startled when he heard them mention Chan Tian Ma. "Are they talking about me? What do they mean, the root of all evil?" The other person continued, "Just reading the records of the Ma Jiao's expansion under that bastard is enough to drive me crazy." Jiang Long became more and more confused. "What did I do? Do they have any idea how hard I had to work to manage those brats?" A memory from that time subconsciously appeared in his mind. "Master, we must annihilate those bastards from Kunlun. What's so special about those Kunlun sect guys that I should care? Isn't this the day to show the martial world the strength of our Ma Jiao? Inform the elders about this. Yes, your subordinate will inform them right away. Yes, go. Don't go overboard with the killing. Everything should be done in moderation." "That's right. I told him not to overdo it back then." "What do they mean by the root of all evil?" The voices of the 2 rang out again like a purging sword piercing through Jiang Long's chest. Unbelievable, he started 7 wars in 100 years. He's a true homicidal maniac because of Chan Tian Ma. Many secret martial arts techniques have been lost over the past 100 years. Jiang Long scratched his head in confusion. 7 times. But I told them not to overdo it. What on earth did those crazy bastards do? And secret martial arts were lost because of me. The 2 finally noticed him. Oh no, what horrifying things are we saying in front of a child like Jiang Long? Haha, you're right, I forgot. Jiang Long don't become an evil person like Chan Tien Ma. Haha, if it's Jiang Long, he might even end up saving the entire martial world. Jiang Long watched their backs as they left. Are they telling me not to become myself? But I was just taking a little break. Still, everything they said is true. Since I've become the young master of the sect, I also need to learn the true martial arts of Kunlun. Short, concise texts can't make me stronger. What is this foolishness? If they say it's my fault, I can't just let it slide. I will train seriously in the Kunlun martial arts. At the training grounds, a young man was practicing martial arts, punching a sandbag enthusiastically. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind Brother Truong Tiet. The young man turned his head and smiled when he saw it was Jiang Long. Oh, it's Junior Brother, what's up? Jiang Long asked him, can you spar with me? He secretly made a plan in his mind. I need to start with the easiest one. Truong Tiet nodded a spar. Of course. Let me see how much you've improved. I'll let you attack first. Jiang Long thought to himself, even though he knows I'm a martial arts genius, he won't attack with his full strength, right, since I'm still a kid. Thinking this, he bent down into an attack stance. Then, I'll start with Troi Van Quyen. Truong Tiet was ready. All right, come at me whenever you're ready. Jiang Long quickly began to execute the move, and his figure immediately became blurry and indistinct. Truong Tiet was also shocked by this sight. Is the kid's figure blurring? In the blink of an eye, Jiang Long appeared in front of him. Truong Tiet looked down confused. Although surprised, he still quickly raised his hand to block Jiang Long's fist. But as soon as he raised his hand, Jiang Long's fist changed direction. The young man shook his head in shock, dodging the punch. The kid's movements are too bizarre. Jiang Long smirked and pressed his advantage. He threw countless punches at Truong Tiet. After a moment of attacking, he found an opening and threw a punch at his opponent's face. But Truong Tiet was just as quick, raising his hand to block it. Jiang Long did not stop and continued to spin. He threw a kick straight at his opponent's chest. This time, Truong Tiet could not dodge and was knocked back by the kick. He looked at his junior brother, intently praising him. That was excellent, but your technique is too flashy. Troi Van Quyen should be fast and strong, Jiang Long retorted, but then it would not be Troi Van Quyen. The goal of Troi Van is to move freely and gracefully like a floating cloud. Truong Tiet waved his hands in alarm. Do not say things like that in front of the seniors, they will scold you. Jiang Long rubbed his chin in confusion. Scold me! After a moment's thought, he crouched into an attack stance again. Well, I will try attacking with the original form then. After saying that, he lunged forward again. Truong Tiet dodged his punches and nodded. That is right, just like that. Jiang Long continued to kick. Truong Tiet parried his attacks while dodging and retreating. After a moment, he burst out laughing. Ha ha, great, just as I expected. Our junior brother is a true genius, but you dodged all of them, Jiang Long said sadly. Truong Tiet smiled. Your movements are pretty easy to predict. Jiang Long nodded. This time, I will do it exactly like before. He once again threw a flurry of punches at Truong Tiet. Truong Tiet was secretly terrified. This variation is difficult to deal with. I cannot predict the kid's attacks. I cannot let him run wild like this. Just then, he stared at Jiang Long rushing towards him. I have got you now. But something unexpected happened. All he caught was empty air. In an instant, Jiang Long had slipped to the side, appearing behind him. Truong Tiet turned his head in horror. Oh no! But it was too late. Before he could even turn around, he was sent flying by Jiang Long's kick. The young man's body flew like a broken kite, landing face first on the ground. Even now, he could not believe this was happening. He got up, clutching his back. How is this possible? Jiang Long stood behind him and smiled smugly. How about that? If you perform Troi Van Quyen this way, it is much stronger, right? Truong Tiet recalled that moment the instant he thought he had caught him. His junior brother vanished like a wisp of mist. How could a 13-year-old kid like him dare to change the Kunlun martial arts that have been accumulated over thousands of years? Unlike before, I felt that his martial art was so free, so fluid. Seeing him standing there, dazed, Jiang Long asked again, Do you not think it is cool? Truong Tiet was startled and nodded. Well, yeah, Jiang Long said again. Then I will teach you. Truong Tiet stopped him. Wait a minute. Jiang Long did not give him a chance to refuse. I am only going to do it one more time, so watch carefully. Truong Tiet tensed up as he mimicked Jiang Long. Damn it. Arbitrarily altering the sect's martial arts is considered a grave crime and a great disrespect to the founders. As the two of them were practicing, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. What are you two doing? Truong Tiet's face turned pale as he looked back. The one who spoke was his master. He questioned them. Answer me, what are you two doing? Jiang Long sighed inwardly. Where did this old man come from? He did not hide anything and answered, I am teaching him Trui Van Quyen. Bok Trin walked towards them. What you call that, Trui Van Quyen? Truong Tiet thought to himself, this is bad, he is done for. He is too young. He probably does not know how serious it is to alter martial arts. He stepped in front of Jiang Long to explain, Master, please calm down. Bok Trin walked over, grabbed him by the ear, and lectured him, useless fool. As the senior brother, how dare you teach such things to your junior brother? Follow me now. Model. Truong Tiet glanced at Jiang Long and thought, this is fine too. After Master is done scolding him, I'll just give my junior brother a reminder. Seeing that he was about to take Truong Tiet away to be disciplined, Jiang Long spoke up to stop him. Marshal, uncle, wait. Bok Trin cut Jiang Long off. I'll talk to you later. Jiang Long explained I was the one who changed the Trui Van Quyen. Both he and Truong Tiet were startled. What did you just say? After that, Bok Trin took Jiang Long to see his master, Vu Trung. Senior brother, what should we do now? We can't just ignore this. Vu Trung looked completely confused. What do you want me to do? Why are you shouting like this? Bok Trin continued to yell, Senior brother, how can you be so calm? You know how serious this is, don't you? Vu Trung asked back, so what should I do? Should I punish him for disrespecting the founding master? Bok Trin continued, I don't mean it's that serious. I just think Vu Trung interrupted, or should we just ignore it? Do you have any other ideas? What should I do now? Jiang Long smiled to himself and thought, only Master can cool that old man down, heh. Vu Trung stroked his chin thoughtfully. I understand. It would be better for me to see it for myself before making a decision. Jiang Long performed the Trui Van Quyen for me. Without any hesitation, Jiang Long nodded. Okay, Master. The two of them then went out to the courtyard to watch Jiang Long perform the fist form. Jiang Long did not perform the original Trui Van Quyen. What he performed was the martial art that he himself had improved. After Jiang Long finished, Bok Trin immediately asked Vu Trung, senior brother, what do you think? Do you see how serious this is now? Vu Trung was secretly startled. Bok Trin wasn't exaggerating at all. But, more importantly, my disciple is truly talented. Seeing his expression, Bok Trin's face fell. Why is this guy spacing out again? As Jiang Long performed the fist form, he still felt that something was missing, that it wasn't enough. I think I can still perfect it further. If I combine it with my own methods, it should be fine, right, old founding master? The spirit of the founding master next to him stroked his beard and nodded casually. Of course, if you can take the martial arts of Kunlun one step further, it's perfectly fine. Jiang Long turned and kicked at him, sending his soul flying. So what if I do it like this? The founding master angrily scolded. Not like that, you useless fool. You're obviously trying too hard. Jiang Long laughed out loud. Haha, don't call me a useless fool. I've already lived a whole lifetime. After witnessing his next move, the founding master became excited. Oh, not bad. You're doing better than I thought. Keep it up. Jiang Long continued his movements. I can do even more than that. The old man got angry. What? You useless fool, I am your founding master. Are you not going to listen to me? Jiang Long smiled to himself. This founding master is pretty easygoing. After a moment, he stopped and exhaled. That should be enough to satisfy the founding master, right? The moment he stopped, Bok Trin blurted out, it looks like he's finished. Jiang Long turned his head, smiled at them, and said, Master, what do you think? Is it better? The two of them just stood there, not knowing what to say for a moment, because the truth was that this improved Trui Van Quyen was actually better. Just then, another elder walked up from behind them. Yes, that was very good. The two were startled and turned around. This old man was their master. Seeing their agitated expressions, the old man chuckled. Why do you two look so horrified? The old man looked at Jiang Long and thought to himself, I don't sense any malicious intent from Jiang Long's techniques. I should help this little Long. After thinking for a moment, he reassured his two disciples. There's no need to worry. Trust me, what you just witnessed is a blessing for our sect. As the news spread, countless conflicting opinions arose among the Kunlun elders. That's completely different from the Trui Van Quyen. It's not the same at all. Impossible. Didn't you see how unrestrained that technique was? Kunlun's martial arts are never so fierce and arrogant. That concept is ancient. Martial arts should be continuously developed and perfected by the younger generation. Don't you see how the arrogant moves have overshadowed the elegant concept of the fist form? How can we overlook something like this? That's right, we must preserve the traditions of Kunlun's founder. Jiang Long looked at the old men arguing in front of him, his face filled with helplessness. This is so chaotic. He glanced at the old man beside him. You told me to trust you, so I'll just wait. The old man gave him an extremely crafty wink. Then he stepped towards the group in front. Elders, please listen to my explanation. Jiang Long, tell us why you changed the tree Van Quien this way. Jiang Long nodded to himself. Yes, it's better if I convince them myself. After thinking for a moment, he began to explain. Have I done something wrong? The martial arts of Kunlun are supposed to be elegant and fluid, are they not? Several of them shouted in anger. How audacious! That is not what Kunlun's martial arts are. Jiang Long retorted, but that is what I think. When the founding master achieved enlightenment, didn't he ascend and let out a dragon's roar? Why would he roar so loudly? The crowd replied, it was because he was overflowing with true qi upon his enlightenment, of course. Jiang Long shook his head. Not at all. He just wanted to show off. He just wanted everyone to see how cool he looked at that moment. Has anyone ever heard of someone ascending while overflowing with true energy before? The crowd was startled. That's right, no one has. Jiang Long continued, and no one has ever experienced it either, right? That's perfectly normal. If the patriarch wanted to stand out and show off a little, there's nothing wrong with wanting to be prominent. Taoism doesn't forbid that. Hearing this, the crowd felt it made sense and began to discuss among themselves, who says Taoist disciples can't be impressive? That's right, there's no reason why Taoist disciples can't be impressive. It's true there was nothing wrong with what the patriarch did. The old man looked at Jiang Long with surprise. This child can change the elder's views. I should help him a little. He patted Jiang Long's head and said, it's true that wanting to stand out is very normal. The elders were a bit surprised to hear that Grandmaster agrees too. The old man smiled. I'm only human. To be honest, I became a disciple of Kunlun because I thought the senior brothers and sisters looked so impressive. Another old man walked up beside him and asked, is that so? When I was young, I also wanted to stand out from others, and to be honest, I still feel that way even now. This newcomer was the master of the elders below. Master, that's going a bit too far. That's right. I'm worried others will mock us if they hear you say that. The old man replied nonchalantly, so what if they laugh a little? I still want to look prominent and impressive. Hearing this, the crowd thought to themselves, that's true. Looking back, Master didn't seem that handsome when he was young. When did he change? Was it after he became our master? No, as he got older, he became more dignified and spirited, but his smile is still as kind as it was back then. The crowd then had a realization, bursting into laughter and exclaiming, I understand so much more today. I haven't changed since I was young either. I still act the same way. It's embarrassing to say, but me too, ha ha. Thanks to Jiang Long, we've learned a lot today. The atmosphere in the Great Hall suddenly became lively and cheerful, and no one cared about Jiang Long modifying the martial arts anymore. Jiang Long also smiled and nodded to himself, daring to show their true feelings in front of a child. Perhaps that is the quality a sect leader should have. Just then, an elder exclaimed, I just remembered something sad. Chan Tianqi. Seeing the elder's tearful state, Jiang Long was extremely confused. What is this? Why did his mood change like that? That elder began to curse. How many people died because of him? The decline of our Kunlun sect's martial arts is all his fault. Jiang Long scratched his head in embarrassment. If you want to just keep cursing. Chan Tianqi, if someone like that appears again, what should we do? Jiang Long silently replied in his heart. He was reborn not long ago. The other old man patted Jiang Long's shoulder. Dao Duc Tianton has given us this child. Jiang Long will surely be able to stop him. Hearing this, Jiang Long felt helpless. Is he really telling me to stop myself? The elders below also clamored in agreement. If something like that happens, Jiang Long can handle it. Haha, that's right, Jiang Long, we'll leave that to you. From that day on, Jiang Long's room was never peaceful again. The elders were there day and night asking him for martial arts instruction. Jiang Long, what are you standing there spacing out for? Hurry and look at my stance. Hey, Jiang Long, I want to ask about the part you explained yesterday. Standing surrounded by the crowd, Jiang Long thought helplessly, shouldn't learning secret techniques be done more sneakily? Why aren't these old men ever tired? When I was eating, they would run over and ask. When I was doing my private business, they would even break down the door to rush in and ask. I even saw these old men in my dreams. This is really too much. Even though I'm the one who started this, it can't go on like this, can it? After thinking for a moment, he exclaimed helplessly, today is the last day. Hearing this, the old men were stunned for a moment. That's it. Just when things were starting to look up. Are you worried about our health? Don't be, let's continue. Jiang Long huffed indignantly. I'm worried about myself. I'm only a little over 10 years old. I'm at a growing age. And yet I have to practice martial arts all day. Do you all want me to live like this? The old men were ashamed to hear this. Oh my goodness, what have we done? Harming a child for our own selfish reasons. We were wrong, please forgive us. We'll cut the study time in half, and we'll find you a more comfortable place to sleep. Jiang Long smiled excitedly. That's right, and if possible, give me a few more elixir pills. He told himself that he had to get back what he had lost. The crowd was startled when they heard about elixir pills. What? Jiang Long explained. Elixirs. Not to mention my health. My vital energy has also weakened a lot. There are some moves I just can't execute, and if I can't execute them, how can all of you learn? Hearing this, the old men looked at each other, exchanging glances. After a moment, one of them spoke on behalf of everyone. I'm sorry we don't have those here. This time, it was Jiang Long's turn to be surprised. What are you serious? The old men didn't explain much and just turned to leave. We sincerely apologize. Jiang Long wanted to call them back, but was helpless as they were determined to go. Night fell, and Jiang Long returned to his room, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. I know the Kunlun sect is poor, but they don't even have a single elixir pill. It's like I'm a little kid demanding something extravagant. Whatever tomorrow is going to be a busy day. I should get some sleep. Before the sun was even up, the old men appeared in his room, making a racket. Jiang Long thought it was a dream, but he quickly realized it was not. He groggily sat up. That's right. Let's begin. It seems I will not be able to live this life as comfortably as I wanted. The old men quickly hauled him outside. Excellent, let's begin. As they carried him away, Jiang Long was filled with doubt. We've already passed the library. Where on earth are they taking me? After a while, the group stopped at Tam Tien Hai. They all looked at him with serious expressions. A confused Jiang Long asked, "What is wrong with everyone?" One of the old men came forward and took Jiang Long's hand. We were too reckless. We were only thinking of ourselves and placed too great a burden on you. Jiang Long was confused. Why does he seem so resolute today? The old man continued, We have prepared something even better than an immortal pill for you, so do not be sad. Seeing the men sit down in unison, Jiang Long seemed to realize something. Wait a minute, this could be it. The old man had him sit cross-legged on the ground and instructed, You must not move or say a word. Jiang Long was shocked, Elder. What is this? The men advised, You do not need to feel pressured. Even if we keep living, how much longer do we have? We want to make good use of the rest of our lives. Everyone was against it, but our minds are made up. Jiang Long, you must bring glory to this Kunlun. All right, let us begin. The men then began to channel their internal energy into Jiang Long. I knew it was an internal energy transfer. These foolish old men. Internal energy transfer is a technique that shortens one's lifespan to pass on power to another. This method is rarely used in the martial world due to its high failure rate. Jiang Long felt guilty. They are sacrificing themselves because they could not buy me an immortal pill. I planned on leaving after making Kunlun strong again, but what am I supposed to do if these 4 masters die because of this? This cannot happen. They are getting weaker. If this continues, they will all die. What can I do right now? These Taoists have reached their limit. I have to return their true qi to them quickly. If I could do as I pleased, I would just stop the flow of their qigong. But is it really okay to block an old man's energy flow? Come to think of it, in my past life I once did. Jiang Long suddenly remembered something which made him extremely excited. Tai Kukiem Than, he was an old man from the Vodong sect. He was one of the people who came to challenge me. I was bored at the time, so I accepted the challenge, and after we fought, I found him to be quite impressive. I just cornered him, but he just kept spinning his sword in a circle and using his internal energy. I think he called it Tai Kukiem Fap. If I use it, I might be able to do something. Well, I will give it a try first. If it does not work, I will just keep this to myself. I will just tap into it a little. With that thought, he began to circulate his qi to perform the Tai Kukiem Fap. The old men quickly sensed something was different. Will this work? The boy is returning the true qi to us. He is truly a kind-hearted child. He must be returning it because he sensed it could kill us. This is truly humiliating. Jiang Long quickly realized the problem. Wait, it is just repeating itself. It cannot end like this. When that damn old man circulated his internal energy, I think this is how it felt. The true qi then centered on Jiang Long, spinning around his body. The elders once again sensed that something was different. Jiang Long was also startled. This is making my stomach churn. He recalled the expression on Tai Kukiem Tan's face back then. That bastard, no wonder he looked so unsettled. So this is what he was enduring, that wicked old man. The elders watching from the side noticed Jiang Long's expression and discussed it quietly. The boy does not look well at all. Did something go wrong? Soon, Jiang Long could no longer bear it. He released the true qi, sending it back to the men. The men standing on the outside were all stunned by this scene. What is happening? His wrinkles have smoothed out, and his hair has become sleek again. They have all become younger. The men who had just transferred their true qi to Jiang Long stood up, exclaiming excitedly, "Haha, my true qi has increased. I even look younger too. How long has it been since I have felt this vigorous?" Jiang Long sat to the side, lost in thought. "My Chan qi has increased, but something doesn't feel right. I really shouldn't use this too often." While he was lost in thought, the remaining old men approached him, looking at him with serious eyes. "Jiang Long, I need your help too." After that, the crowd descended into a chaotic scramble. "Senior brother, let me go first." "Don't push. I'm the oldest and most useless, so I should go first." Powerless Jiang Long could only go along with them. Things didn't settle down until evening. "I have done this once for everyone. Please, there won't be a second time. You all know how uncomfortable it gets if we keep bringing this up." The crowd nodded. "You have a point. All right, we understand." Jiang Long continued to remind them, "And this is our secret. You can't tell anyone about this, not even the senior brothers or uncles. Don't make things any worse." After leading the crowd out, he touched his stomach and thought, "However, this is bad." In life and martial arts, Chan Ki Noi Kong, movement experience, and enlightenment all need to be in balance. But because making these people younger means I'm absorbing their Noi Kong, the Noi Kong in my body has become overwhelmingly powerful. It will probably take a long time to rebalance everything, and I can't stop the plan to develop Kunlun either. Things are really getting more and more troublesome. Two old men stood to the side watching Jiang Long in deep thought and sighed with emotion. "Nguyen Tui Tien Ton has given us a dragon in answer to our prayers. That child will make Kunlun flourish. Now that the water is flowing normally again, we should let it move. Don't you think it's the right time to help the boy?" The two exchanged glances, sharing their thoughts. After a moment, they approached Jiang Long. "Jiang Long, you are still very young, but we know how talented you are, so we need your help. How can we make Kunlun stronger?" Jiang Long looked at the two of them in surprise. "Wow, it's working on its own." He smiled at them. "There is a very simple way." Time flew by quickly, and another 2 years passed. Kunlun still stood tall as ever. At the foot of the mountain, two people were following the steps up the mountain path. The person in the lead said, "We're almost there. We'll be there soon." These two were from the Lai Jia. The one carrying the luggage behind was Li Hai. A look of frustration was clear on his face as he thought, "I don't like this at all." He sighed. "Why did I have to come to this remote place?" Lai Tian, walking in front, reminded him, "Watch your mouth. We have arrived at Kunlun now." Lai Hai spread his hands in frustration and replied, "But uncle, I didn't say anything wrong. Honestly, I don't like this place. Why does our Lai Jia have to ask for help from such a backward sect?" Lai Tian glanced at him angrily and snapped, "If you say that again, I will report your behavior to your father." Hearing his father mention Lai Hai, immediately backed down, bowing his head in apology. "I'm sorry, uncle." Lai Tian sighed to himself. Big brother has spoiled him too much. Now he's so arrogant and undisciplined. If he hadn't suggested it himself, I wouldn't have brought him along. Li Hai, from behind, glanced at him and cursed silently. So petty. What's wrong with calling Kunlun a backward sect? Although it's considered one of the 9 great sects, they have to live in such a remote place and won't even come to the Central Plains. Seeing how run down everything is, it's obvious their skills are subpar too. Well, but to continue with the plan, we have to gauge their strength. I'm sure there aren't any decent fighters here. If I can defeat one of their masters at my age, I'm sure my uncle will see me in a new light, hehe. The two walked a bit further, and Li Tian exclaimed, "I can see the first gate." Before them was an old gate without even a sign. Li Hai looked at the gate and smirked, thinking, "Finally here. Let's see what this place looks like." Kunlun, one of the 9 great sects. Soon a disciple came out from inside to greet them. "Welcome to Kunlun. You must be tired from your long journey. What brings you all the way here?" Lai Tian stepped forward and replied politely, "Thank you for your concern, Taoist master. We are here to request an audience with the sect leader." The young Taoist asked, "I think you may have to wait a while because our sect leader is very busy. Do you mind?" Li Tian smiled. "Not at all. Please inform him that Li Tian of the Li Jia from Habak has arrived and wishes to see him." The Taoist introduced himself as well. "You must be from the renowned family in Habak, right? I am Nam Trung. You are esteemed guests of our sect, so there's no need for such formalities." Lai Tian asked again, "All right then, is Vu Trung doing well?" Nam Trung was surprised. You know my martial uncle Li Tian chuckled. Haha, he is a friend of mine. Nam Trung nodded. Yes, then I will go inform my martial uncle as well. Just then, another Taoist with a staff approached from behind. Senior brother, it's time to change shifts. Seeing his miserable state, Li Tian and Li Hai looked completely bewildered. Nam Trung laughed towards the two of them. Haha, it's a bit boring just standing here waiting, isn't it? Please come this way. I will give you a tour of Mount Kunlun. The other disciple walked up to them and asked, what about the shift? Nam Trung glanced at him and retorted, you're already here. But is it time to change shifts already? Oh no, you look terrible. I can handle things here. Why don't you go back and rest? The fat man snapped. Are you trying to pick a fight? Nam Trung explained. I'm just worried about you. How can you stand out in the sun like this when you're so tired? Hearing this, Li Tian and Li Hai were confused and looked up at the sky. The sun, but it's completely overcast, isn't it? The fat man turned angrily to leave. This is my only break. Is this what you want? Just because I'm new. Nam Trung reached out to stop him, cutting him off. I was just joking. I have to go inside and announce that we have visitors. Seeing him go inside, the chubby guy shouted, you have to join practice immediately. You hear? Nam Trung sighed. All right, all right. The chubby guy then smiled and clasped his hands to greet the two of them. Greetings, you two. I am Nam Hai. My apologies for letting you see such an unsightly state. Li Hai approached and asked, are all the Taoists of the Kunlun sect like this? I see everyone smiling when they talk to others. Nam Hai scratched his face. Haha, I'm glad you think so. Li Hai asked again. No, I'm being serious. You looked so tired just a moment ago. Nam Hai immediately clasped his hands and replied with a blissful expression. The place where I am cultivating is the happiest place in the world. How could I not smile? Li Tian and Li Hai were inwardly impressed. Is this the principle of the Taoists living in Kunlun? It's so rare for all of Kunlun's disciples to be so diligent in their training for the sect. Very quickly, Vu Trung came running out from inside. He looked just as grimy as Nam Hai, but he still had a big smile on his face. Li Tian, you're here. Seeing his appearance, Li Hai was startled. Why does he look so haggard? Vu Trung rushed over and shook his friend. My friend, you must have had a hard time getting here. You look so thin, haha. Li Tian was confused. You're one to talk. Why do you look like this? Vu Trung invited them inside. Haha, it's nothing. Let's go inside and talk. I don't think you came all this way just to see me. So what's going on? Don't be like that while there is another reason I mainly came here to visit you. My apologies, I was wrong. So how are the clan elders? They're well. You don't need to worry. Vu Trung then noticed Li Hai, just as the clan expected. Look at how many nephews you have. There's nothing to worry about for the future. Li Tian chuckled. Among the Kulong Tupuang, he is considered the most outstanding Tulong of the current generation of disciples. Vu Trung went, oh, he's one of the Kulong and Tupuang of the clan's younger generation. Then there's no problem for the future. Li Tian said proudly, haha, even so, he still has a lot of work to do. Li Hai, walking behind, smirked to himself. Uncle is always so modest, but right now, he's bragging about me. That means he's really proud of me, haha. Li Tian glanced at him and sighed inwardly. Discusk. I just wanted to make a good impression on Kunlun, but I might have praised him a bit too much. I need to tone it down a bit, and it would work better if the Kunlun sect had an equally outstanding disciple. With this in mind, he asked Vu Trung, do you have a disciple? Vu Trung laughed loudly. Haha, I've had one for a while. He just turned 15 this year. Li Tian asked again, is he still training? I suppose he must be, since he's your disciple. Vu Trung continued, haha, I have a hard time just keeping up with him. Hearing this, Li Tian was confused. What do you mean? Vu Trung explained, why do you look so surprised? My disciple isn't just a genius among geniuses. He's the greatest genius in the history of Kunlun. You said your nephew is called Tulong. Well, my disciple is a real dragon, haha. Seeing his smug expression, Li Tian and Li Hai were left speechless. Just then, a loud voice echoed from behind. That's enough for today. Startled, Li Tian and Li Hai spun around, their hands gripping the hilts of their swords, ready to strike at any moment. What was that noise? When they turned around, they saw a group of Kunlun elders flying out. Then Long Vu Tuyen Tui Tu Long Dich Mai Lahi. They all charged down the mountain in unison. Following closely behind were a group of low-level disciples chasing after them on foot. Li Tian and Li Hai went from one surprise to another, completely stunned on the spot. What is this? What on earth happened over there? As they moved forward, they saw a group of young disciples lying there panting and vomiting. A puzzled Lai Hai exclaimed, "Uncle, isn't that kid vomiting over there, the Taoist Nam Trung we just met?" Lai Tian nodded. "Yes, I don't understand what's happening either." "Hey, Vu Trung, can you tell me what's going on here?" Vu Trung walked up and waved towards the side. "First, let me introduce you to someone." From the house, a figure slowly emerged. "That kid is my disciple. He is the greatest genius in history, surpassing all other geniuses. You can call him Jiang Long." Jiang Long, with his master's arm over his shoulder, said with some annoyance, "Master, you stink." He then clasped his hands and bowed to Li Tian and Li Hai. "I am Jiang Long. Greetings to you both." Although the two of them still didn't understand what was going on, they politely returned the greeting. "I am Li Hai. I am Li Tian." They both shared the same thought. What's so great about this kid? Has Vu Trung lost his mind? There's nothing special about this kid. After a moment, Jiang Long asked Vu Trung for permission to go take a bath. After he left, Vu Trung turned to Li Tian and Li Hai again. "Oh right, you asked what happened at the training grounds, didn't you?" Li Tian nodded. "That's right." Vu Trung pointed behind him. "The story begins when I took in Jiang Long. He was a child abandoned in the forest." The two became even more confused. Why start from there? Is it a long story? Vu Trung nodded. "Yes, it really is a long story. The real story began when he was only 5 years old." Just as he was about to tell the whole story, Li Tian waved his hand to interrupt him. "Vu Trung, please forgive me. I'd love to hear your story, but we're exhausted from our journey. I think it would be better for us to rest first." Vu Trung was taken aback. "Oh dear, I almost forgot. I'm truly sorry. Of course that's right. You need to rest and recover your strength so you can listen to my disciple's story, right?" The two helplessly shook their heads. "No, that's really not necessary." The two of them were then shown to a guest room. Li Hai was still thinking about Jiang Long. How could that guy be the genius of the Kunlun sect? He doesn't look like much at all. Li Tian was thinking the same thing. Vu Trung must have been exaggerating, but he really did not look too bad. If I fought him, maybe I could find out the current strength of Kunlun. "Jiang Long, let's see what you have got." The group was then invited for a meal, and the two from the Li family were stunned when they saw the food on the table. Vu Trung smiled at them. "Go ahead and eat it. Might not look pretty, but it is very tasty." Lai Hai thought to himself, "Do I really have to eat this vegetarian food?" Seeing his displeased sigh, Li Tian quietly reminded him, "What are you doing? Watch your attitude." Li Hai looked completely helpless. "But uncle, how can we be expected to eat vegetarian food?" Lai Tian slammed the table and yelled, "What do you mean by that? Apologize immediately." Vu Trung scratched his head. Now it is true that these dishes are hard to stomach. Lai Tian said to him apologetically, "I am sorry my little brother was rude, but I must say, you really eat a lot." Vu Trung replied with a full mouth, "Really? Everyone here eats like this?" Li Tian looked at the others in the dining room, completely bewildered. How strange the Taoists are all wolfing down their food. Compared to them, this kid seemed like he was in a different world. Jiang Long listlessly picked at his food with his chopsticks. He sighed to himself, "This does not taste good at all. I want meat, not this pile of vegetables. I am only 15. I need to eat good food. Maybe I should find a wild boar or something. Yes, that is what I will do. I am going to eat meat." Lai Hai looked at Jiang Long and thought, that brat is barely eating anything, so why was I the only one who got scolded? Just then, Jiang Long looked up and glared at him. Lai Hai glared back angrily. "What are you looking at? You got a problem. Look somewhere else." After a staring contest, Jiang Long still had not looked away. Li Hai sneered internally. "I bet these country folk do not even know what fear is. Fine, I will see what you are made of, but first I will teach you what it means to be afraid. First, I will have to apologize." Thinking this, he stood up. "I apologize for my disrespectful attitude just now." Vu Trung waved his hand. "Haha, it is all right. I should also apologize for not preparing a more lavish meal for you." Lai Tian was completely bewildered. Did this arrogant kid just apologize? He sent a message to Li Hai. "What are you up to?" Lai Hai replied, "I'm going to request a demonstration of Kunlun's martial arts." Li Tian agreed. "Good, that is what we came here for. Just remember not to injure him too badly." A smirk appeared on Lai Hai's face. Then he cupped his hands and announced to the group, "I am Li Hai of the Li family from Habak, and I would like to spar with the disciples of Kunlun." Vu Trung casually accepted. "Of course. You came all this way. How could I refuse? Let us go." Li Hai then made his request. "I want to spar with one person in particular." He then turned to Jiang Long, "Little brother, I wish to have a match with you." Vu Trung was horrified. "What? You want to fight Jiang Long? Hey, you should really think this over. But before he could persuade him, Jiang Long accepted Li Hai's challenge. The three of them each had a different expression on their faces. Jiang Long smiled, "I accept your challenge." They then went out to the training grounds. Lai Tian glanced at Jiang Long and thought, "Show us the power of Kunlun. I hope you are truly strong. That would make this trip worthwhile." Vu Trung looked extremely nervous at the side. "What am I going to do now?" Lai Tian reassured him, "Do not worry too much. I will make Lai Hai stop if things get dangerous." Vu Trung replied, "Li Tian, I am actually worried for your little brother." Lai Hai cracked his knuckles and grinned. "Little brother, I will not go too hard on you, so do not be scared." "Haha." Jiang Long rubbed his wrist and thought to himself, "How long has it been since I have had a proper fight? Since being reborn, I have grown so tired of the daily training routine." Li Hai got into his stance, ready to attack. "I am going to use a flurry of kicks. Let us see what you do to stop me." Hearing him talk so much nonsense, Jiang Long's expression soured. So annoying. This is why I hate idiots from the so-called righteous sects. What kind of match is it when you announce your moves? Truly a bunch of foolish righteous sect members. What am I supposed to do with guys like this? After a moment's thought, he raised his hand. "I will use Troi Van Quyen." From the sidelines, Lai Tian's jaw dropped at his action. Lai Hai roared in anger. "What do you think you are doing?" Jiang Long explained, "This is my opening stance, the initial gesture before a battle, to show respect to my opponent." Lai Tian, You're saying that's his opening stance?" Vu Trung beside him nodded eagerly. That's right. Lai Tian spoke again. "Vu Trung, as far as I know, Troi Van Quyen is a fast and fierce technique. Shouldn't the opening stance be as serious and solid as the technique itself?" Vu Trung replied casually, "My disciple has already improved and refined that move." Lai Tian was stunned once again. "What did you just say?" Vu Trung repeated loudly, "I mean that my disciple is a prodigy, and he has been helping our Kunlun sect restore and refine our martial arts." Lai Tian looked at him as if he were an idiot, thinking, "Does he really think I'm going to believe that?" Up ahead, Li Hai didn't understand what was going on, and he snarled through gritted teeth, "Are you messing with me? I'm going to fix that rotten attitude of yours." As he spoke, he lunged toward Jiang Long, despite his opponent rushing forward with a ferocious punch. Jiang Long just stood there calmly and raised his little finger. As Li Hai's attack reached him, Jiang Long simply swatted his fist away. Then he swung his own fist straight into his chest. Seeing Li Hai defeated in a single blow, Li Tian on the outside couldn't believe it. Oh no! Li Hai's body flew backward like a kite with its string cut. The moment he hit the ground, Jiang Long immediately leaped toward him. "Shut your damn mouth." Before the young man could even process what was happening, After that, Lai Hai was pummeled by Jiang Long. Without a single miss, he could only stand there and take the beating, unable to fight back. He was completely baffled. How could this be happening? "I am a true descendant of the Lai family of Ha Bak. I am a Kulong of the 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes, yet I'm being defeated by a mere kid." After tormenting him for a while, Jiang Long stopped and did not attack anymore. Li Hai was knocked back but immediately sat up. He struggled to his feet again to face Jiang Long. He clenched his fists, telling himself, "My dignity will not allow this. If you've pushed me this far, then don't blame me for what comes next." He then roared, channeling his internal energy. Vu Trung and Li Tian, who were watching from outside, were both astonished. Lai Hai shouted, "Use your internal energy. I will use exactly 3/10 of my power, no more and no less. It won't be a problem even if you use all 10/10 of yours." Vu Trung panicked. 10/10? Don't, Jiang Long, just don't. Jiang Long replied calmly, "Master, I'll only use 3 parts of my power." Vu Trung was still extremely worried. 3/10? Are you trying to kill my brother's nephew? Jiang Long continued to bargain. "How about 2/10 then?" Vu Trung yelled, "I said no. And I mean no." Li Tian, standing to the side, was startled listening to their conversation. How could that kid have such profound internal energy at his age? Li Hai, on the other side, was infuriated once again. "You dare look down on me." Vu Trung instructed Jiang Long 1/10. "I said you are only to use 1/10 of your power, do you understand?" Jiang Long covered his ears and replied helplessly, all right, my ears are killing me." Li Hai seethed and yelled, "1 part. Are you joking? I'm using 3 parts, and you're only using 1. Jiang Long rested his chin on his hand. "That's right, but I think even 1 part is a bit too much." Li Hai no longer hesitated and lunged forward. "Shut your mouth." Jiang Long ducked to avoid his kick. Seeing that he could dodge his move, Li Hai was a little surprised. He continued to swing his other leg, kicking forward again. Jiang Long dodged again, remarking, What a nice breeze. Li Hai landed on the ground panting and cursing. Damn it! He then continued to kick wildly, but none of them could even touch a single hair on Jiang Long's head. After dodging for a moment, Jiang Long asked with suspicion, "This isn't a continuous kick, what is it?" Li Hai didn't hide it and replied, "This is the not too bat tik quack." Jiang Long dodged and suddenly appeared behind him. Does that mean 148 kicks? That's going to take a long time. Li Hai continued kicking backwards. I'll end this soon enough. Jiang Long thought to himself, I'm starting to get bored. Should I just break one of his legs and stop this? Wu Trung, standing at the side, sent a telepathic message to remind Jiang Long, don't go too far. Jiang Long asked back, so should I break his leg? Wu Trung panicked, no, not his leg. Jiang Long said again, but I already broke his ribs right at the beginning. Wu Trung was horrified, so that was the sound of a bone breaking. No, don't break any more of his bones. Jiang Long replied, if I don't, he'll just keep going. After saying that, he slammed his fist into Li Hai's stomach. Li Hai immediately coughed up blood. Jiang Long thought with regret, I should have suggested using weapons that would have been more interesting. No, that's not right. Whether we used weapons or not, the result would have been the same. Li Hai was then sent flying and collapsed on the ground. Jiang Long glanced at Li Tian behind them. It would be better if I fought his uncle. Very quickly, Li Hai got up again. Impossible. How could I lose to that kid? Jiang Long was no longer paying attention to him turning his head to look in another direction. This attitude made Li Hai even angrier. He's not even bothering to look at me. Damn it! You brat, you dare to look down on me! Just as he stood up, he felt a strange sensation from his dantian. Damn it! My meridians. Seeing his condition, Jiang Long was a little surprised. Li Tian, standing on the outside, wondered to himself, is it over? Jiang Long. This kid is very talented. I didn't expect him to defeat Li Hai. He must be the strongest among the Kunlun disciples. I have to stop this fight. Just as he was about to call an end to the match, Jiang Long gathered his energy in his hand and shouted coldly, this ends now. Then in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Li Hai. Farewell, friend. Li Hai had no time to react and was sent flying by Jiang Long's punch. He once again lay helpless on the ground. Wu Trung was about to turn and speak with Li Tian, but the man had already rushed onto the battlefield. He held his fallen nephew in his arms, anxiously asking, Li Hai, wake up. Are you okay? Li Hai managed to gasp out uncle. Li Tian asked again, are you badly hurt? Quickly circulate your energy to heal. Li Hai replied weakly, I think this is it for me. I'm tired, uncle. After saying that, he passed out on the spot, unclear if he was dead or alive. Li Tian cried out in panic, no, Li Hai, I can't let you go like this. As he was crying his heart out, he suddenly heard a loud snoring sound. It turned out Li Hai was just so tired he had fallen asleep, not died. Jiang Long and his master, who had been watching from the side, were both speechless, not knowing what to say about the uncle and nephew. Just as Jiang Long was about to explain, Li Tian quickly cut him off. I'm extremely embarrassed. Please don't talk to me. After some time, Li Tian finally calmed down and spoke to Wu Trung. I lost my composure for a moment. Please forgive me. Wu Trung chuckled. You're being too polite. If I saw my own disciple beaten like that, I'd also find it hard to stay calm. But of course, Jiang Long isn't one to be beaten so easily, haha. Li Tian ignored him and turned to Jiang Long, asking, anyway, how did you do that? Can you tell me why Li Hai passed out? Jiang Long was completely bewildered. What the heck? Can't he see that his meridians are blocked? Do I really need to explain this? Jiang Long rested his chin on his hand and thought for a moment, then just made up an excuse that Li Hai fainted from exhaustion. Li Hai was then taken back to his room by his uncle to rest. After some time, he finally woke up. The moment he woke up, he shot upright and yelled, little brother. Li Tian quickly ran to his side, patting his shoulder and asking, Li Hai, you're awake. Li Hai nodded. Yes, uncle. Where's Jiang Long? Li Tian advised, just focus on recovering for now. You've been asleep for a whole day and night. We can talk about this later. Li Hai thought to himself that was no coincidence. He precisely targeted the blocked meridian point on my chest. How could he have known about that? And how could he even do it? Li Tian reminded him, Li Hai, there are too many people in the clan who want to bring you down, so you need to be more careful. Li Hai agreed, you're right, uncle. Most people in the Habak Li Jia support my older brother, the most suitable person, to be the family's successor. However, there are more people who want to harm me than who are on my side. Under these circumstances, I can't let anyone know about the meridian blockage in my chest. That's why I've kept it a secret even from my uncle. But how did that kid know? After a moment of thought, he opened his mouth to speak. But as soon as he looked up, he was startled into silence. Facing him was Li Tian's worried and affectionate face. Seeing him like this couldn't help but make him feel guilty. I've always made him worry. He lowered his head and sighed. I'm sorry, uncle. From now on, I'll be more careful. Li Tian was surprised by this change in him. Yes. I'm glad to see you acting this way. Can I go outside for some fresh air? Of course. I also have to meet with the elders of the Kunlun sect, so let's go out together. The two of them then headed outside together. Before leaving, Li Tian didn't forget to remind him, you've only just woken up, so after your walk, remember to come back and rest to regain your strength. Li Hai obediently nodded. Yes, I'll be careful. Li Tian was inwardly pleased it's been a while since he has shown such a serious attitude. Bringing him here was a wise choice. Li Hai glanced to the side and thought maybe I should check out the training ground up ahead. Just as he approached the training ground, a loud shout came from within. We have a guest today, so let's wrap this up by the end of the day. Model. As soon as the sound faded, the disciples up ahead all scrambled to run outside. Li Hai looked ahead and thought he must be around here. After walking a little further, he finally found Jiang Long. There he is. He quickly walked over, waving his hand in greeting. Hey, little brother, I have something I need to... Before he could finish his sentence, countless women rushed from all sides surrounding Jiang Long. Wow, brother Jiang Long, you finished your training so early today. You handsome Taoist master. Li Hai was shoved aside by the crowd and fell to the ground utterly bewildered. Where did all of them come from? But this isn't the time for me to be messing around. He got up and spoke to the group of women. Excuse me, everyone, sorry to bother you, but could you please make way? Hearing this seemed to set the women off, and they all turned to glare at him, shouting, Who is this thug-looking guy? Li Hai was terrified, but I need to speak with Taoist Jiang. The women refused to budge. Get lost, don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong. What if the sight of his handsome face blinds you? After being berated by them, a helpless Li Hai ran to a tree and sat down to cry. Is there no justice in this world? The women continued to fawn over Jiang Long Taoist master. Please try this. Sisters, hurry, give him the meat. Haha, everyone, please remember to keep this a secret from my master. Afterwards, they said their goodbyes and headed back down the mountain. Li Hai seized the opportunity to run over and talk to Jiang Long. Little brother, you seem to be quite popular. Jiang Long replied nonchalantly. They've just watched me grow up since I was a little kid. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll see you later. Seeing Jiang Long about to leave, Li Hai quickly moved to block his way. Wait a minute, I have something to say. Jiang Long cursed inwardly. This bastard is so annoying. Maybe I should just break his spine. Li Hai pointed to himself and said, I want to be someone who can be naked with you. Upon hearing that, Jiang Long's expression immediately darkened. He quickly backed away, ready to flee. Li Hai hurriedly explained, Wait, that's not what I meant. I mean that I want us to become closer. Jiang Long snapped, If you say one more word, I'll kill you. Li Hai thought in terror, what is this killing intent? It feels like he's from the demonic sect. That can't be, he's just a Taoist of the Kunlun sect. He tried to rephrase his words, then said again, I just want to have a pure friendship with you, is that not okay? Only then did it dawn on Jiang Long. Oh, so that's what you meant. But even so, I'm not interested. Li Hai chased after him asking, but why? Seeing him still tagging along, Jiang Long's expression darkened once more. Forget it. What is it that you really want? Li Hai repeated himself, I just want to be friends with you. Jiang Long scoffed, friends my ass. You're only acting this way because you want something from me that's obviously your real purpose. Li Hai stared blankly at the young man before him. He was right. My desire to be friends stems from my curiosity about a kid who isn't even interested in me. I'm so pathetic. Have I always been this pathetic? After a moment of thought, he let out a sigh. I'm sorry, I won't bother you again. I'll leave now. Take care. Jiang Long was confused. I already gave him an opening. So why is he acting like this? Oh well, it's better if this annoying pest leaves anyway. But after a few steps, he couldn't help but stop. Damn it. This is so annoying. If you've already drawn your sword, you might as well swing it. He turned and yelled at Li Hai. You're curious about how I found the blocked meridian on your chest and cleared it, aren't you? Startled, Li Hai turned back. How did you know? The scene shifts where Vu Trung is strolling through a courtyard with Li Tian. How is your nephew? He's fine, he just woke up. Luckily, he only broke a few ribs. Vu Trung gave an awkward cough. I'm truly sorry, my disciple can be a bit excessive at times. Li Tian didn't seem too bothered by it and asked, Did you say that disciple of yours is improving the Kunlun martial arts? Vu Trung nodded. That's correct. Li Tian asked again, "Do all the Taoists at Kunlun learn this improved martial art?" Vu Trung answered honestly, without hiding anything. "Yes, you saw them practicing, didn't you? They've been training day and night with Zhang Long for 2 years now." Li Tian pressed on. "That's truly unbelievable. Surely there must be some who oppose it." Vu Trung chuckled. "The sect leader and my own master are very supportive of him. Even they have asked Jiang Long for guidance." "What's your master?" "You mean one of the 3 sages of Mount Kunlun. Is he well?" "His health has been a bit poor recently, and though he says he's fine, well, let's just drop the subject for now. We've arrived. This is the Tam Tien Dai. Let's head inside." Stepping inside, Li Tian couldn't help but sigh to himself, wondering if the sect was poor or if this place had always been so small. But that wasn't important. What mattered was the true strength of Kunlun. He quickly approached, clasping his hands in a formal greeting to the 2 elders. "I am Li Tian of the Habak Lijia. It is an honor to meet the sect leader and the grand elder." The 2 elders replied politely, "The honor is ours. I am Dao Min, sect leader of the Kunlun sect, and I am Dao Hu." Li Tian smiled. "It is this junior's great fortune to meet you both." "Ho ho, we are the fortunate ones to meet the great talent who will one day rule the martial world. Grand Elder, you flatter me too much, haha." Right now, a crowd of people is gathered outside the door, all trying to push their way in. They all rushed over to Li Tian, observing him with awe. A master swordsman, a hero among heroes, someone from the Habak Lijia is here. "It is an honor to meet you. You have the air of a martial arts alliance leader, haha." When Li Tian smelled the foul odor coming from them, his face immediately turned pale. "What is that smell? Did they run straight here after training?" Dao Min instructed the crowd. "That's right, let them rest a bit. Let's sit down and talk." "So, what brings you here?" Li Tian replied. "Elder, I came here for 2 reasons. Dao Ku let out a sound of interest." "2 reasons. Tell me about them." Li Tian quickly got to the point. "First, we want to see your martial arts." Vu Trung, who was beside them, laughed loudly. "Ha ha, my friend, you should have said so sooner." Li Tian continued. "We're friends, so we can't have a proper match." Vu Trung was confused. "Huh? What do you mean, proper?" Li Tian explained. "I mean, this is not a sparring match. What I want is a real fight." Hearing this, the elders and disciples below started looking at each other and murmuring. Dao Min stroked his beard and asked, "Then I assume your second matter is related to the first." Li Tian clasped his hands and bowed. "Please forgive me, but that is indeed the case." Dao Min bluntly refused. "I refuse. I don't know your reasons, but you want to test our sect's skills." Li Tian explained, "It is for another important matter. Please do not misunderstand." The disciples outside exclaimed, "Master, please agree. Think about it. Isn't the Habak Lijia perfect for this?" Li Tian was confused. "Huh? Perfect for what?" The crowd then started shouting over each other. "Let me. Junior brother, let me go first. Do not push. I'm already prepared." Dao Ku huffed and shouted, "Good heavens, stop it. How can you act like this in front of our honored guest?" Seeing his angry expression, the crowd fell silent, straightened up, and no one said another word. Dao Min asked Dao Ku in a low voice, "Who should we choose now, senior brother?" Dao Ku looked at one of the disciples in the crowd. "How about that kid?" "Huh? Who are you talking about?" Dao Min quickly understood his intention. "All right, as you wish, senior brother. We must be as courteous as possible." The person chosen was Vu Trin. He was startled when he was called out, "Are you talking about me?" But I did not even raise my hand. Dao Min repeated, "Is there anyone else here named Vu Trin besides you?" Vu Trin hastily replied, I apologize, please forgive me." He then walked over to face Li Tian. Before the fight, the two did not forget to greet each other. "I am Vu Trin, my skills are still lacking, so please guide me." "I am Li Tian, thank you, master, for accepting my challenge." Vu Trin smiled. "Well then I will choose my weapon." A moment later, the two had separated, each holding a longsword. Li Tian looked at his opponent and thought to himself, Vu Trin, since the sect leader chose him personally, he must be skilled. Across from him, Vu Trin was still extremely confused. Why did he pick me? I am not good enough to represent the entire sect. After a moment, Li Tian was the first to speak. "I know this might be a bit rude, but I hope we can fight without revealing our sword techniques." Hearing this, Vu Trin was stunned. In his mind, he unconsciously recalled a sparring session with Jiang Long. Why would you say that in the middle of a fight? It is just basic etiquette. Etiquette. Do you not just want to win? You should just surrender and get it over with. What? How dare you say that to me? I will tell my senior brother on you. Jiang Long pointed to the side. "My master is right here, so you had better just lie down quietly." Oh my God, did my senior brother really lose already? Recalling these things made Vu Trin even more confused. Why am I suddenly remembering that? He quickly stopped thinking about it, tightened his grip on the longsword. All right, let us begin. The two then leaped forward at the same time, rushing towards each other. Li Tian's first strike was dodged by Vu Trin, who ducked under it. Seeing him circle around to the back, Li Tian could not help but feel a little surprised. Is that Long Han? A swordsman not moving in a straight line, but in a winding path like a dragon. Vu Trin then took the initiative again, leaping towards his opponent. This attack is too obvious. If I just thrust straight ahead like my senior brother who would lose to that, I will add in a few random movements so he cannot predict them. Lei Tian did not block, but leaned back to dodge. Vu Trin was not too surprised. If the opponent backs away, I will close the distance with Loi Kwang Han. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Li Tian again. Lai Tian had no choice but to raise his sword to block. He was extremely puzzled. What kind of strange movement is this? If I am careless, I will ruin my family's reputation. Thinking this, he became serious and began to counterattack with a continuous flurry of sword strikes. Vu Trin did not dodge either, choosing to meet him head-on. Lai Tian was going from one surprise to another. He blocked all of them. Damn it. How is this possible? After exchanging a few blows with his opponent, Vu Trin had a realization. Jiang Long was right. My martial arts are truly getting better. Jiang Long's words echoed in his head again. Don't let go of your sword until the match is over. Vu Trin told himself to calm down. He rushed at his opponent again. I must stay focused on this fight. After being pressured by Vu Trin for a moment, Li Tian's sword arm started to tremble slightly, and his eyes began to glow red. He then took advantage of an opening and launched a counterattack with his sword. This slash immediately threw Vu Trin into a panic. Fortunately, he managed to dodge just in time, escaping unharmed. Lai Tian was shocked again. He managed to dodge that. Vu Trin let out a sigh of relief. If I had lost focus for a moment longer, I would have been done for. Dao Min, sitting on the side, spoke up. Well is the strength of Kunlun to your satisfaction. Lai Tian turned and cupped his fists. My eyes have truly been opened. This match has taught me a lot. Dao Min continued. In that case, how about you tell us your next reason? Lai Tian nodded and quickly stated his second reason. My second purpose for coming to Kunlun is to rebuild the martial world. The scene shifts back to the two. Hearing his question, Jiang Long calmly replied, Isn't it obvious? It seems you came running here the moment you woke up. You couldn't contain your curiosity, right? Li Hai had a realization. So that's it. Can you tell me how you discovered my blocked meridians? Jiang Long answered nonchalantly. I could just see them clearly. Li Hai was startled what he lowered his head and thought he can actually see them. If that were true, the clan elders would have noticed it first. Thinking this, he asked, You think I'm going to believe that? Jiang Long cursed angrily to himself. He doesn't even believe me. This idiot is unbelievable. After thinking for a moment, he pointed behind him and said, Follow me and I'll tell you. The two of them then went to another location. Li Hai glanced around in confusion. You are going to tell me here. Jiang Long explained, It is better for you to experience it yourself than to just hear me talk about it, right? Now try to use your internal energy. Li Hai was confused again. Why are you suddenly making me use my internal energy? Without explaining, Jiang Long repeated, Just do it and you will understand. Li Hai knelt down. Fine, it can't hurt to try. Nothing will probably happen anyway. He then sat cross-legged on the ground and circulated his energy. Jiang Long watched from in front of him and called out, 10%, 20%, 30%. Li Hai was startled. You know how much of my internal energy I am using. Jiang Long yelled, Shut up and focus. Li Hai didn't dare to say more, shutting his mouth and continuing to circulate his energy. 50%, now 60%. When he reached 70%, Jiang Long smacked him on the head. Li Hai finally couldn't hold back anymore, turning his head to shout, What do you think you are doing? Jiang Long paid him no mind and said, Now slowly increase your energy level to 100%. Li Hai did not follow his instruction and asked again, Wait, why did you hit me on the head? Jiang Long reminded him, Increase your energy one level with each breath, understand? Li Hai asked the same question, Why did you hit me? Jiang Long angrily leaned in close to his face. Don't you know how to properly control your energy? Are you just going to keep increasing it so recklessly? Li Hai angrily turned away, still arguing. Who do you think I am? I am Kulong of the Kulong Naipuang. He had just finished his boast when Jiang Long hit him again. Being hit repeatedly made Li Hai extremely annoyed. This brat, is he messing with me? This is starting to get out of hand. He finally couldn't endure it any longer and turned to get up. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. Just as he was about to get up, he felt a strange sensation from within his dantian. He stopped stunned as he felt the meridians in his body. While he was dazed, Jiang Long once again threw a punch straight at his face. The young man was knocked flat on the ground before he could even get up. He sat up, touching his stomach. I don't feel the tightness in my chest anymore, and my internal energy is starting to flow again. Jiang Long shouted, "Shut up, and slowly raise your internal energy to 100%. It was only then that Li Hai understood. Now I understand why he was hitting me. Was this the only way? I don't even need to see his face to know how much fun he's having. Is he hitting me just because he enjoys it? After hitting him for a while until his hand got tired, Jiang Long stopped. Seeing Li Hai's agonizing state, he advised, "Don't be afraid of the pain, just push through it." Fresh blood quickly started to flow from Li Hai's mouth and nose. Jiang Long leaned down to taunt him. "Are you scared now? What happened to using all of your power?" Li Hai gritted his teeth and shot back. "What do you mean by that? Who do you think you are calling scared?" Jiang Long replied bluntly. "Who else but you?" Li Hai slowly got to his feet. "I am no coward." Immediately after, the internal energy from his body erupted violently. Jiang Long clenched his fist, secretly pleased. That's right, this is how it should be. He then leaped forward again, swinging a punch into Li Hai's stomach. This one punch seemed to help Li Hai shatter the barrier blocking the internal energy in his meridians. Li Hai spat out fresh blood in pain, letting out an extremely agonized scream. Jiang Long stood there with a sullen face watching him. He's just like those old geezers. He knew he could do it without screaming. Li Hai then excitedly raised his hands to look at them. So this is the feeling my internal energy is flowing through my entire body. Jiang Long thought to himself, he's probably not paying attention to anything else right now. I don't have to worry anymore. I'm going to sleep. After just a few steps, he stopped in his tracks. Wait a minute, when he gets back to normal, should I ask for credit for this? Forget it. What can a guy who can't even handle his own affairs give me anyway? The scene changes to Li Tin and his group. After hearing his second reason, the group was startled. What do you mean you intend to re-establish the Vo Lam Min? Wasn't the Vo Lam Min disbanded after our only enemy, the Tian Ma, was defeated 10 years ago? That's right, and after that, all the Taoist masters we sent out returned. Li Tian nodded. You two are correct. Why do you want to rebuild the Vo Lam Min organization? Li Tian explained. We've recently received reports that the Hak Dao has been acting very suspiciously. Dao Min exclaimed in surprise. Because the Ma Jiao has been quiet for a while, the Hak Dao is taking the opportunity to advance. Li Tian nodded. That's right, the insidious Hak Dao is gathering forces and creating a group called the Lian Min Kui Bachin. The two old men sighed Amitabha. Innocent people will have to suffer again. We don't know when the Ma Jiao will rise again, and now there is also the Hak Dao's Lian Min Kui Bachin. It seems the righteous factions will have to join forces once more. However, if things were that simple, you wouldn't have come all this way, would you? Li Tian frowned, remaining silent for a moment. Dao Min continued, if the alliance is re-established, we will have to choose a leader, and it seems the patriarch of the Ha Bak Lai Jia wants that position. Dao Ku also spoke up, is the Ha Bak Lai Jia trying to get our support? Li Tian had no way to deny it, and could only be honest. That's right. Of course, we are not just making a suggestion. If things go smoothly, the Alliance will send selected top martial artists to this place. Dao Ku was confused. What do you mean? Li Tian explained. It is to prepare for another threat, which is the Ma Jiao. Until now, Kunlun has always faced the Ma Jiao alone, but if everything goes according to plan, we intend to provide support. Dao Min added, if the Alliance sends aid, we will shed less blood and be able to save more innocent people. Good, we support that idea. When do you expect this to happen? Li Tian replied, because this matter involves many prestigious sects and families, it requires careful discussion, and making decisions will be quite difficult. However, we estimate it will take about 3 years. Hearing this, the Kunlun people were all shocked. 3 years. That's not a short amount of time. Dao Ku added, if that's the case, then Kunlun will train even harder for the next 3 years. The disciples below immediately paled and broke out in a cold sweat. Train even harder. One person came forward and said quietly, Grandmaster, isn't it still too early to increase the difficulty of the training? It's already incredibly hard right now. Dao Min retorted, what are you talking about? It's been 2 years. It's time for us to increase the difficulty. Don't we need to show the Vo Lam Trung Nguyen that Kunlun has made a comeback? And the central role in Kunlun's development will be taken by the Tanlong we are so proud of. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Jiang Long suddenly stopped walking. Why do I feel like my workload has suddenly increased? After finishing their conversation, Lai Tian and Wu Cheng went outside. You're planning to leave? That's right, since I've received the sect leader's approval, I must return immediately to report this news to my elder brother. I see that's too bad. Lai Tian patted his shoulder. Haha, next time we meet, let's have a good drink until we're wasted like before. Hearing this, Wu Cheng panicked, looking left and right repeatedly. Hey brother, you need to be a little more discreet about sensitive matters like this. Lai Tian chuckled, haha, sorry, my bad, my bad. The two of them quickly returned to the guest room, but when they entered, they couldn't find Li Hai anywhere. Wu Cheng was puzzled. Where did your nephew go? Lai Tian recalled the scene when Li Hai had just woken up. He then asked Wu Cheng, hey, where is Jiang Long? Wu Cheng pointed behind him. He's probably in his room now. Let's go, we'll take a look over there. Jiang Long was having a nice dream on his bed when a voice called out in his ear, hey Jiang Long, wake up son. He sat up yawning widely. Master, you're back, Wu. Cheng quickly got straight to the point. Yes, do you know where young Master Li Hai is? Jiang Long was puzzled. Shouldn't he be back by now? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The group looked at Li Hai with confusion as he suddenly appeared at the door. Jiang Long lay down again and pulled up the blanket. Master young hero Li is back, so can I go back to sleep now? Wu Cheng nodded. Ah, sure. Li Tian glanced at his nephew, thinking to himself, what's going on? Something about Li Hai is very different. Li Hai clasped his hands towards the two of them and said, excuse me, but could Uncle and Senior give us some private space? I have something to discuss with Master Jiang Long. Hearing his words, the group became even more confused. Li Hai called Jiang Long master, even though the boy was younger than him. Lying on his side, Jiang Long felt helpless. What is his problem now? I did not even hit him that hard. Li Hai bowed to Wu Cheng and the other man again. Please. The two had no choice but to stand up and leave. All right, all right. Before leaving, Li Tian reminded him, I do not know what happened, but you need to finish this quickly. Everything went smoothly, so we will be leaving soon. Li Hai nodded. Yes, I will be quick. Soon, only the two of them were left in the room. Li Hai immediately knelt and bowed to him. Thank you. I thank you immensely. Master, if it were not for you, I would have. Before he could finish, Jiang Long interrupted. Hold on, can you drop the master part? Li Hai readily agreed. If it makes you uncomfortable, I will stop right away. If it were not for young hero, Jiang Long waved his hand again to cut him off. Drop the young hero part too. Li Hai laughed heartily. Haha, then I will speak comfortably. Thanks to you, I have been freed from a huge burden. No matter what, I will definitely repay this favor. So when the Kunlun sect participates in the Vo Lam Min, you must come too. Jiang Long's face fell in confusion. Why would I have to go there? Li Hai asked back. Do you plan to stay in Kunlun in seclusion to cultivate and find your own path? That is impossible. The ancients said that a bright gem still shines in the mud for a reason, so you do not need to be so modest. A prodigy like you is destined to stir up the martial world. Hearing this, Jiang Long cut him off in alarm. Good grief. Can you stop with all that cheesy talk? You are giving me goosebumps. Li Hai paid no mind and continued. Once the Vo Lam Min events are over, please visit the Ha Bak Li Jia. Jiang Long was confused. Goodness, why would I go? Besides, what is the deal with the Vo Lam Min? Li Hai's face turned serious. I have already said I will definitely repay this debt to you. Jiang Long snorted coldly. You say that, but you are about to ask for another favor, are you not? Li Hai scratched his head and chuckled. Haha, that is a possibility. We will think about it when the time comes. After that, the uncle and nephew left Kunlun to return to Ha Bak. Wu Cheng watched his friends retreating back and sighed. So he is gone. I am going to be lonely. Jiang Long added from the side. You can just bury yourself in training, so you will not think about it. Wu Cheng shook his head. No. Why would I need to do that? Jiang Long asked again. Master, you have skipped your training for a few days, have you not? Wu Cheng waved his hand and explained. Well, we had an honored guest. I could not possibly ignore a friend who came to visit. Jiang Long chuckled. I will definitely train you to make up for the lost time. Wu Cheng was on the verge of tears. Oh heavens! Time flew by, and soon another 2 years had passed. In the Kunlun training grounds, the disciples were practicing diligently as usual. Hang Long Tai, the Inguhan Luan Chuyen. They were no longer the grimy, sweaty group from 2 years ago. Now they all looked full of vigor and incredibly powerful. Dao Ku stood on the observation platform, watching them, nodding to himself. Looking at their expressions, I can see they are confident and no longer get exhausted after long training sessions. 4 years have passed since my senior brother and I placed our faith in Jiang Long and changed the old ways for the future of the Kunlun sect. In the end, our decision was the right one. Dao Min then approached from the side. They are all doing very well. Dao Ku was pleased. Ah, brother, you are here? It seems I have nothing left to worry about. Indeed. I am not sure how they would fare in a real fight, but even without Jiang Long, our disciples are striving to improve themselves. Yes, this is very fortunate. While they were talking, Dao Min suddenly began to cough uncontrollably. Dao Ku asked worriedly, "Senior brother, are you all right? Your illness is getting worse." Dao Min shook his head. "It is nothing. I am fine. It is just a common cough. You should still go inside and rest. No, for now. I just want to admire this scenery, the scenery of the entire Kunlun sect. By the way, where did Jiang Long go?" Jiang Long, he is currently training by himself on Hoa Van Din. The scene shifts to Jiang Long. He was training alone on Hoa Van Din, continuously stepping on the wind to fly through the air. He was now a 17-year-old young man, an age where martial artists were said to be strong enough to break a bull's horns. He practiced enthusiastically until nightfall before stopping. "Finally, I have managed to balance my internal energy with just my physical abilities. Because my true chi was too strong, I had to endure a lot to regain my balance. Even so, it's not exactly a disadvantage. Now that my own problem is solved, I should focus on helping the elders." Suddenly, he noticed a small hut up ahead. He subconsciously recalled his childhood. "From this day forward, your Taoist name will be Jiang Long. I am your master's master, which makes me your grandmaster. I have high hopes for your future ho-ho." Huh. Why are you making that face? As Jiang Long recalled these memories, the corners of his mouth turned up. Why am I suddenly thinking about that time? Just then, a voice from the distance called out, interrupting his thoughts. The one calling him was none other than Vu Trung. He must have run all the way here because he looked exhausted, leaning against a tree and panting heavily. Jiang Long asked in confusion, "Master, what is it? I was just about to head down the mountain." Vu Trung gasped, Your grandmaster has..." The two of them then rushed down the mountain. I should have paid closer attention. I clearly noticed that his Dantian's energy was unstable. All the disciples of the sect were gathered in the courtyard. Seeing Jiang Long and the others, they quickly pointed inside. "Senior brother and Jiang Long are here." The two entered and saw the old man fading away on the bed, looking extremely sad. Vu Chung cried out, "Master." The old man opened his eyes and asked him, "It's so late. Why are you still here?" Vu Chung continued, "I brought Jiang Long. If it's him, maybe he can..." The old man interrupted, "I've reached the end of my life. Let's just let nature take its course." Vu Trung trembled as he gripped his hand. "How can you say that? You have to get better, master." The old man then glanced at Jiang Long. "You're here too, Jiang Long. I'm sorry to surprise you like this." Dao Ku approached Jiang Long and reminded him, "Our senior brother doesn't have much time left. If you have something to say it now, before it's too late." Vu Trung sobbed, "I have so much to say to you, master. You were a terrible teacher." The old man chuckled, "Oh ho, this boy. I thought you had grown up, but you still have such childish thoughts. Regardless, you grew up strong. I think you'll achieve great things in the future. Jiang Long, is there anything on your mind?" He's still worrying about others even at a time like this. He spoke up, "No, Grandmaster. What about you?" The old man looked up at the ceiling. "There is one thing I still regret. I want to see the Long Thang from the peak of Mount Kunlun." Jiang Long asked, "Is that all? I can show it to you if you can just wait a few more years." "Ho ho. I'll look forward to that, and I think you'll do a great job. Always take care of yourself. I believe in you, Jiang Long." Seeing him cough repeatedly, Vu Trung cried out in panic. "Master." Jiang Long's expression tightened as well. "What is this uncomfortable feeling in my chest?" As expected of the Grandmaster. He's so calm even at death's door, but he's too sentimental. "In my past life, when my father died, I never felt this way. It feels like I've lost something. I don't like this feeling." He walked over and placed his hands on the old man's abdomen. "Long Thang Thin, you will witness it yourself, Grandmaster." With that, he channeled his energy into the old man's body. The two old men behind him sighed. Jiang Long let him pass away in peace. The old man also sighed and said, "You don't have to do this, Jiang Long. It's my time to go." Jiang Long said sharply, "Grandmaster, I have the right to do as I please." The old man advised, "Why would you say that you shouldn't do this, Jiang Long?" Jiang Long shot back, "Isn't this what you want? Don't you remember what you told me on Hoa Van Din when I was a child?" The old man was startled. "Hoa Van Din, what are you talking about?" He subconsciously recalled that time. He had told Jiang Long to grow up strong to become someone who lives by his own ideals until the very end. Remembering this, he was shocked. The boy wasn't even 2 years old back then. How could he possibly remember? After sensing the old man's body for a moment, Jiang Long sighed. His condition is worse than I thought. His dantian is scattering, and his life force is fading. I have to stop this. Will it work? I'm not sure, but there's no other way. He turned to the 2 old men behind him and said, "Elders, can you hold him in a sitting position?" The 2 quickly did as he said, helping the old man sit up, like this. Jiang Long reminded the old man, "Please stay conscious." The old man asked him, "What are you trying to do?" Jiang Long reassured him, "It won't hurt, Grandmaster. You must promise me you won't give up." Although the old man didn't understand what was happening, he still agreed. Jiang Long continued to instruct the others, "Transfer your true qi to the Grandmaster." Vu Trung from behind pointed to himself and asked, "My disciple, what about me? Is there anything I can do to help?" Jiang Long replied scornfully, "Master, just sit still over there." Jiang Long then raised his hand and shouted, "Begin!" Vu Trung wondered to himself, "That power don't tell me." The 2 elders shouted in alarm, trying to stop him, "Wait, Jiang Long." But it was too late. Jiang Long's fist had already descended. A punch carrying immense internal energy struck the sick old man directly on the head. The 3 people present were all left dumbfounded by his action. One of them rushed forward in agitation, grabbing Jiang Long by the collar to question him. "You brat! What the hell do you think you're doing?" The other elder embraced the old man, asking, "Senior brother, are you all right?" After taking that punch from Jiang Long, the old man was dizzy and disoriented, completely dazed. Vu Trung was also trembling with agitation and started crying again. "Jiang Long, what are you doing?" Jiang Long didn't explain, but commanded elders, "Keep transferring your true qi. He won't survive if you stop." Time passed, and soon it was midnight. In the courtyard, all the Kunlun disciples were still waiting. None had left. Inside the room, the other 2 elders approached and looked at the lump on their senior brother's head, remarking, "I still can't believe he has a lump like this on his head." Jiang Long explained, "It will be fine. As you know, the place where his life force is leaking from is the Bai Hui acupoint. That's why I hit him to stop the life force from escaping." Vu Trung came up behind him and asked softly, "Will he be okay?" A very piercing sound had just been heard. Jiang Long continued, "I didn't hit the Bai Hui acupoint. I stopped just before making contact. The sound was caused by the escaping internal energy, creating a shockwave that reverberated on his Bai Hui acupoint." After listening to his explanation for a while, Vu Trung stood there dumbfounded, starting to feel dizzy. Jiang Long glanced helplessly at the 2 elders behind him. "Does anyone understand what I'm saying? Maybe I should have explained it more thoroughly. Anyway, you promised me you would stay conscious, right?" The old man nodded with a serious face. "That's right." Jiang Long explained, "Now I will use my true qi to realign your scattered dantian. During this process, please tell me if you feel any pain." The old man laughed casually. "I'm a little scared." Jiang Long raised his hand and channeled his qi. "Please stop joking. You're not afraid of death, are you, Grandmaster? Let's begin." An unknown amount of time passed, and the moon was now high in the sky. All the old men in the room were now drenched in sweat. The old man's dantian was now showing signs of reforming. Jiang Long continued to exert his power, unifying the dantian. The form of the dantian quickly reappeared, initially covered in countless cracks. But soon it began to mend and become smooth. Everything went very smoothly. Jiang Long transferred more true qi for a while longer before retracting his power. His face was also drenched in sweat, and he was extremely exhausted. He then dizzily fell backward. Time flew by, and an unknown amount had passed. 1 week ago, outside Kunlun's Tang Kin Kak, a group of disciples had gathered. Is Jiang Long still in there? Jiang Long has been in the Tang Kin Kak for 7 days. He must have read countless medical books. Even at night, the lights never go out. He's so focused that he won't let anyone in. We call out to him, but he doesn't seem to hear. At this rate, Jiang Long is going to collapse. Vu Trung was also among the people standing there. Just then, the other 2 elders arrived. Vu Trung was startled. "Oh, you're both here." Dao Ku reassured him, "Don't worry too much. At least he is completing the task we assigned him." Vu Trung nodded, "Yes. But how is the master?" Dao Ku sighed. His condition is still the same. Since that day, his complexion has improved a little, but aside from opening his eyes for his daily tea, he hasn't woken up. Vu Trung lowered his head, lost in thought, recalling that night. The memory of that night was still vivid in his mind. He clearly remembered the sight of Jiang Long collapsing due to the master's injuries. Not only that, but he had also locked himself in the Tang Kin Kak as soon as he woke up. I will read all the medical books, and everyone please remind the Grandmaster to circulate the transferred true Qi. That kid is pushing himself too hard. Just then, the door of the Tang Kin Kak was pushed open. Jiang Long walked out from inside and asked confusedly, "What is everyone doing out here?" Vu Trung rushed over, holding his face firmly to check on him. "Because we were worried about you." "Are you in pain anywhere?" Jiang Long shook his head. "I'm fine." Vu Trung asked again, "Thank goodness, but why did you act so recklessly?" "It was to save Grandmaster." Vu Trung sighed. "You need to take care of your own health too." "I've already done everything I can. Master's fate is sealed." So before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Long interrupted. "Grandmaster can be saved." Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe their ears. "What?" Jiang Long repeated. "I've found a way." The disciples behind them grew excited upon hearing this. "Is this for real? Did you really find a way?" Jiang Long smiled. "But I need one thing." Dao Ku nodded. "All right, anything." Jiang Long immediately replied, "The thing I need is a divine elixir." Upon hearing the words divine elixir, the faces of the crowd immediately grimaced. "Surely you know that our Kunlun sect has no divine elixir. Do you mean a divine elixir from another sect? They won't give it to us that easily." Jiang Long shook his head. "No, not from the righteous sects." Dao Ku asked doubtfully, "Are you referring to the divine elixir of the demonic sect? The pill that can reverse life and death, the one called Sin Tu Lin Dan?" The old man beside him also exclaimed in shock, "The Thap Tu Not Sin Dan." I heard it so precious that creating one pill requires sacrificing the lives of 10 disciples of the demonic sect. As Jiang Long listened to them, he was completely bewildered. Sin Tu Lin Dan Thap Tu Not Sin Dan. That sounds like a bunch of nonsense from a quack. I'm sure I've read more medical texts in my past life than all of them combined. After a moment of thought, he spoke with a serious expression. "To be precise, I need the ingredients to create it, because we are going to make the divine elixir ourselves." The crowd's jaws dropped when they heard this, but a divine elixir isn't easy to make. Jiang Long replied, "I never said it would be easy. We must quickly dispatch all of Kunlun's Taoists down the mountain. Everyone must search for things they have never heard of before. I will treat Grandmaster for now, but I can only prolong his life for 1 year at most. Within that 1 year, we must do everything in our power." Dao Ku added, "My senior brother trusted you even as he was on the brink of death, so we will also choose to trust you." Jiang Long scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Dao Ku then began giving orders, dividing the disciples into groups. 3 days later, nearly all of Kunlun's disciples left the mountain simultaneously. Jiang Long was no exception, packing his bags to set out on his journey. Vu Trung and the others saw him off, asking, "Are you sure you want to go alone?" "I'm still very worried. Maybe you should reconsider." Jiang Long stretched without replying. He then leaped into the air, drew his sword, and executed a few basic forms. Vu Trung couldn't hide his shock upon seeing this technique. "Good heavens, that's the Van Long Dai Ba Chuang. I never thought it could be executed so quickly. Anyone accompanying him would just be a burden." Jiang Long then landed in front of them and asked, "So is this good enough for you?" Vu Trung and the old man exchanged a knowing glance. Both of them then instructed Jiang Long, "Remember to take good care of yourself. We believe in you, so don't push yourself too hard." Jiang Long waved goodbye to them. "Well, I'm off then." He then sped off, running down the mountain. "This is my first journey since I was reborn. It will be over quickly." The scene shifts to a barren desert. A group of people is riding camels under the 50-degree sun. "I truly apologize for not being able to give you a comfortable life and for making you come to a place like this. What's wrong with this place? I heard it has man-eating monsters." The man in the black turban is Ha Trung Van from the Ha family merchant group. The woman beside him is Vu Tin, also from the Ha family merchant group. Hearing what he said, she smiled. "Oh dear, that's just a preposterous story." Ha Trung Van was still very worried, "But bringing you to such a dangerous place, I really..." Before he could finish his sentence, Vu Tin gave him a hard pat on the back. "Why do you have to ruin my mood? I'm so happy we finally get to go on an excursion." Ha Trung Van turned to look at her confused. "An excursion?" Vu Tin smiled and nodded. "At times like this, you should be saying something sweeter. You're usually so good at it. So why not when we're out like this? You could ask things like if I've eaten or what I'm doing and so on." Ha Trung Van looked at her lovingly, thinking to himself, she hasn't complained once. She's always been cheerful, even during this past difficult year. He then took her hand and held it tightly. "That's right. This is an excursion. I almost forgot." Vu Tin smiled. "You're finally back to your old self. The people behind them, forced to watch this public display of affection, all had looks of resignation on their faces. As the lovebirds showed no signs of stopping, someone finally couldn't hold it in anymore and yelled, "Hurry up, you're making me sick. I can't watch this sickening display any longer." Vu Tin turned her head slightly to look at them and asked, "I'm sorry, is there a problem?" The two behind them chimed in, "It's good to take a break once in a while. You two have inspired me to get married." Vu Tin chuckled, "See what they're saying." Ha Trung Van also burst out laughing. "Ha ha, I heard. By the way, husband, don't you ever say that again. I want to go on more excursions, you know. I'll remember my dear wife." Vu Tin continued, "But this is only our second trip together." Ha Trung Van asked, "Our first trip was to Kunlun, wasn't it? Was there another one besides that?" Ha Trung Van raised his head and looked towards the distant Kunlun. 17 years ago, during our youth, we dreamed of mastering powerful martial arts. So we went to Kunlun to ask for help. My wife's older brother had not married and became a disciple of the Kunlun sect, so I thought it would not be difficult to persuade them, but things did not go as planned. I'm sorry, but my sect will not get involved in the affairs of wandering martial artists. Martial artists? What do you mean by that? How can you ignore a matter concerning a disciple of the Kong Dong sect when we are allies? Although things are peaceful now after the death of Chan Tien Kui, if the Ma Jiao attacks again, our sect will be the one on the front lines. Our sect cannot afford to get involved in such matters when we must remain vigilant against the Ma Jiao. Vu Tin angrily slammed the table and shouted, "How have you become even more stubborn than before? I would have had better luck asking a tree for help. No matter what you say, I won't change my mind because I have already decided." Vu Tin walked out resentfully. "He's becoming more and more detestable." Ha Trung Van advised, "Calm down, my wife, calm down." Just then, Vu Trung came up behind them with Jiang Long and asked, "Forgive me for interrupting while you're upset. I heard that you two recently had a child, so could you perhaps teach me how to raise this baby?" Recalling the past, Ha Trung Van couldn't help but sigh, glancing at his wife. "In the end, not only did we fail, but you also had to become a nanny." Vu Tin sighed. "What else could I do? That martial artist knew nothing about raising a baby. My life is so hard. Thinking back, that child was quite adorable, I think his name was." At that moment, a frantic voice calling for the leader came from behind, and the two of them turned their heads in surprise. Not far away, dust was continuously rising into the air. A group of people was riding camels speeding towards them. They recognized them at a glance as the Huyat Sa bandits, and someone couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, why are they here?" Ha Trung Van pulled down his face scarf and shouted, "Everyone prepare for battle. Bring the cargo camels into the middle and form a circle." Vu Tin also drew her sword. "Everyone get your weapons ready." The rest of the group also quickly jumped to the ground and took out their weapons. They all gripped their long spears tightly, waiting for the enemy to charge. The Hayat Sa bandits quickly reached them. Despite the enemy charging at them like hungry wolves, the people of the Ha family merchant group held their long spears, firmly maintaining their formation without a hint of fear. The camels ran right up to them, only to be stopped by powerful spear thrusts to their necks. From behind the couple, Ha Trung Van shouted, "Stop them!" Unable to advance on their camels, the Hayat Sa bandits leaped off their backs and charged towards the Ha family merchant group. The Ha family merchant group quickly pulled back their spears to meet the attack. The two sides immediately fell into a fierce battle, with Ha Trung Van and his wife continuously cutting down the charging bandits. Soon, the first wave of bandits was almost completely wiped out. This blond man was the leader of the bandits. He observed from the back for a moment, then ordered his men with sabers and swords to continue the attack. As soon as he gave the order, another group charged towards Ha Trung Van and his wife. Just as he turned around, two bandits charged at him with their swords. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and raise his sword to block. Seeing this, Vu Tin at his side immediately swung her saber and rushed to his aid. With his wife's help, the two of them quickly teamed up and cut down the two assassins before them. Ha Trung Van's heart was extremely tense. Damn it, there are too many of them. What do we do now? He suddenly heard his wife's terrified scream and jerked his head to the right. Just as he turned, a long saber slashed down on his shoulder from behind. "For letting your guard down, I'll send you on your way." Just as the young bandit finished his taunt, a saber pierced through his chest. After dealing with him, Vu Tin asked her husband, "Hey, are you all right?" Ha Trung Van looked at her confused. "Why did you suddenly scream?" Vu Tin explained, "I thought I was hit, but it turns out my face scarf was just cut off. Haha. Luckily, I'm fine." The two of them were quickly surrounded by the bandits. The blonde leader also rode up on his camel. "You've put up a good fight, but it's time to meet your maker." Ha Trung Van's heart was filled with anxiety. Is this how my life ends? I wanted to have a family dinner together after this trip. The blonde leader gave them no more time, shouting an order to his men, "Kill them." The bandits surrounding the couple began to move slowly, closing in. Just then, a flurry of sword strikes came flying through the air from a distance. The spot where the men stood was immediately engulfed in a cloud of dust from the sword strikes. Seeing this, the blonde leader was stunned in horror. In the center of the dust cloud, the Ha Trung Van couple stood completely unharmed. Ha Trung Van stared at the scene before him, utterly stunned. As the dust settled, all the bandits who had been surrounding them were now lying dead on the ground. Immediately after, Jiang Long landed from the sky in front of them. I never expected to meet acquaintances in such a desolate place. It's been a while. Are you two doing well? The couple stared at the young man before them, completely baffled. Who was he? Jiang Long pointed to his face and asked, "Good heavens, do you two really not remember me? Is my face that forgettable?" Judging by the expressions on their faces, it was clear they still didn't recognize him. Jiang Long slapped his forehead and sighed. "Are your memories just for show? You took care of me back in Kunlun." The two were startled. A caregiver from Kunlun. They finally remembered the tiny kid from back then. "You're Jiang Long." Jiang Long smiled. "Now you remember right. Hold on, I'm a little busy. I'll just kill the rest of them. Is that all right?" As they were reminiscing, the blonde leader up front shouted, "Hey you! Who are you? Do you have any idea who we are to act so recklessly?" Jiang Long raised a hand and asked, "So who are you?" The blonde replied, "We are the Bao Cat Bandits. Now that you know who we are, prepare to die." Jiang Long scratched his ear. "Oh, so you're bandits. And it seems like some sand flew into my ear." Seeing his casual attitude, the blonde shouted in anger, "You insolent brat! I don't know what kind of trickery you used, but you're no match for us." Seeing them prepare to charge, Jiang Long's face filled with reluctance. His figure then blurred and vanished on the spot. The charging men stopped in their tracks, startled. "He's gone." Before their bewildered eyes, one of the men was instantly decapitated. Jiang Long charged right into their formation, slaughtering them. With every swing of his sword, another man fell. The terrified blonde, drenched in sweat, yelled quickly, "Everyone attack him at once!" Receiving the order, the men immediately charged forward as one. From behind, Vu Tin called out worriedly, "Young Master Jiang Long, be careful." Despite the bandits swarming him, Jiang Long stood his ground defiantly. Before they could even reach him, he moved faster than the eye could see, unleashing countless slashes. Fresh blood splattered everywhere once more as Jiang Long raised his head to coldly stare at the survivors. Faced with his power and his gaze, their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. The rest of them were terrified out of their wits. None dared to fight anymore, and they all turned to flee. The blonde roared in anger, "Get back here! You cowards dare to run!" The words had barely left his mouth when his head was split in two. Just like that, the bandit leader was dead before he could even react. Jiang Long didn't stop continuing his pursuit of the fleeing bandits. No matter how fast they ran for their lives, they couldn't outpace Jiang Long's sword strikes. Very quickly, all of them were cleanly dispatched by Jiang Long. Ha Trung Van then ordered the people in his caravan bury the bodies and tend to the wounded, check to see if any of the goods were damaged. Jiang Long also took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood from his sword. The Ha Trung Van couple then approached to thank him. "Young master, thank you for saving our lives." Jiang Long smiled. "It was nothing. We are acquaintances after all. Besides, I am no great hero." Ha Trung Van bowed his head. "How can we ever repay you?" Jiang Long suddenly sensed something and turned around. Puzzled by his reaction, Ha Trung Van and his companion asked, "Young master, what are you looking at?" Jiang Long did not answer, but furiously dashed off. "You bastards, did you think I could not catch you?" He moved with incredible speed. Ha Trung Van and the other person only saw a cloud of dust rising, but not a trace of him. A moment later, a tremendous sound echoed from somewhere in the desert. Jiang Long was dashing as if flying, chasing after something unknown. This is getting more and more troublesome. He leapt into the air, gripped the hilt of his sword, then drew it and dove straight down. "Did you think I could not find you?" A sword strike imbued with overwhelming internal energy instantly slashed downwards. From below, a giant serpent immediately emerged. Jiang Long looked at it and asked, "How have you been?" Long Cat Hai sung. The giant serpent quickly emerged completely from the sand to face him. As soon as it emerged, it raised its tail to cover its head as if hiding something. Seeing this, Jiang Long shouted coldly, "Are you not going to put that tail down? Perhaps I should just chop your head off." This giant serpent seemed to recognize Jiang Long as Chan Tien Ma. Facing his gaze, it grew tense and broke out in a cold sweat. It then slowly lowered its tail, revealing that one of its horns had been severed. Jiang Long looked at the remaining horn on its head and smiled to himself. Leaving one horn is not so bad. He walked right up to it and asked, "By the way, did I not tell you to stay put? Why did you stubbornly run away after you knew I was here? I wandered this desert for an entire month just for you. If you do not want to be punished, then slowly lower your head." The giant serpent dared not disobey and could only lower its head obediently. Jiang Long raised his sword and began to chop off its horn. But unexpectedly, his longsword was somehow unable to sever the serpent's horn. Both Jiang Long and the giant serpent were completely astonished. It will not cut through." He stopped using the sword, reached up to grab the horn, and sighed, "I must be getting old." Right after saying that, his face fell as he remembered, "But wait a minute, am I not still very young?" After a moment, he raised his sword again. "Oh well, whatever. If I keep chopping, it is bound to fall off eventually." He then began to madly hack away at the snake's horn, causing it so much pain it could only lie there and whimper. After chopping for a while with no success, Jiang Long became extremely frustrated. "Damn it, why is your head so tough?" After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Long finally managed to chop off the snake's horn. "I only got this much. I cannot believe it took so long." As he put the horn away, he warned the snake, "Stay where I told you. If you run again, I will not be so forgiving. I am leaving." At that moment, a thought flashed through the Long Jia Hai Sung's mind. He could not sever the horn in a single strike. Could it be that he is weaker than before? His internal energy also feels diminished. Should it risk everything to reclaim its honor? The more it thought about it, the greater it felt its chances of victory were. It then opened its mouth and lunged at Jiang Long. Unexpectedly, it managed to easily catch Jiang Long in its mouth. It joyfully swallowed Jiang Long. Ho ho, eating this rotten fellow is barely a mouthful. But to its surprise, what it had caught was nothing but air. As it was celebrating its victory, Jiang Long suddenly appeared beside it, scolding, "You imbecile! You must have been eager for a taste of my queen kuok, right? I almost disappointed you. You brought this upon yourself." With that, he channeled his energy and threw a punch towards the serpent. The serpent panicked, its eyes widening in absolute terror, and just like that, Jiang Long proceeded to torture it. For 3 days and into the night, he did not stop until the next morning. By then, the serpent had been beaten into complete submission, lying in place, whimpering and begging for mercy. Jiang Long rolled his wrists and gave a cold smirk. "Phew, I broke a sweat. I probably should have held back a bit, but this one is different from before. When did it get so stubborn? He probably suspected my internal energy was lacking, since I couldn't cut the horn. If I had to face a true martial artist now, I would still be at a disadvantage." After a moment of thought, he stared at the snake again. Facing his gaze, its body trembled uncontrollably. Having no other choice, it could only resort to a honey trap. It then looked at Jiang Long with a lover's eyes, hoping for his mercy. However, this move was ineffective. Jiang Long showed no mercy and landed a swift kick. He drew his sword again. "Offer up your body if you still want to live. I will make you pay for daring to attack me. I will take half of your essence." The giant snake was terrified, its mouth hanging wide open. It was then pinned to the ground by Jiang Long, who repeatedly stabbed it with his sword. Its body kept struggling, so Jiang Long shouted, "You are not going to die. Just stay still, it will be quick. If you keep struggling, it will hurt a lot." After a moment, he finally managed to pierce through the giant snake's outer skin. Why is it not here? Where is your essence? After searching a bit longer, he finally found what he was looking for. Here it is. It seems I had to stab deeper. He then pulled an essence stone from inside the great snake. Excellent, it is still very fresh. The great snake writhed in agony on the ground, wailing endlessly. Jiang Long instructed it, "Cultivate more and accumulate your essence. I will be back for more next time." It has been a few hundred years, right? Or maybe I should just kill you now. The great snake's body trembled violently again. Seeing its state, Jiang Long sighed helplessly. "Do you have anything else useful?" A short while later, the people from the Ha family merchant group caught up on their camels. The moment the group saw Jiang Long, they could not hide their excitement and yelled, "There he is! He is over there." Jiang Long was currently sitting down, meditating and cultivating his energy. Hearing the noisy sounds ahead, he woke up and opened his eyes. "You two followed me all the way here." Wu Tin and Ha Trung Van approached him. "You really worried us running off suddenly like that." She then noticed the giant snake tail beside him. "What is that?" Jiang Long gave a small laugh and answered dismissively, It is just a lizard tail. Hatrung Van crouched to observe it. A lizard tail. A tail this big could only belong to the legendary two-headed Long Sha. Hearing that Jiang Long no longer concealed the truth, legendary, that lizard wanted to live, so I just cut off its tail. There was nothing else to take, so I just took the tail. The husband and wife were shocked to hear his confirmation. Is this really the tail of the two-headed Long Sha? Jiang Long then said to them, if you two want it, go ahead and take it. I cut it off, but I do not really have a use for it. Overjoyed, the two of them immediately hugged the tail like a precious treasure. Are you really giving us something this valuable? Jiang Long smiled and waved his hand. All right then, I will be leaving now. With that said, he leaped away without waiting for their response. The two of them watched his retreating back and remarked, can it really be a coincidence? It must be. Hatrung Van then looked down at the tail in his hands. The more he looked at it, the more tightly he hugged it. My dear wife, I have just had an idea for this tail. Several days later at Kunlun, the other two elders were standing outside the room of the ailing old master. They were chatting when a voice from outside called out, Master. Startled, they both turned and saw it was Jiang Long. He looked incredibly filthy, as if he had rushed straight back without even washing up. The two of them looked at him and sighed. You are back, but why are your clothes so dirty? It must have been very tough for you. Jiang Long ignored that and asked, how is Grandmaster? He is still circulating his energy to hang on. Jiang Long took the pack from his back and pulled out the snake horn. Is this what we need? The two were amazed. I cannot believe you really managed to get the horn of the two-headed Long Sha. Thank you for all your effort. All right, so what is the plan now? Jiang Long stroked his chin and thought. First, we boil it in a large pot to make a soup. It needs to be simmered for a long time, like how you simmer beef bones for pho. The two asked doubtfully, we are making a soup with the horn. How long will it take? Jiang Long replied, about 10 months. After placing the horn into the pot, the elder gave instructions to the disciples. It must be boiled continuously for 10 months. We cannot be late in adding more firewood. Vu Trung reassured the elder. Do not worry, the disciples will take turns adding wood to the fire. Jiang Long reminded him, but that option was not going to work. He then walked over to demonstrate for them. You two, please watch this. After speaking, he picked up the fire-blowing tool and began to blow. The flames grew more and more intense. After a while, Jiang Long stopped and said to the two, see, the fire must be this big for 10 whole months. The disciples behind them were all dumbfounded. Maintaining a fire for 10 months straight was already hard enough, and now it had to be this intense the entire time. That was extremely difficult. Jiang Long handed the fire-blowing tool to Vu Trung Master. You try it. Vu Trung was stunned as he took it me. He then let out a yell and started blowing. But after just a moment, he was so exhausted, he collapsed on the ground. Seeing this, the disciples behind them broke out in a cold sweat and began whispering, at this rate, how much water and firewood would we need? It is not feasible to keep a fire this big going. Even using internal energy, it would be impossible to maintain. Seeing the situation, that elder turned around and quietly started to leave. I have to get out of here quickly. But things do not always go as planned. He had only taken a few steps when Jiang Long spotted him and called out, Grand Marshal Uncle, where do you think you are going? The old man jumped and cursed inwardly. Damn it! He pointed outside and explained, I am going to supervise the disciples on the mountain. They must be having a hard time chopping wood. Jiang Long smiled. As the sect leader, you should be the one watching the cauldron. Grand Marshal Uncle, you must keep the fire burning. Dao Min laughed nervously. This is really difficult, and we do not have enough people. Jiang Long asked again. The group that just returned can help out. In total, how many groups have come back? Dao Min sighed, none. I have not heard of any other groups returning. Jiang Long scratched his head helplessly and sighed to himself. These rigid and inexperienced Taoists really cannot get anything done right. After thinking for a moment, he said, I will be right back. Jiang Long then went down the mountain again to gather ingredients at the Sai Dat Mok Basin in Tanhai. He and his fellow sect members were there cutting grass. Just cut it all down in one go, like this. Do not pull them out one by one. It will grow back anyway. It is just a cycle of life and death. A few days later, by the Huangha River, a group of bandits heard Jiang Long and raised their swords with a smirk. Dragon scale fish, you say. I do not know that kind of fish, but if you want a fish here, you have to pay me a tax. Jiang Long did not say much. He just threw a punch right in the guy's face. Who do you think you are trying to collect protection money from me? The men were then forced by him to jump into the lake to catch fish. Find them quickly. Or, do you want another punch? The men, completely subdued by his beating, replied in fear, "We are looking great, hero." A few days later at Duong Kolap, a place covered in snow all year round, the ground was blanketed in a thick white layer. Jiang Long and several of his fellow Taoists were there diligently digging through the snow. "There has been another avalanche. We have cleared the snow. Everyone hurry and continue searching for that 100-year-old snow ginseng root." Although the men were freezing, they still nodded in agreement. After a long and arduous journey gathering ingredients, Jiang Long and his martial brothers finally returned to Kunlun. "We have brought back the ingredients." Dao Min came out to greet them. "You have all worked hard," Jiang Long said with a serious face. "Now we just have to wait." Time flew by as autumn passed and winter came. By spring, the medicinal pot of Kunlun was finally done brewing, and Jiang Long's group was filled with anticipation. "Looking inside the pot, we did it." Jiang Long looked at the concoction before him and thought to himself, "This mysterious white stuff. Now I need to knead it and roll it into a pill, right?" After a moment's thought, he decisively bent over and scooped up a handful of the spiritual medicine. He then began to knead it. The elders beside him asked doubtfully, "Jiang Long, wait a moment. Is that supposed to be the color of the immortal pill?" After a moment, Jiang Long had rolled out a palm-sized pill of a mysterious black color. The Kunlun disciples were all shocked when they saw it. "This cannot be. It was white just a moment ago. Why is it pitch black now?" Wu Trung was confused. "We followed all the steps correctly. Why did its color turn black?" Jiang Long's face fell as he thought to himself, "I probably should not tell them it is black because I did not wash my hands." After thinking for a moment, he spoke up. "It is finally complete. Now we just need to name it. Since this pill was refined for the Grand Master, who is already semi-immortal, let us just call it the Ban Bat Tu Dan." Jiang Long then brought the pill to the old man. "Grandmaster, please take this quickly." The old man held the pitch-black pill in his hand and nodded. "I know. You finally refined it." Jiang Long smiled. "Of course, Grandmaster. I know you have been suffering all this time. Please drink it quickly." The old man looked at the pill and sighed to himself. "Actually, I am well aware of my own condition. I cannot possibly be saved by this spiritual pill that you all rushed to make. I have endured until now because I know how hard the disciples have worked. I did not want to depart before their efforts came to fruition. After taking this pill, I can finally pass away peacefully." The moment he swallowed the pill, he was startled. "Oh, why does it taste so disgusting? This is not really dog poop, is it?" Seeing him look uncomfortable and about to vomit the pill, Jiang Long shouted loudly, "Grand Marshal Uncle, do not let the Grand Master spit it out." Dao Ku, who was beside him, immediately lunged forward and covered the old man's mouth to stop him from vomiting the pill. "Senior brother, I am truly sorry." Jiang Long also stepped forward, using his internal energy to help him refine the medicinal power. "Because this was my first time making it, I did not pay attention to the taste. Please forgive me, Grandmaster. I will be more mindful next time." "Grandmaster," the old man cried out, "it is not about the taste. I feel like my body is being burned. Amitabha, is anyone there? Please come and save me." After a moment, he was startled. "Is Jiang Long's true qi and the medicinal power seeping into my dantian?" Jiang Long gritted his teeth and instructed Dao Ku, Grand Marshal, "Uncle, please step back. Grandmaster, please perform the Tuyet Thien Ki Kong. Please do it now." The old man had no objections and immediately followed Jiang Long's words. The medicinal power was quickly neutralized by Jiang Long's internal energy. Following that, it gathered and seeped into the old man's dantian. When it entered his body, it was no longer black, but had transformed into an extremely brilliant and holy color. After a moment, Jiang Long smiled and withdrew his hand. "All right, now, we just have to clear the blocked qi in your body one more time." "Ah, no, you just need to endure it 2 more times." The old man was in so much agony that tears were streaming down his face. Jiang Long advised him, "Please try to endure it. If we are going to do it once, let us do it properly. I am begging you." Dao Hai's internal qi was powerfully guided and coordinated by Jiang Long. The Ren and Du meridians were cleared after being blocked due to Dao Hai losing his martial arts. But if the Ren and Du meridians are cleared by an external force, there will often be side effects. That is to say, indescribably foul farts. As Jiang Long's group smelled his farts, every one of their faces wrinkled up like a monkey eating ginger. Just as Dao Hai regained his senses, he realized his own state. Tears streamed down his face once again. "Soiling my pants at this age, and in front of my junior brother and grand disciple. How can I ever face anyone after this? But in any case, I cannot regain my martial arts. but it is true that my body feels healthier. But this feeling of humiliation. He then clasped his hands before his chest and sighed, well, my life has already been decided. Everything else is just fleeting. In the end, everything will return to dust. Seeing this scene, Dao Min and the other were endlessly astonished. Is senior brother ascending to immortality? Dao Hai had no more regrets. Everyone please take care. Thank you for everything you have done for me. Just then, Jiang Long's voice rang out again. Where do you think you are going? Before Dao Hai's soul could even leave his body, it was forcibly dragged back. He snapped back to his senses, staring blankly at Jiang Long. Dao Ku and the other also had looks of confusion on their faces. Dao Hai then asked Jiang Long, did you just pull me back? Did you stop my ascension? Jiang Long answered without hiding anything. That is right. Who gave you permission to leave like that? You can just leave like that, Grandmaster. Dao Min and the other advised, what are you saying, Jiang Long? Are you doing this because you are dissatisfied that senior brother is leaving without telling you? It must be a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding, right? Jiang Long glanced at the two of them and replied, Kunlun still needs him very much. The two sighed. That is true, but... Dao Hai sat on the bed, his heart filled with confusion. Why are they angry? Ascension is the wish of a Taoist, yet I was stopped. Should not I be the one who is angry? He recalled Jiang Long's angry expression from that moment. Ah, that is right. Jiang Long must be representing the wishes of the disciples. They have tried to do everything to save me all this time. Wishing for me to remain the pillar of this Kunlun sect, all the disciples must think this way. I did not think about them. I just thought that dying was the end. It is still too early for me to leave the mortal world. Although I am old now is not the time. After thinking things through, he said to Jiang Long, thank you for holding me back. I forgot that I still have many responsibilities to bear. Jiang Long smiled in satisfaction. I am glad you understand. The old man stood up and spread his arms. Come here and give me a hug. Jiang Long was confused. Why so suddenly? The old man chuckled. I just suddenly felt like it. Jiang Long then stepped forward and embraced him. Seeing this from behind, Dao Min and the other also smiled in satisfaction. Dao Hai said to Jiang Long, thanks to you, I have realized many things. Jiang Long's face turned pale. Grandmaster, you smell a bit strong. Time flew by quickly, and another year passed. The promised 3-year period had come. One day, a disciple ran up with an urgent report. Sectmaster, a letter has arrived from the Ha Bak Li family. Dao Min took the letter, opened it, and then ordered, the time has come. Call all the Taoists to the Tam Tien Dai. All the disciples in the sect quickly gathered here. Waiting until everyone was present, Dao Min announced, the Lai family has just sent word. The time has come to fulfill the promise from 4 years ago. The disciples below could not help but sigh upon hearing this. The day to re-establish the martial arts alliance has finally come. They had expected it to take at least 3 years. So it was a relief that it was completed in the 4th year. In his mind, Jiang Long recalled Li Hai's words from that time. When the Kunlun sect joins the martial arts alliance, you must come. Was he referring to this very moment? Dao Min spoke again. I will now choose the disciples to represent our sect. First up are the leaders. Whether he had already decided beforehand or not, he reeled off a list quickly and fluently. First among the leaders is Lam Thang, Vu Trung. After that, a number of others were also named. They were Vu Trin and Nam Trung. And finally, Jiang Long. When Jiang Long heard his name, he was a bit surprised at first, but he was planning to leave the sect soon anyway. Therefore, he had to diligently practice the martial arts of the Taoists. He had been thinking about using this kind of event to build outside connections, so this was perfect timing. Moreover, he would get a chance to learn about the martial alliance. Soon 10 days had passed. Dao Min looked at the chosen disciples as they prepared to depart and said, you must not tarnish the reputation of our great Kunlun sect. I trust you all know how to handle yourselves in any situation. The group replied in unison, understood, Sectmaster. We will return soon. Dao Min nodded. Be careful on your journey. He let out an inward sigh of relief and pride, seeing how confident they were. Just then his gaze suddenly fell upon Jiang Long. Although he looked perfectly normal, a sense of unease inexplicably stirred within him. Why am I suddenly so anxious? Vu Trung, I hope you keep an eye on Jiang Long and don't let him cause any trouble. An excited Vu Trung said to Lam Thang, Marshal, uncle, let's hurry. The whole martial world is waiting for us. Lam Thang glanced back at Dao Min. Hey, Vu Trung, be on your best behavior. The Sectmaster is still watching. Vu Trung waved to his master. We will return safely. You don't have to worry. Dao Min sighed inwardly. This one is the real troublemaker. After a moment, he cleared his throat and said, "In any case, I wish you a safe journey." The group then made their way down the mountain, beginning their journey to make waves in the Jianghu. Time flew by, and in a flash, it had been several days since Jiang Long and the other Kunlun Taoists descended the mountain. Despite being in a hurry, they still made time to perform rites for the villagers along the way. They finally arrived in Tainan. Lam Thang reminded everyone to be on their best behavior. Just as they reached the outskirts of the city, a few people came charging out on horseback. Jiang Long wondered aloud, "Those people are riding toward us. Could they be?" Lam Thang turned and glanced at him. "Do you know them?" Jiang Long replied, "That's the couple who looked after me 19 years ago when I was a baby." The others were confused. How could you possibly remember that? The two rode up to the group and clasped their hands in a formal greeting. "It is an honor to meet the Taoist from Kunlun. I am Ha Trung Van of the Ha Family Merchant Guild, and I am Vu Tin, also of the Ha Family Merchant Guild." Lam Thang responded politely, "A pleasure to meet you. I am Lam Thang of Kunlun. But why have you come in such a hurry? I doubt it was merely to greet us." After leading the Kunlun group to a residence within the city, Ha Trung Van immediately began to plead with them. "Please, I beg of you, save the merchants of Tanhai." Lam Thang replied, "We only came here because you know Jiang Long. But what is this about saving the merchants of the Tanhai region?" Ha Trung Van explained a few years ago with the help of the young hero, Jiang Long, we opened a trade route connecting the central plains to the western border of Tan Quang. The old route ran through the peaks of the Kai Lin Mountains. In other words, it went straight through the Kam Tuk province. The new trade route we opened goes through the Kai Lin range, passes through Tanhai, and finally leads to Tainan. The infrastructure is good, the cost is reasonable, and most importantly, it is the shortest route to the west. Countless small and medium-sized merchants have gathered and opened shops all along this route. Ever since then, the merchants of Kam Tuk province have been furious, and now they have started to take action. Lam Thang stroked his chin. "We understand the situation, guild leader. However, it is not really our place to interfere in a dispute between merchants. You know who we are." Ha Trung Van continued, "If it were that simple, I would not have needed to ask for your help. The merchants of Kam Tuk are hiring bandits to attack us." Tong Min, who was standing behind Lam Thang, exclaimed in shock, "They are resorting to such dirty tricks." Now Lam Thang sighed Amitabha. Jiang Long also spoke up, "So that means they don't think they can win a fair fight. So they hired some trash to do their dirty work for them." After a moment of thought, Lam Thang stood up. "Let us go and meet with the merchants from Tanhai province. If what you say is true, we must investigate this matter thoroughly." Ha Trung Van also rose excellent. "I will make the arrangements at once." Lam Thang went over and patted Jiang Long on the shoulder. "It has been a long time since you last saw them, so you should use this chance to catch up." Jiang Long froze, "But I have nothing to talk to them about." After a short while, Jiang Long went to meet with the couple after all. Vu Tin said to him warmly, "Oh Jiang Long, you have grown so much. Taishang Lao Jun must have surely blessed you." A weary look appeared on Jiang Long's face. "Auntie, please just speak casually." He recalled the scene from back then. The moment she took baby Jiang Long from Vu Trung, she had yelled angrily, "How could you let a child starve like this?" Jiang Long reminded her, "That is what you said to me, back when you were feeding me." Vu Tin gave an embarrassed laugh. "Fine, I will speak more comfortably with you." She took out a box and set it on the table. "Oh, that is right. I have something for you." Jiang Long peered at it. "What is it?" She opened the box, revealing a set of armor. "You are going to love it." Jiang Long asked suspiciously, "Auntie, are these yellow scales from that lizard's tail?" Vu Tin replied, "That's right. Its durability and toughness are the best in the world. Go on, try it on." Jiang Long then put on the armor. It was a perfect fit, molding to his body exactly. He tried channeling his internal energy to test the armor's durability. Just as Vu Tin said, this thing was incredibly durable. After testing it, Jiang Long was shocked. "I just used 30% of my internal power, yet it's completely fine." He put his clothes back on and smiled thankfully at her. "This gift is amazing." "Thank you, Auntie." Vu Tin smiled back. "I'm glad you like it." Jiang Long then asked, "By the way, do you know who the leader of those bastards is?" Vu Tin was confused. "What bastards?" Jiang Long's face turned serious. "The bandits, of course. I don't think a group of bandits would do something like this just because of a few merchants. Could it be one of the martial sects from Kam Tuk province?" Vu Tin frowned. "I'm not sure, but I suspect the Kong Dong sect. We have a spy in our merchant guild." The earlier clash with the Huyet-Sa bandits was no coincidence. Anyway, when we interrogated the spy, he told us about the head of the Chu Jia. He's a member of the Kong Dong sect. Actually, when the head of the Chu Jia entered Tanhai province and started his business, before she could finish speaking, someone rushed in from outside. She had no choice but to stop and ask the person what was going on. The person announced loudly, when the second young master went to pick up the goods, the guards from the Chu Lien Tu Kuk provoked him. Wu Tin was furious. How dare they? She then turned to Jiang Long and said, "I'm sorry, but I have to go." Jiang Long asked curiously, "Is that your second son?" Wu Tin nodded. "Yes, it's him." Jiang Long smiled and pointed to himself. "I'll go with you. Lead the way." In a small alley, a few men were surrounded by a large group. The young man in the center said to them, "Stop surrounding us." The man on the opposing side immediately replied, "Surrounding you? We just want to get acquainted. Why would you say that? Are you trying to mark your territory because we're not from around here?" The young man retorted angrily, "Mark my territory. It's perfectly reasonable to be cautious around robbers like you." The other man turned to the crowd behind him and said, "Ho ho, look, everyone, the second young master of the Hajia Merchant Guild is so harsh." The crowd drew their swords in an uproar. "Yeah, he's crossed the line. How can we just stand by and listen to that?" A guard behind him said nervously, "Second young master, there are too many of them." The young man replied, "I know. I won't let you get hurt." Seeing his composure, the man praised him under his breath. He can still remain so calm. To be so composed at such a young age is truly commendable. "Well then, I guess we'll just have to force a fight." He gave a subtle signal to one of his men. That man immediately stepped forward, grabbed the young man's hand and shouted, "How dare you say that about an innocent person? Why don't you just kill me now?" The young man was startled. "What are you doing? Why are you suddenly doing this?" As he spoke, he swung his arm to push the man away. Seizing the opportunity, the man immediately fell to the ground and started wailing, "I'm dying! Everyone come see, the second young master of the Hajia Merchant Guild is beating an innocent man." The young man gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, now he's turning the tables and blaming me. This was just what the opposing group was waiting for. Ha Bin is attacking. Everyone defend yourselves. They called it defense, but they all drew their blades and charged at Ha Bin's group of 4. The 4 of them were immediately put in a difficult situation, forced to fight back with all their strength. Ha Bin cursed inwardly. Damn it, the difference in our numbers is too great. At this rate, everyone's going to be in danger. After a moment's thought, he took the initiative and moved forward. "I'll open a path. Use that chance to escape. Everyone this way." After fighting for a while, he finally managed to create an escape route. "I did it. Everyone hurry." But just then, his longsword was shattered by a strike from the leader. He himself was sent flying backward, collapsing on the ground. Seeing this, his 3 subordinates behind him cried out in horror, "Second young master!" Ha Bin quickly struggled to his feet again. "I'm fine. Don't worry about me." But before he could even get up, his opponent walked over and stepped on his sword. "It's over, young man. If any of you move even a little, this one dies." Hearing that, the other 3 didn't dare to move. Ha Bin looked up at him and said defiantly, "If you want to kill me, then just do it." The man chuckled. "Why so violent? You just need to take responsibility for what you did to my subordinate. I'll break both your shoulders as punishment." He looked at Ha Bin's demeanor and couldn't help but admire him again. This kid, even in this situation, his gaze is still so fierce. "I'm just following orders, but something feels wrong. If this goes on, I'll become the target of the Hajia Merchant Guild's revenge." With that thought, he handed the hammer to his subordinate beside him. "Do it." The young man didn't think that much, smiling as he took the iron hammer. "Stay still, buddy. If you move, I'll hit you somewhere else." After speaking, he raised the hammer to strike. Ha Bin had no way to resist. He could only close his eyes and accept his fate. At that exact moment, a dazzling blast of chi shot out from the distance. Ha Bin waited for a while but felt no blow, so he opened his eyes. A figure was now standing in front of him. The pursuer, along with the men who were about to finish him, were all sprawled on the ground. The newcomer was none other than Jiang Long. Right after Wu Tin also ran up from behind Bin. "Ni, are you okay?" Ha Bin was shocked to see her. "Mother, why are you here?" Wu Tin ran to help her son up. "Thank goodness you're all right. Are you seriously hurt anywhere?" The leader looked at his men trembling on the ground in terror. Heavens, what in the world is going on? If I hadn't passed the job to my subordinates, I'd be the one lying there now. It all happened inexplicably in the blink of an eye. It would be absurd if it was Wu Tin. He then paid close attention to Jiang Long, who was standing nearby. Recognizing him, the man's eyes widened. Jiang Long, the disciple from the Kunlun sect. Isn't he that prodigy who emerged recently? On second thought, I'm no match for him. Thinking this, he clasped his hands to sue for peace. Greetings, young hero Jiang Long. I've heard a lot about you. I am Loi Tuan, head of the Chulin escort agency. Jiang Long was skeptical. An escort chief. You look more like a mountain bandit. Loi Tuan was inwardly startled. How could he know? He feigned disappointment and retorted, it's quite disappointing to see a Taoist judge someone based on their looks. Jiang Long put his hands on his hips and stared him down. Who are you talking about? His words hit Loi Tuan right where it hurt. Having lost the argument, he angrily demanded, fine, so how do we account for you injuring my men? Jiang Long shot back. Why are you asking me? Did I hit them? Loi Tuan pointed to his men on the ground. Then who's responsible for this? Jiang Long replied nonchalantly. That would be me, but really you all just tripped. Loi Tuan shouted, how can you be so ridiculous? Just hurry up and confess! Jiang Long was still completely unbothered. So what is it you want to hear? Loi Tuan replied, admit that you provoked the men from my agency. Jiang Long then asked, do you have any proof? Loi Tuan was so angered by him that he was close to tears. You damn bastard. Are all you people from the righteous sects this thick-skinned? Jiang Long sent a message to Wu Tin Auntie. Please let me handle this. Wu Tin had no objection and told him to do whatever he wanted. After a moment, Loi Tuan calmed down and took a breath. I can't believe I got dragged into this. I need to keep a clear head. The moment he looked up, Jiang Long was right in his face. Startled, the man threw a palm strike. Take this. Jiang Long didn't dodge, allowing the palm to strike him. He lay on the ground, feeling his armor and thinking, this armor is pretty solid. Well then this is perfect. He then put on a show of being in extreme agony and cried out. Wu Tin, standing nearby, joined in shouting, help everyone, the head of the Chulin escort agency is attacking Jiang Long of the Kunlun sect. Loi Tuan's men were completely stunned. What the hell? What kind of act are they putting on? Jiang Long then stood up angrily. You people started this fight with me first, so now you'll pay the price for it. Horrible screams then echoed throughout the street. After taking care of them, Jiang Long returned to tell Lam Thang everything. Ha Trung Van clenched his fists in anger after hearing the story. That's what happened. They can't be forgiven. Lam Thang nodded. A truly despicable scheme. Ha Trung Van bowed to Jiang Long. Thank you for your help, benefactor. I sincerely thank you for saving my child. Jiang Long waved it off. It was nothing. Lam Thang also came forward to praise him. Since you used a trick, no lives were lost. It was underhanded but excellently done. Jiang Long asked reluctantly, are you complimenting me? Lam Thang smiled. Of course we can't take innocent lives. What did the Chulin escort agency's head, whom you captured alive, confess? Jiang Long began to explain. Even before Kunlun rescued the Hajia Merchant Guild and dealt with them, he had caused a lot of trouble. He had planned to attack the Hajia Merchant Guild today. Ha Trung Van held his head in his hands and sighed. The Hajia is cornered. To transport goods to Tay Vuk, we must use the route through the Kam Tuk River, which they control. Lam Thang asked, Guildmaster Ha, will we be okay after provoking the Chulin escort agency like this? Ha Trung Van continued, this matter might be related to the Kong Tong sect. What are your thoughts, sir? Lam Thang sighed Amitabha. Before the Kunlun disciples left the mountain, the sect leader instructed us to avoid conflict with people in the Jianghu as much as possible, and to act according to reason in all matters. Ha Trung Van thought to himself, doesn't that mean we should avoid trouble and not reveal our identities? Acting according to reason means doing what's best based on the situation at hand. Kunlun is also one of the 5 great sects and one union, so they don't want to provoke the Kong Tong sect. Although we're safe for now, the Kong Tong sect and the Chu family will definitely not let this go. What should we do? Just then, Lam Thang suddenly spoke again. Let's just follow the sect leader's words, act naturally according to reason, and do nothing against our conscience or the ethics of the Jianghu. The 3 members of the Ha family were startled and confused when they heard this. What does the Taoist master mean by that? Lam Thang smiled. We will fight alongside the Ha family's merchant guild. Ha Trung Van was incredibly moved. Thank you all. Lam Thang smiled. We might be attacked or we might face retaliation, so be on alert for an ambush tonight. The group then left the main hall. Ha Bin reflected on Lam Thang's earlier words, act naturally according to reason, and do nothing against our conscience or the ethics of the Jianghu. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Unable to contain his passion, he clenched his fist and exclaimed, "Those words are amazing." When I first held a sword as a child, I dreamed of one day becoming a great hero and joining the 5 great sects and one union. When I came of age, I tried to join the Kong Tong sect as a lay disciple, but because I lacked talent and my family wasn't wealthy enough to make contributions, I had to return home. Instead of becoming an official, I inherited the Ha family's merchant guild and continued to pursue my dream. Today's events have reignited the flame of justice in my heart. I want to join Kunlun too. I want to be a great hero, do righteous deeds, and become a martial arts master. The problem is, Kunlun doesn't accept lay disciples. After thinking for a moment, he went over to Jiang Long, benefactor. "I have something to ask." Jiang Long looked at him, puzzled. "What is it?" Ha Bin immediately voiced his doubt. "I know Kunlun doesn't accept lay disciples, but will that change in the future?" Jiang Long stroked his chin. "I don't know about that. You should go ask Shishu." Ha Bin then went to Vu Trin and asked, "Taoist master, I have something to ask." Vu Trin replied bluntly, "No." Ha Bin didn't give up hope and asked again, "Can you tell me the reason?" Vu Trin shook his head again, "No." Vu Tin, who was standing to the side, got angry, clenched her fists, and rushed over. "What in the world are you doing?" Vu Trin was startled. "What do you mean? What am I doing?" Vu Tin questioned him. "You know why it's not allowed. You know the reason perfectly well. Yet you still talk like that. Why are you so difficult?" The two of them then started arguing. "Bin-ger, don't waste your time talking to this fake Taoist. What's fake about me? You're not just a fake, you're arrogant too." Ha Bin stood between them, completely confused. Did something major happen? Why did Mother suddenly get so angry? After a moment, Vu Trin finally gave in. "I'm sorry." Vu Tin grabbed his collar, fuming. "You were like this 19 years ago at Kunlun. My goodness, and you call yourself an older brother." Ha Bin was shocked when he heard this. "Mother is the Taoist master, my uncle." Vu Tin turned, pointed at him, and scolded, "You're being too noisy, be quiet." Vu Trin took this opportunity to quickly leap away and flee. Vu Tin immediately chased after him. "Where are you going? Get back here, brother." Ha Bin stared blankly at their retreating figures and asked Jiang Long, "Did you know about this benefactor?" Jiang Long shook his head no. Ha Bin asked again. "You don't seem very surprised." Jiang Long retorted, "Should I be you want to become a Kunlun disciple?" Ha Bin nodded excitedly. "Yes, do you have a way, young hero?" Jiang Long replied nonchalantly, "If they don't accept lay disciples, then just join as an official Taoist." Ha Bin hesitated shyly. "Well, if I become a Taoist, I can't eat meat, drink wine, or be with a woman." Jiang Long glanced at him. "What nonsense are you talking about? It's fine, as long as you're sneaky, and no one finds out." Ha Bin was startled. The benefactor's way of thinking is really unusual. "Benefactor, what happens if a Kunlun disciple drinks wine and eats meat?" Jiang Long explained, "For minor offenses, they'll turn a blind eye, but for serious ones, there's no mercy. You'll be punished with half a year of repentance in the cave." After hearing this, Ha Bin found it quite normal. "Is that all?" Jiang Long continued, "In the past, Shixiong Nam Chung went into the cave to repent once for drinking. Afterwards, he would vomit whenever he smelled wine." Ha Bin asked again, "Then what if you have relations with a woman?" Jiang Long didn't know the answer to that either. "If you're curious, you can try it after you join as a disciple." Ha Bin's face fell. "Are you telling me to do it because you're curious too?" Benefactor Jiang Long admitted frankly, "Yes." Ha Bin lowered his head sadly. "What talent do I have to be able to join Kunlun?" Just as he was feeling dejected, Jiang Long gave him a spark of hope. "It's not entirely impossible for you to join." Ha Bin's eyes lit up as he stared at him. "Are you serious, benefactor? You're not lying, are you? Do you want me to join Kunlun?" Jiang Long pointed to himself and replied, "I've been the youngest disciple in Kunlun for 19 years. Ha Bin looked confused. "So what?" Jiang Long pointed at him and smiled. "I need a shidi that I can order around to do chores. You seem like a perfect fit." Soon the night passed and the dawn began to break. Lam Thang and Ha Trung Van stood outside looking at the sky and sighing. "A peaceful night has passed. It's hard to tell if it's a blessing or a curse." Ha Trung Van laughed. "How can we avoid a fight?" Lam Thang yawned. "I'm more confident fighting at night, so it's a bit of a shame. I really wanted to see the results of my training." Standing beside him, Ha Trung Van didn't understand a thing. "Let's go eat first." They then went inside. As soon as he stepped inside, Lam Thang was startled. "This feeling is..." Ha Trung Van was puzzled. "Is something wrong?" Lam Thang warned, "There are many people approaching. quickly summoned the disciples. Ha Trung Van was shocked. Are they enemies? Soon a crowd of women rushed over each of them, cheerfully calling out for Jiang Long as they ran. A few Kunlun disciples went out to greet them. Immeasurable Heavenly Lord, thank you all benefactors for coming here to help. On behalf of the He Family Merchant Guild, we thank you for your kindness. Please maintain order so as not to disturb Jiang Long. Ha Trung Van came out and saw the scene, his jaw dropping. What in the world is going on? Lam Thang explained, that's the Jiang Long Guardian Squad. Ha Trung Van was even more confused. Guardian Squad. Lam Thang continued to explain, they have taken care of Jiang Long since he was a child. They love him and are captivated by his appearance. Thanks to them, life at the Kunlun sect has become more and more cheerful. Ha Trung Van exhaled. Thankfully, it's nothing to worry about. Lam Thang looked ahead with a serious face. No, there is a very troublesome matter. Up ahead, another group quickly appeared. The men in the lead shouted loudly, everyone make way. The Chu family village has matters to discuss with the He family village. A young man then stepped forward and cupped his hands towards the crowd. This junior is Chu Bat, a lay disciple of the Kong Tong sect. Because of an important matter, this junior has taken the initiative to come here. I ask for your forgiveness. The women of the Jiang Long Guardian Squad, who were excitedly surrounding Jiang Long, all turned to look back. They then all put on angry faces and snapped, what is the Chu family village? Who is the Kong Tong sect? Are you officials? Even officials have to wait in line. Chu Bat just smiled. Then he obediently lined up behind the women. Ha Trung Van said to Lam Thang, if he is Chu Bat, then he must be the #1 master of the Kong Tong sect. Lam Thang continued, the problem isn't him, but the one behind him. The person he was talking about was Tan Chi of the Kong Tong sect. Only then did Ha Trung Van notice the other person. How can this be? The Kong Tong sect has shown up. What is going on? Lam Thang replied calmly, all things have their own order. First, let's show our sincerity to the visiting fellow Taoists. Ha Trung Van couldn't believe his ears and asked doubtfully, what did you say? Lam Thang turned his head to glance at him, smiling as if nothing was wrong, and ordered, that is the price to pay, quickly set up camp so our fellow Taoists can rest well. On the opposite side, Tan Chi was getting a little impatient and sent a voice transmission to Chu Bat. Do we still have to wait like this? Chu Bat smiled. Everything is going smoothly. They don't have much time left. I will get to the bottom of this. The Kunlun sect is heading towards Hanam City for the reconstruction of the Martial Arts Alliance, so they certainly won't stay here for long. We will wait until Kunlun leaves this place. Tan Chi praised a good method, but waiting like this is really getting on my nerves. Chu Bat reassured him, we just need to wait a little longer. Please endure it. What little wait, as if to prove the dedication they put into setting up the camp. They worked from morning until sunset before finishing. And so the talks between the He family village and the Chu family village began. Tan Chi was filled with anger, so we waited all day for nothing. Chu Bat didn't seem to mind much, saying to the crowd, this young master of the He family merchant guild picked a fight with the guards of our Truyen Lin escort agency first, therefore. Before he could finish, Ha Trung Van cut him off. You can't just force the issue like that. Jiang Long also entered from outside, lifting the curtain. I'm here. Ha Trung Van turned to look at him. You're here. Loi Tuan's group was quickly brought in. They had all been beaten black and blue, every single one of them with bruised and swollen faces. When Chu Bat saw their current state, he snorted coldly in his mind. What a bunch of useless fools. They call themselves escorts, but they're just thugs, only able to cause trouble by relying on the Chu family village. He sent a voice transmission to Loi Tuan. Did you really ambush Jiang Long? Loi Tuan explained no. I already knew about the matter, but the He family merchant guild threatened them into confessing. Chu Bat cursed angrily. This situation is quite tricky. It's all because of you idiots. Loi Tuan had nothing to say and could only beg for forgiveness. Chu Bat was confused. You're asking me to forgive you. The men then shouted in unison. Chu Bat of the Chu family village ordered us to attack the He family merchant guild and ambush Jiang Long. Chu Bat was shocked and angry, slamming the table and shouting, what nonsense are you spouting? Ha Trung Van questioned him. The guards of the Truyen Lin escort agency have pointed you out as the mastermind behind all of this. Do you have anything to explain? Chu Bat let out a sound and looked down at him. Guildmaster He, how did you threaten them to make them confess like that? Is this even true? Loi Tuan's group spoke up again. Everything I said is the truth. I was not threatened at all. Heaven will not forgive you. Jiang Long from the side also chimed in. Oh my, how do you live your life to have people say such things about you? Chubat angrily tried to clear his name again. I didn't do it. Jiang Long spread his hands and explained, isn't the Trienlin escort agency part of the Chu family village? They've already said it. How can you deny it? Otherwise, if you want us to believe you are innocent, then we'd probably have to cut their stomachs open to see if their hearts are black. Chubat gritted his teeth. You people are threatening them. Jiang Long smiled. You should take responsibility for your words. Tan Chi sent a voice transmission to Chubat from behind. Tisk tisk, this matter is getting out of hand. What should we do? Chubat didn't know what to do either and could only ask for his forgiveness. Tan Chi then said to the crowd, this is a matter between the Chu family village and the He family merchant guild. The Kunlun sect should not interfere. Lam Thang stepped forward to reply, the Trienlin escort agency ambushed a disciple of our sect, so this matter also concerns our sect. Tan Chi's face wrinkled. An ambush. How can I believe that? Lam Thang smiled. Didn't the people from the Chu family village already say so? Tan Tri snorted coldly. This isn't over. Since Lam Thang interrupted our talks, there's only one way left. Tan Tri asked doubtfully, what way is that? Lam Thang stated calmly, if this can't be resolved with words, then a duel is the only option. To settle the matter between our two sides, please prepare yourselves. Chubat was confused. What are you talking about? Lam Thang ignored him and continued, Jiang Long and you, sir, will duel to settle this. Chubat clenched his fist and asked, if I fight Jiang Long, this will all be over. Lam Thang nodded. Of course, I give you the word of Kunlun on it. Chubat and his uncle exchanged a glance and smiled. There's no need to drag this out. This is actually a great idea. It's only right for you to handle him in a duel. Without a moment's hesitation, Chubat nodded. Fine, I agree to fight Jiang Long. Both parties then moved outside. Chubat looked at Jiang Long and thought, this kid is pretty reckless. Jiang Long stood calmly sizing up his opponent. A lay disciple of the Kong Tong sect, huh? Let's see what you're made of. Lam Thang quickly announced loudly, the duel begins. The moment he finished speaking, Chubat lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of deadly sword strikes at Jiang Long. Without even giving it a proper look, Jiang Long easily dodged every strike, weaving left and right. For this kind of sloppy fighting, I don't even need to draw my sword. He then threw a punch straight into Chubat's face. A simple fist technique was all it took. Truly pathetic. Jiang Long then pinned Chubat to the ground and repeatedly punched him in the face. Chubat was being beaten so relentlessly he couldn't even speak to surrender. His front teeth were almost completely knocked out. Watching from the side, Tan Tri could no longer bear it and shouted, "Stop it, you cruel bastard! How can a mere brat like you be so vicious?" Jiang Long replied calmly, "If you're not ruthless, you're not a true man." Hearing this only made Tan Tri even more furious. Lam Thang came forward to stop Jiang Long. "You've caused enough of a disturbance. This ends here." Tan Tri thought to himself, "It can't end like this. I have to get something out of this, even in defeat." Having decided, he shouted, "You beat him to a pulp, and now you say stop. How can you possibly say that?" Lam Thang stood his ground and said loudly, "It was a fair duel. Please step back." Tan Tri snapped again. "How can you say that a lay disciple of my sect is injured? How can we possibly let this go?" Lam Thang asked in return. "The duel's result is perfectly clear. Are you trying to make a bigger issue out of this?" Jiang Long said in a low voice, "It seems being stubborn is just your way. Is this really the great Kong Tong sect, one of the 5 major sects?" Tan Tri pointed at him furiously and yelled, "There is a clear line between good and evil. How dare scum from the bottom of the Jianghu like you interfere?" Jiang Long crossed his arms and smirked. Getting beaten up like that must have hurt. Unable to argue with Jiang Long, he turned to confront Lam Thang. "How exactly do you people raise your disciples?" Lam Thang replied calmly, "Blessings. Jiang Long has always been a sensible child. Please don't say such things." Tan Tri sneered. "You certainly praise your own disciple quite a lot." Lam Thang retorted, "Whether it's too much praise can only be determined by a test. I invite you to be the judge." Tan Tri was confused. "What are you trying to say?" Lam Thang's next words left Tan Tri utterly stunned. "Settle this with a duel between yourself and Jiang Long." But soon a delighted smirk spread across his face. "They're walking right into my trap. In that case, you can stake the reputation of Kunlun on it." Lam Thang set a condition. "We will swear an oath, but you must also swear on the name of the Kong Tong sect." Confident he could defeat Jiang Long, Tan Tri had no fear in agreeing to the oath. Jiang Long stared at him, his expression hardening. "So that beatdown wasn't enough for you, fine." He then raised a single finger, beckoning his opponent to approach. Being shown such contempt, Tan Tri flew into a rage. "You arrogant brat, do you dare provoke an elder of the Kong Tong sect?" He then drew his sword and told Jiang Long to draw his. Jiang Long waved a hand dismissively. "I'll use my fists. I'll draw my sword if it's necessary." Veins bulged on Tan Tri's face. "Arrogant brat, just you wait. I'll give you a 3-move head start." The moment he finished speaking, Jiang Long threw a punch. First move. Tan Tri was not Chubat. Though caught by surprise, he managed to lean back and dodge the punch. Jiang Long didn't stop leaping into the air. He threw his second punch, which Tan Tri also managed to dodge. Without pausing, Jiang Long launched his third attack. Tan Tri broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, "This kid can actually push me this hard. But let's see you block this with your bare hands." With that thought, he unleashed a flurry of sword strikes toward Jiang Long. It looked like Jiang Long was about to be hit by the sword strikes. However, he had only struck an afterimage. Jiang Long had suddenly appeared above and behind him. Tan Tri gritted his teeth in shock and looked up. He raised his sword to block Jiang Long's punch, but the fist that met it was harder than steel. His long sword shattered the moment it clashed with Jiang Long's fist. Jiang Long exclaimed with interest, "Now this is what I call a fight. What do you think, Elder?" Tan Tri no longer dared to underestimate Jiang Long. "Who in the world is this kid?" Seeing him standing there in a daze, Jiang Long spoke. "Don't pass out on me now. It's been a while since I've had this much fun." Tan Tri stammered fearfully, "What is that bloodlust? What are you planning to do?" Jiang Long looked confused. I'm not giving off any bloodlust." Tan Tri was even more shocked. He's not emitting any bloodlust, so what is this fearsome presence? "It's just like the Chan Tian Ma. Am I as scared of this kid as I am of the Chan Tian Ma? No, that's impossible. I am an elder of the Kong Dong sect." With that thought, he roared and charged. "I cannot lose." Jiang Long sneered. "That's right. Show me what you've got, you old bastard." As he charged, Tan Tri gathered his energy and unleashed Tu Duong Chi. Jiang Long didn't block, leaping into the air to dodge it. Tan Tri gripped his sword hilt tightly. He then swung his sword, sending out a barrage of sword energy. "Where are you going to run, kid?" Jiang Long twisted his body in midair, effortlessly dodging every attack. The Kunlun disciples below got excited seeing his movements. That's the Van Long Bat Thuck. His kicking form is impressive. Tan Tri crouched and gathered his energy once more. "You can't dodge this one, kid. Not tap nai lak fukma than kiem." The sword energy spiraled once again and rushed toward Jiang Long. He used his internal energy to pull a longsword from the ground. This Fukma Kiem Thuk is garbage. Trying to subjugate the Tien Ma Than Jiao with that heretical art. Only I can make the Tien Ma Than Jiao submit. I'll erase the very name of Pukma Kiem. Cracks quickly appeared within Tan Tri's Pukma Kiem. Before his disbelieving eyes, his most powerful technique was violently shattered. He yelled angrily, "You said you would only use your fists!" Jiang Long charged at him. "Didn't I say I'd use a sword if necessary?" Seeing the fist right in front of his face, Tan Tri had no way to avoid it. "This is bad. I'm a dead man." A moment later, he groggily woke up. The first person he saw was Jiang Long. Jiang Long had punched Tan Tri, and one of his eyes was swollen shut. He sat up and said sadly, I lost, but the Kong Dong sect did not." Jiang Long replied nonchalantly, "Is that so?" Lam Thang walked up with a smile. "It's time to keep your promise." Although Tan Tri was unwilling, he had no choice since he lost. Yes, the Kong Dong and the Chu family will withdraw from this matter. Hearing this, the members of the Ha family merchant group all cheered in celebration. The Kunlun sect's #1 Jiang Long is amazing. Ha Bin stood to the side, watching Jiang Long making a silent resolution. One day, I'll definitely be just like him. The next day, in Ha Trung Van's room, Ha Bin approached him. "Father, I have something I need to tell you." Ha Trung Van replied, "I'm busy right now. Let's talk later. The Taoist masters are leaving tomorrow, so there are many preparations to make." Ha Bin insisted, "This is very important." Ha Trung Van paused and turned to look at his son. "All right, go ahead and tell me." Seeing Ha Bin suddenly freeze, he urged again. I said, "Speak." After a moment of resolve, Ha Bin shouted, "I want to join the Kunlun sect. Please grant me your permission, father." Ha Trung Van asked, "You know, Kunlun doesn't accept lay disciples, don't you?" Ha Bin nodded. "I know, that's why I want to become an official Taoist." Ha Trung Van asked, "Have you told your mother yet?" Ha Bin replied nervously, "Not yet. I came to tell you first." Ha Trung Van chuckled. "I thought so. If you had, your face would probably be swollen by now, ha. I know you made this decision because you admire our benefactor's strength. You've dreamed of this since you were a child, but you probably don't realize this. Do you think what you saw just now was the full extent of his power. Ha Bin was shocked he took down an elder of the Kong Tong sect with a single punch. Could Jiang Long's power be even greater? Ha Trung Van began his story. It happened a few years ago when we were pioneering the trade route to the western regions. We called it the bloody sandstorm of the desert. That's how it all was. Our benefactor is that kind of person. Do you still want to be like him? Ha Bin replied, honestly, I'm not confident enough to talk about Song Kok Salong, but just catching a glimpse of his back made me want to follow him. Ha Trung Van smiled, all right then. No confidence yet, so much faith. You should decide your own path, that's what's best. Remember this. No matter what happens on that path, you must decide for yourself how to walk it. Ha Bin cheered excitedly. Thank you, Father. I will definitely follow your teachings. Ha Trung Van sighed helplessly. You haven't even gotten a nod from the Kunlun sect yet. What's all the fuss about? Ha Bin laughed loudly. Haha, it's because I'm so happy. But if I join the Taoist sect, what will happen to the merchant guild? Ha Trung Van chuckled. Now that it's come to this, stop pretending to care. Just put the guild's matters aside. Your mother and I will get by just fine from now on. One more thing, you need to go ask for your mother's permission yourself. And the next morning, Ha Trung Van went to see Lam Thang to thank him. Thank you, Master. I will never forget Kunlun's kindness. Immeasurable heavenly lord, I only did what I was supposed to do. Ha Trung Van continued, Master, I have a favor to ask. My young son wishes to join Kunlun. Would that be possible? Lam Thang sighed. My apologies, our sect does not accept lay disciples. Ha Trung Van continued. He wants to join as an official Taoist. Lam Thang stared blankly at the teacup in his hand, thinking, Ha Bin, his nature is good, so his aptitude should be as well. But the timing doesn't seem right. It's too late to accept him and too early to train him. I really should refuse. Ha Trung Van stood up and bowed to him, pleading, Master, even though you have refused, I still beg you to give my son a chance. Lam Thang couldn't bring himself to be so heartless and had to agree. Ha Trung Van then called for his son to come in from outside. Ha Bin, with a bruised face, quickly entered. Greetings, Taoist Master. Ha Bin of the Ha Family Merchant Guild pays his respects to the Kunlun elder. Lam Thang looked at his condition and was full of suspicion. Did someone beat you? Ha Bin chuckled nervously. No, not at all. Lam Thang continued, Is that so? But anyone can tell that your face has been beaten black and blue by someone. Ha Bin recalled his mother punching him without missing a single shot the night before and couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't very well explain it, so he could only laugh it off. Lam Thang didn't press the issue, asking, I want to know why you wish to become a disciple of our sect. From behind, Ha Trung Van sent a telepathic message to reassure him. It's fine, just say what your father told you. You want to seek the Tao, like the ancestors of Kunlun, to uphold justice and help those in need. Ha Bin was about to repeat those words when Lam Thang spoke again. Don't embellish it, just tell the truth. That is the proper thing to do. Ha Bin was startled into realization, since the master said that it wouldn't be right to lie. Even if I were accepted, how could I live with my head held high? Thinking this, he made up his mind and shouted, The reason this junior wishes to join is because I saw that Kunlun and brother Jiang Long are very powerful, and I want to be like that too. After that, Ha Bin was accepted into Kunlun. Before he left, his mother had prepared a gigantic bundle of luggage for him. She nagged him endlessly. So it's come to this in the end. Always take care of your health. You hear, if anything difficult comes up, discuss it with your benefactor. Oh my goodness, my child, I don't want to see this at all. Ha Bin was still in shock. Have I really become a Kunlun disciple? With that stupid answer, why did it work? A few Kunlun disciples walked up to him to ask, We heard from the elders. You joined Kunlun because you wanted to become powerful. This kid's got guts. Jiang Long also came over and said, Welcome, junior brother. Let's work hard together. After saying that, he turned and held his head. I must be crazy. Why did I say something so respectful? It's just a bad habit. Ha Bin called out to him, Benefactor. Jiang Long cut him off. Call me senior brother. Let's help each other out from now on. Ha Trung Van then led the people of the Ha Family Merchant Guild outside to see off the group of Taoist masters. Guards opened the gate. As soon as the city gates opened, a group of people appeared outside. Oh, so you're out. Are you all well? The one who arrived was a middle-aged man, and from his clothes he seemed to be a nobleman. When the people of the Ha Family Merchant Guild saw him, their faces were filled with confusion. Why is the Tan Hai City Lord here? When the Kunlun group saw him, they didn't look very happy. Hello. The Tan Hai City Lord ran towards Jiang Long with his arms open, wanting to give him a loving hug. My nephew, it's been a long time. Jiang Long pushed him away with his hand. It's only been 2.5 years. Ha Van was completely bewildered, nephew. I thought my benefactor was an orphan. Could it be that our benefactor and the Tan Hai city lord already knew each other? Jiang Long smiled and asked the middle-aged man, "Is Auntie doing well?" The Tan Hai city lord explained, "She's well. She can even go for walks now. It's all thanks to you." Beside Jiang Long, Habin had a realization, so that's how it is. The Tan Hai city lord's wife was in poor health. She went to Mount Kunlun to pray sincerely, and our benefactor treated her. The Tan Hai city lord then turned to the Taoists behind him and asked, "It seems the Taoist masters aren't happy to see me." The group that was secretly trying to slip away heard this and immediately turned back to explain. Not at all, of course that's not the case. The Tan Hai city lord crossed his arms and snorted, "I have my pride too, you know. It was such a difficult journey from Xining." Taoist Master Lam Thang, do you understand what I'm saying? Lam Thang walked over to explain, "Immeasurable Heavenly Lord, what have you come to gift us this time? We are just simple Taoists leading an austere life. You are too generous every time, and it makes us very uncomfortable. Hello and farewell." The Tan Hai city lord smiled. "I'm not here about my wife, but on serious official business." Lam Thang was confused, and the Tan Hai city lord began to explain. "Didn't you all reclaim the Sai Dat Mok Basin, subdue the bandits at the Hoang Ha River, and deal with the avalanche in the Truong Kolap Range? The people you helped have submitted a petition to praise Kunlun for these righteous deeds. Someone bring the ceremonial robes here." Jiang Long was then gifted an incredibly luxurious set of clothes. He looked at the clothes on him and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's been a while since I've dressed like this." The other Kunlun disciples were also gifted new clothes. How can it be this embarrassing? The fabric is so light and soft, it feels like I'm wearing nothing at all. The Tan Hai city lord then brought a silk pouch to Jiang Long. "Here, take this as well. Having plenty of banknotes from the Dai Luke money exchange would be even better." Jiang Long was startled when he looked inside the pouch. "Are these banknotes?" The Tan Hai city lord laughed, first time seeing them. Jiang Long nodded without any shame. "That's right." He thought to himself, "In my past life, I always had my subordinates carry them when needed. I've really been living a simple life this time around." After thinking for a moment, he asked, "This seems like a bit too little. Is there only one pouch?" The Tan Hai city lord got angry. "What, since it's your first time seeing them? You don't know their value, do you?" Jiang Long ignored him and continued to haggle. "Give me 10 more pouches." The Tan Hai city lord raised a hand to stop him. "My boy, are you asking for misfortune? Be careful." Jiang Long marveled. "Uncle, you're poorer than I thought." "Huh, poor? I'm a city lord. But never mind, you treated my wife, and I haven't had a chance to repay you. I will give you—" Jiang Long tilted his head. "Well, that's fine, but uncle, are you all right?" The Tan Hai city lord slowly took a ring off his hand. "I'm fine. It's just that my hand trembles when I try to give it to you." He then covered his face, looking reluctant and not daring to look, extending his hand towards Jiang Long. "Here, please take it." Jiang Long looked at the ring he was given and asked doubtfully, "Is this very valuable?" The Tan Hai city lord explained, "If you go to the Dai Luke Tien Trong I mentioned earlier, you just need to show this ring to exchange for 10, no 20 bags like the one from before." Jiang Long put on the ring and smiled. "Not bad," he thought smugly to himself. "Now that I have capital, I can do whatever I want when I get to the Central Plains." The Tan Hai city lord once again leaned on his hand and burst out laughing. "I'm truly happy to have met you. I've had a lot on my mind lately." Jiang Long was puzzled. "Is something the matter, sir?" The Tan Hai city lord sighed. "It's time for the official transfer of posts. I'm preparing to move the main residence to the capital city, but I really don't want to go at all." Jiang Long asked again, "Is it because of Auntie?" The Tan Hai city lord nodded. "That's right. The capital city is full of tricks and people stabbing each other in the back. That's why I don't like it there. I'd much rather stay here and enjoy my old age with her. So while others use money to get back to the capital city, I don't want to go, so I'm looking for someone to go in my place." Jiang Long asked again, "Is there no one to go to the capital city in your place?" The Tung Hai city lord sighed. "The Kam Tuk city lord wants to go, but his strength is limited, so it would be very difficult. The mission of Kam Tuk City is to stop the Mongolian invasion. Just thinking about it feels like a heavy burden." Jiang Long had a realization. He needs to achieve military merit by defending the fortress, but he has no troops. The Tan Hai city lord nodded. "That's right." Jiang Long's face was full of interest. "If the Kam Tuk city lord goes to the capital in your place, then you won't have to go, right?" "That's right. But why do you keep asking?" Jiang Long glanced back. "I just thought of a great idea." Seeing this, the Tanhai city lord was stunned and utterly confused. Jiang Long's method was very simple. Isn't Kam Tuk City lacking in military strength? Then all you need to do is increase its military strength to solve the problem. He released Loi Tuan's group, ordering, "Let's go, I'll prepare a new place for you all." The group looked at him in confusion. Where are we suddenly going? Jiang Long didn't say much, turned and walked away, thinking, reusing these useless fools is a good thing. Not far away, Lam Thang and the Tanhai city lord were talking very cheerfully. Thank you for your help. Using bad people for a good cause is naturally something to be helped with. Loi Tuan saw the person ahead and his eyes nearly bulged out. It's the Tanhai city lord. What is he doing here? The group then said their farewells to the people of Kunlun. Bin Ni, you must take care. My young friend, thank you so much. The admiral I've assigned will show you the way. Ha Bin waved goodbye to the two father-mother. Please take care of yourselves. The admiral arranged by the Tanhai city lord came forward, clasped his hands, and said, "Masters, please follow me." The group then quickly left the city to continue their journey. After an unknown amount of time, they arrived outside another city. The admiral explained, "This is the hideout of the Dakshafai. They are very cruel, so we must be careful." Before he could even finish his sentence, Jiang Long decisively kicked the city gate open. Immediately, the sounds of fighting and miserable screams erupted from within. From the Tu Tiet Ngupai Am Hon Hoi and Ni Huyet Dan to the Dakshafai, the underworld of Tay Nin was wiped out by the Tu Dai Mon Phai in an instant. That imposing figure was deeply engraved in Ha Bin's mind. He walked over to Jiang Long's side and asked, "Senior brother, although this action is very heroic, it might not be a good thing for the common people." Jiang Long glanced at him and asked back, "Is that so?" Ha Bin expressed his thoughts. If rumors spread that the underworld was crushed by the Tu Dai Mon Phai, other factions will flock here to take over the territory. During their power struggles, the losses for the common people will be immense. Jiang Long asked again, "Junior brother, if you let weeds grow, they will spread. If it were you, how would you handle it?" Ha Bin replied, "You have to pull them out regularly, but it's inevitable that they will keep growing back." Jiang Long waved his hand. "No, why would you do that? We have to make it so the weeds can't grow back on their own." Ha Bin was confused. "What exactly do you mean?" Jiang Long dragged the bandits away by their hair. "This is so frustrating. Just you wait and see." Immediately, miserable screams echoed from within. A moment later, every single one of the mountain bandits was in tears as they said, "From now on, we will only take 50% of the loot. If other bad guys target Tay Nin, we will stop them. If anyone engages in loan sharking, human trafficking, or drug dealing, we will handle them. We will return all the wealth we have stolen up to now." Jiang Long sternly reminded them, "I will leave about 10 of my subordinates with you. Make sure you watch this place carefully. If you make a mistake, you know what will happen, right?" None of them dared to talk back, replying in unison, "Of course, sir. We will obey your command." Only then did Jiang Long turn to look at the stunned Ha Bin behind him. Is this good enough? Ha Bin was filled with shock, leaving a minimal number of people so they wouldn't rebel, while also preventing other forces from entering. Is this a good method? Isn't this something only people from the demonic sect would do? Seeing Ha Bin standing there, dumbfounded, Vu Trung walked over and explained with a smile, "Ha, still a bit bothered by Jiang Long's methods. So far, he has never harmed an innocent person, so I don't need to worry." Up ahead, Jiang Long was still threatening the bandits. "If you don't keep your word, we will definitely meet again. Remember that." Vu Trung patted Ha Bin's shoulder. "Do you know what our sect realized when we fought against the demonic sect in the past?" Ha Bin shook his head. "This disciple does not know." Vu Trung explained, "The wicked don't care about means or methods. To deal with them, you need to be flexible to a certain degree." Ha Bin was confused, but won't doing so harm the reputation of the righteous sects? Vu Trung smiled. "Do you think our sect fights evil because we want to enhance our reputation? If the powerful concern themselves with useless fame, the powerless will only face more hardship. You must remember that." And so the people from Kunlun continued on their way, clearing out the underworld and gathering the remaining stragglers. By the time they were about to reach Kam Tuk City, the number of followers behind them had grown to nearly 500. This was the result of wiping out the dark sect's mountain bandits and pirates. Jiang Long thought to himself, but this number alone is still not enough. If this ragtag group were to face the Mongol army, they wouldn't even be able to properly pick up stray arrows, let alone fight. After thinking for a moment, he whispered to Ha Bin, "Hey, junior brother, are there any other bad guys around here?" The strongest ones possible, Ha Bin replied. Yes, there are. Luk Lam Nat Thap Nai Tri, also known as Ukalian Tri, is one of them. The campmaster is an incredibly cruel expert. Hearing this, Jiang Long got excited and wanted to go find them. Great, I have to go tell the grand uncle. We're going there right now. Ha Bin cried out in alarm. Are you planning to pick a fight with Luk Lam Nat Thap Nai Tri? Jiang Long turned his head and asked, What is it? Are there other groups nearby? Where are they, and how many of them are there? Ha Bin helplessly covered his face and shook his head. No, let's just go. Deep in the forest, a large camp was set up. This was Luk Lam Nat Thap Nai Tri. Inside the camp, a large man with a sword sat on a table. He was Uk Tai Lin, the leader of this place. He looked displeased as he asked the man below him, With only this much, what are we supposed to live on? These past few days, the Hajia merchant caravan changed its route, so we had no other choice, sir. Uk Tai Lin roared in anger. What, rather than starve to death, you all had better draw your swords. Gather everyone and attack the Hajia caravan for me. The man reminded him in fear, We can't do that, sir. We'll all die. Ushi Tai Lin grew even more furious. You think I would lose to them? The man explained. They're backed by the Kunlun sect from Thuong Hai. Hearing this, Uk Tai Lin's face twisted. The Kunlun sect? Don't you dare compare me to them. Hearing that, the subordinate helplessly held his head and thought to himself, Oh my God, has he gone insane? He had no other choice but to fall to the ground and grab Uk Tai Lin's leg. Campmaster, please calm down. Uk Tai Lin cursed angrily, damn it. Who cares about the Kunlun sect? I'll go and wipe them all out right now. The young man still tried to persuade him. I don't think that's possible, sir. Ushi Tai Lin felt utterly humiliated. What did you just say? Are you trying to stop me now? Just then, Jiang Long coolly walked in from outside. Seeing someone suddenly enter, Uk Tai Lin turned around suspiciously and asked, Who are you? Before Jiang Long could even introduce himself, the subordinate on the ground pointed in terror and shouted, Kunlun, it's the Kunlun sect. Uk Tai Lin asked Jiang Long again, Did you really come here looking for me? Jiang Long smiled, Because I heard you were here. Ushi Tai Lin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then he swung his blade and lunged towards Jiang Long. So you've come looking to die. His strike was incredibly fast, but it only managed to hit Jiang Long's afterimage. The failed strike shocked Uk Tai Lin. An afterimage. Then what was that rustling sound I just heard? Before he could even process what happened, the hair covering his face was sliced off. The man immediately clutched his face in panic and utter embarrassment. Jiang Long smiled. Now that it's cut, you look more human. I won't be mistaken for walking a bear. Jiang Long stroked his chin, thinking to himself, This guy is pretty decent with a blade. He might work as a leader for that group of people. Having made up his mind, he said to Uk Tai Lin, Come with me. Uk Tai Lin was confused. Go where Jiang Long replied, to find the Lord of Kam Tuk. Hearing this, Uk Tai Lin was once again provoked and lunged forward. You brat, go to hell. Jiang Long dodged backward, avoiding his strike. Ushi Tai Lin continued his assault, but couldn't land a single hit. While dodging, Jiang Long commented, Your spirit is pretty good. Uk Tai Lin roared in frustration. You damned brat, stop dodging and come fight me. Jiang Long was happy to oblige his opponent and immediately clenched his fist. All right then. In the next moment, he was sent flying out of the building by a single punch. After that one punch, Jiang Long looked disappointed and scratched his head. You're weaker than I thought. Uk Tai Lin struggled to get up. How ridiculous. Seeing his resilience, Jiang Long let out a small, Oh, you can already stand up? You take a punch well. Then I'll use a little more force. Ushi Tai Lin stubbornly yelled, Your ticklish punches won't do a thing to me. Bring it on if you've got the guts, you little brat. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Long used his footwork technique to run circles around him. Uk Tai Lin couldn't keep up with Jiang Long's speed at all. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Long appeared behind him. All right, here I come. Uk Tai Lin once again took a direct hit and was sent flying into the air. Jiang Long didn't stop there, leaping up to pursue him. Another heavy palm strike slammed into his abdomen, and just like that, Jiang Long pummeled Ushi Tai Lin in midair, not even giving him a chance to fall. Jiang Long was a little surprised that he could still withstand the blows after being hit for so long. He's still conscious after taking that much of a beating. His resilience is commendable. A moment later, Ushi Tai Lin was knocked into a corner. Ushi Tai Lin thought to himself, How can he be so strong? If this continues, I'm a dead man. Jiang Long walked up to him, crossed his arms, and smiled. Your resilience is quite satisfying. Now, are you going to show me your martial arts skills? Yusi Tai Lin was horrified. What, this guy is insane. I'll die if this keeps up. There's no other way I have to use it. I'll use it even if it kills me. I don't care about the consequences. He once again gripped the hilt of his saber, crouching down to channel his energy. A black aura immediately enveloped the blade. You damn pretty boy, die. Jiang Long was startled. That martial art is... The black aura shot out from Yusi Tai Lin's saber, heading straight for Jiang Long. Jiang Long wasn't scared at all. He just stood there calmly. His face now showed clear surprise. Why would that martial art appear here? It looks so clumsy, or is it just an imitation? When the black aura coiled around his body, binding him, he confirmed that it was the real deal. How could he possibly know this martial art? As soon as he trapped Jiang Long, Yusi Tai Lin swung his saber down. This is the end for you, kid. But Jiang Long was no ordinary fighter. His expression tightened, and a golden light immediately erupted from his body. The black aura on his body was shattered. As Yusi Tai Lin rushed forward, he was struck by the golden light and cried out in shock. My demonic aura was pierced through. How can this be? He remembered the words his master told him as a child. Remember, you must never let anyone else see this martial art. If someone sees it, your life will be in danger. Do not use it unless you are in a dire, life-threatening situation. I'm telling you this for your own good. Yusi Tai Lin stood there stunned, thinking he was dead for sure. But after a moment, he snapped out of it, realizing he was still alive. His subordinate was now lying unconscious on the floor, his status unknown. He anxiously called out to his subordinate. Hey, are you all right? What happened to you? Jiang Long, standing by the door, explained. I hit his pressure point, so he's just temporarily unconscious. Yusi Tai Lin gritted his teeth and looked at Jiang Long again. Jiang Long reminded him coldly, don't think your subordinates are coming to rescue you. My men have likely subdued them all by now. I'll ask you one question. Who taught you that technique? Yusi Tai Lin let go of his subordinate and replied, it is my family's secret martial art. Jiang Long sneered, a family martial art, that's the Hak Dao Sat of the Tian Ma Then Jiao, isn't it? Yusi Tai Lin was suddenly at a loss for words. Jiang Long pressed on, so does that mean you're from the Kapmat Ngo Jia, one of the 7 great families of the Tian Ma Then Jiao? Yusi Tai Lin fell backward in fear, waving his hands frantically. He wanted to explain, but couldn't find the right words. Jiang Long remarked, looking at you, I guess you don't know the origin of that martial art. Yusi Tai Lin replied with a tremble, I thought it was a Tian Ma Than Jiao martial art, but I didn't realize it was so infamous. Jiang Long sat down in front of him. It's not like you can't use it. Now tell me everything you know, right now. Faced with this look from Jiang Long, Yusi Tai Lin couldn't stop his body from shaking violently. He then told Jiang Long the whole story. After listening, it all clicked for Jiang Long. So you saved an injured old man when you were a child. He taught you this technique to repay your kindness. You don't know who he was. Yusi Tai Lin nodded. That's right. Jiang Long asked again. What did he look like? Yusi Tai Lin recalled. Well, his face was full of scars, so Jiang Long became impatient. So do you know or not, Yusi Tai? Lin was startled. Please forgive me, sir. Please forgive this humble one. Jiang Long thought to himself, the time he met that old man wasn't long after I died. Was the Kapmat Ngo Jia crushed by the other families? The Huyat Safong that I dealt with in the desert were originally supposed to be sect leaders, but they were forced to become bandits. As I suspected, something has happened within the sect. Since I had nothing to do with the Tian Ma Than Jiao in this life, I didn't pay it any attention. But if this is going to affect my travels, I'll have to investigate. After thinking for a moment, he said to Yusi Tai Lin, come over here. Yusi Tai Lin responded enthusiastically, yes, sir. Jiang Long asked him, do you want to learn that martial art? Yusi Tai Lin was stunned, his face full of confusion. Jiang Long continued, I will teach you. Upon hearing this, Yusi Tai Lin became excited and kowtowed repeatedly. Is it true? Thank you, benefactor, thank you. Jiang Long added with a sinister smile. But I'm not teaching you for free. Yusi Tai Lin replied, what must this humble one do? Jiang Long's face was full of cunning. You'll just have to endure a little hardship. A few days later, outside Kamtuk City, the city lord was waiting. Upon seeing Jiang Long's group, he laughed excitedly. Haha, greetings to the elders of Kunlun and the righteous army. Lam Thang, leading the bandits, came forward to return the greeting, Vo Luong Tien Ton. I did not expect the city lord himself to come out to welcome us. The city lord quickly invited them inside. I received word from the Lord of Tan Hai City, so I was waiting for everyone. A banquet has been prepared, please come in. The group then entered the city lord's manor for the feast. I have long heard of Kunlun's fame, but I never imagined you would help with such a great matter. His Majesty will surely be delighted to hear of this. Lam Thang chuckled. Vo Luang Tien Tan to receive such praise for this humble task makes me feel rather ashamed. The city lord laughed loudly. Ho ho, a humble task. Who else but Kunlun could have handled this? Below, after learning the full story, UC Tai Lin couldn't help but cry. We were used like this, teaching martial arts. Some small, difficult task. It turns out we were joining the righteous army. Beside her, Loi Tuan also couldn't hold back his tears. The righteous army fighting the Mongol army. They then raised their glasses. Damn it, we live and die together. Come on, let's drink up. The rest of the bandits were also in chaos. Damn it, I was about to grab that piece. You bastard, let go of the shrimp paste bowl. Stop it. What are you doing trying to eat the whole bowl? Do you want to die by my sword before you even see the Mongols? Let go, you bastard. The guards of the city lord's manor observed them and couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Are these people really the righteous army? They look more like bandits. Jiang Long, who was eating with Ha Bin, saw the chaotic situation and spoke up, eat and drink in moderation. You know what will happen if you cause a ruckus. The group immediately became frightened and fell into line. Haha, forgive me. I was a bit too excited just now. I'd like to toast you, fellow Taoist. Come, let's drink up. The city lord sitting above looked down at Jiang Long and thought, so that's Jiang Long. The lord of Tan Hai City instructed me to repay that talented nephew of his handsomely. After a moment of thought, he instructed his subordinate, quickly summon young master Jiang Long to my study. The subordinate immediately received the order and went to carry it out. A moment later, a voice was heard from outside the room again. City Lord Young Master Jiang Long has arrived. As Jiang Long entered the city, Lord was startled. Ah, didn't I say to come alone? Jiang Long explained to Ha Bin beside him, this is my junior brother. He is very knowledgeable about market prices. The city lord was puzzled market prices anyway. The reason I called you here is Jiang Long took out a book and handed it to him, cutting him off and telling him to look at it first. The title of the book was Tin Cao Min Tetu. He quickly opened it to take a look. The more he read, the more horrified he became. You even need rope for binding. Can't that be reused? Ha Bin held up 2 fingers and explained, you tie them up tightly and eventually have to untie them, so of course it has to be included. The city lord asked again, then what is this compensation fee for harmed citizens? Ha Bin replied, that is the minimum compensation fee for the citizens they harmed. What about the consolation fee? Ha Bin continued to explain, even with compensation, how can their souls be healed? That is the cost, even if just a little to help each of them buy an iPhone 16, to watch videos on Google Review to soothe their souls. Jiang Long at the side chimed in, as a Taoist, this is a matter of course, so I have already minimized the labor costs. We only calculated the cost of the ritual's offerings for the altar and purchasing supplies. The Kunlun sect will perform the ceremony for free. After hearing this, the city lord broke out in a sweat. Thank you for the detailed explanation. Didn't Kunlun already seize the bandits' wealth when you subjugated them? Why are you still requesting such a large sum? Ha Bin smiled. That part is considered miscellaneous income. Jiang Long thought to himself approvingly, he speaks clearly and handles official business well. He's truly talented in this area. The city lord said with a helpless expression, Jiang Long, can you see if there are any clauses we can compromise on? A little Jiang Long replied, if you want to handle everything without any future consequences, then that price is final, sir. The city lord was puzzled. Future consequences, Jiang Long explained. Although they are called the righteous army, you know who they used to be. It's only a matter of time before they desert, sir. It's not simple to deal with that. The city lord had a realization, so you haven't included this cost in there. Jiang Long turned decisively to leave. In that case, farewell. I will go to another city. Junior brother, let's go. The city lord hurriedly called him back. Wait, if I pay, you will handle this matter cleanly, even after you leave, right? Jiang Long nodded confidently. Of course. He then went out to meet the bandits. Do you want to run away? The crowd was silent. No one dared to speak up. Jiang Long, a little annoyed, asked again. No answer. You really want to run away? The crowd, terrified, shouted in unison. We wouldn't dare. Jiang Long continued. It's fine, you can run if you want. I'll find all of you anyway. The group was filled with confusion. He says he'll find all of us. How big is this world? As if he could find us. Jiang Long continued, "From now on, you will all be called the Righteous Army. Everyone will be divided into groups. I will explain the organizational structure. The commander of the Righteous Army is UC Tai Lin, the vice commander is Loi Tuan, the strategist is Ha Bin, followed by captains for groups of 100 and captains for groups of 10. After he finished speaking, the crowd was completely shocked. What is this? Does he know all of our names? Jiang Long waved his hand and said, "Listing your backgrounds and hometowns would take too long, so I'll leave it at that." The crowd was shocked again, breaking out in a cold sweat. He even knows our personal histories. Jiang Long continued, "Although you are only temporarily enlisted, everything has been recorded in the books of the local officials. Want to desert or cause trouble? Believe me, I will be able to find you." "All right, can I trust you?" The crowd replied with tears streaming down their faces, "Please believe in us, sir. We will not betray your expectations." Jiang Long was satisfied. "In that case, wait here. The city lord will be here shortly." The city lord stepped forward and laughed heartily. "Ho ho, this team's spirit is truly impressive." Jiang Long smiled. "So this is satisfactory, right?" The city lord was beyond excited. "Of course it is, ho ho." Jiang Long added, "If any problems arise, please send a letter to the Vo Lam Min, and I will personally come to resolve it." The city lord was so delighted he couldn't stop grinning. "Thank you, great hero." Jiang Long then got straight to the point. "So shall we settle the fee?" The city lord, who was still cheerful and excited, heard the word money, and his face immediately darkened. Immediately after, the Kunlun sect was given a grand send-off and departed from Kam Tuk City. A few days later, they arrived at Thiem Tay City in Tay An. Jiang Long walked through the streets looking around and couldn't help but admire it. This Thiem Tay City is pretty impressive. In my past life, I only hung around Tan Quang. What a waste. Our group chatted cheerfully. Thanks to the horses provided by the Kam Tuk City Lord, we arrived here very quickly. Haha, I'm still not used to it. My bottom is a little sore from riding a horse for the first time. Lam Thang suddenly noticed two people coming out of the inn next to them. It was the Hoa Sun sect and the Tong Nam sect. The old Taoist was Nguyen That of Hoa Sun, and the man in black next to him was Gyai Lap of the Tong Nam sect. These two sects are always fighting for influence and are at odds like fire and water, so why are they walking together now? They also noticed the Kunlun group and quickly approached to greet them. "Vo Luong Tien Ton. It turns out we meet fellow Taoist Lam here. Have you been well?" Lam Thang replied politely, "It has been a long time." Nguyen That clasped his hands and said, "Since we've run into each other here, I would like to invite you for some tea and a chat." Lam Thang politely declined. "Haha, we have just arrived from Kam Tuk City, so we must find a place to rest first. Let's have tea some other time." Nguyen That did not give up and continued, "If you are looking for lodging, this inn is quite good. It is managed by a lay disciple of Hoa Sun and is rather quiet and clean." Lam Thang smiled and refused. "I wouldn't want to impose." Gyai Lap then spoke up. "You've come all the way to Thiem Tay City. If we let you leave just like that, what would our fellow martial artists think of us? We would be truly grateful if you would grant us this bit of face." Lam Thang thought to himself, "What is this about? I suppose it's only natural for them to cooperate for the sake of the Vo Lam Min. Everyone must act harmoniously during this time to avoid gossip among the martial world. This shows that the war against the Ma Jiao will be very difficult to win if all the sects do not use their full strength. They intend to have a temporary truce, but many conflicts still remain. However, it's best to go along with them for now, because if something were to happen during this time, they wouldn't let it go easily." Having made up his mind, he smiled and agreed. "In that case, this humble Taoist thanks you both." The group then entered the inn with the people from Hoa Sun and Tong Nam. Elsewhere, Ha Bin stuck his head out of a window, looking down. Disciples from the Hoa Sun and Tong Nam sects are all around the inn. It seems like they are watching us. Jiang Long replied calmly. "Yeah." Ha Bin asked in confusion. "They're probably plotting something and you're not concerned." Jiang Long nonchalantly rummaged through his bag, looking completely unbothered. Ha Bin walked over and asked suspiciously, "What are you doing?" Jiang Long replied, "We've made it to Thiem Tay City. Of course, we have to go out and explore a little." He took out a set of clothes and gave them to Ha Bin, telling him to change. Ha Bin exclaimed in agitation, "Go out! How can we go anywhere in this situation? The Hoa Sun and Tong Nam sects are watching us, senior brother." Jiang Long asked with a sigh, "You still don't get it, junior brother? As long as we aren't discovered, it will be fine." Ha Bin's eyes lit up. "Right then, I'll listen to you." The two of them then changed their clothes to disguise themselves, and Jiang Long carried Ha Bin on his back as they leaped across the rooftops. After a while, they arrived outside a very luxurious restaurant. "Let's have a meal here." Seeing Ha Bin kneeling on the ground and vomiting, he couldn't help but be puzzled. "I gave you a smooth ride. How did you still manage to throw up?" "We had to travel like that to avoid being spotted." As the two entered, a waiter immediately ran out to greet them warmly. "Welcome, gentlemen, to Tay and Nat V." Jiang Long asked him, "I was just passing by when I saw your sign and decided to stop in. Is the food here really the best in Taean?" The waiter nodded. "The prices are a bit steep, but we pride ourselves on having the best taste in the land." Jiang Long pulled out a banknote and gave it to him. "I have high expectations, then take this for now." When the waiter saw the banknote, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. "This is..." Ha Bin hurriedly grabbed Jiang Long's hand to stop him. "Wait, senior brother, that's way too much money." Ha Bin then took out his own coin purse. "I'll pay what you just did will attract too much attention." Jiang Long just smiled. "Is that so?" The waiter then invited them upstairs. "This way, gentlemen. It's still early, so the third floor is nearly empty. You can relax and enjoy your meal." The two went up to the third floor and looked out at the view of the city, unable to hold back their admiration. The scenery is so beautiful. Jiang Long noticed a person sitting in the distance. "But why does that guy keep staring at me? This gloomy aura is all coming from him. Should I say something to get him to stop staring?" The waiter approached them again with a smile. "Gentlemen, what dishes can we prepare for you? We have our house specialty noodles, braised beef, fresh cooked vegetables, and so much more." Jiang Long then reeled off a long list of expensive delicacies, finishing with a jug of Nep Kai Hoa Vang wine. The waiter, not even sure if he caught everything, clasped his hands with a smile. Yes, please wait just a moment, sir." Ha Bin slammed the table and shot to his feet in agitation. "Senior brother, you ordered meat and wine." Jiang Long reminded him, "There are others here, keep your voice down." Ha Bin ignored him and continued to press, "Senior brother, answer me." Jiang Long glanced downstairs and said, "We're in Taean, so we should enjoy the local specialties. Just eat and drink your fill. Junior brother, you aren't an official Taoist yet." "But what about you, senior brother? I'm just indulging a little." Ha Bin held his head in confusion. "I really don't understand. Where is the Ngu Pai Nat Puong that I've always dreamed of?" Jiang Long replied nonchalantly, "If you want to go back, feel free." After a little while, the food was served. "This tastes great. I picked the right place." "Senior brother, you can't get too drunk." "I'm not drunk. But even so, what do we do about the smell of alcohol on our breath?" "Don't worry. There's a solution for everything. Wine is emptiness. Emptiness is wine. You can be drunk yet still taste it. Let me teach you." "I would never ignore your teaching, senior brother." "How do I do that?" "I'll show you a passage. Try to circulate your chi." Judging by their clothes, they all look like a bunch of rich playboys. What is this? Why would Tay and Nadvai bring these raggedy Taoists to the third floor, and they're even drinking wine and eating meat? Are these guys fake Taoists? "Hey waiter, I've lost my appetite. Get rid of them. We want to sit here." "Young master, I can't do that to my customers. Please choose another table." "You dare talk back to me. We are the Tay and Tutu. You're pushing it just because we were being civil." "Huh, how dare you ruin my mood. Go die, you bastard." "Waiter, another pot of yellow flour, sticky rice wine." "Did you say another pot of yellow flour, sticky rice wine?" The group immediately stopped beating the waiter and turned to look at Jiang Long and his companion. "Right away, sir." The purple-haired young man in the distance smirked slightly as he watched intently. "Senior brother, what are you doing? Aren't you drinking anymore? It's delicious." "What did you just say? Where are you from that you dare act like this?" Soon after, the sounds of a fight came from upstairs. The four young men were then sent flying from the third floor by Jiang Long. "Look, some people fell from the building. Oh my god, that's the Tay and Tutu. Even these arrogant brats who rely on their parents get what's coming to them. Serves them right. It's divine punishment." "But why are their mouths full of beans?" "Senior brother, when did you stuff their mouths with beans? Disciples of our sect cannot waste food. Then why didn't you eat them? I don't like beans." "So what do we do now?" "Do what I just punished some bad guys. My two lords, now that this has happened to them, the authorities will come and cause trouble for our restaurant. Please help us. If anyone comes to make trouble, just tell them to look for me. This is medicine, use it to treat yourself." "Yes. Forgive me, sir. But what name should I give them?" "Infinite, celestial, venerable. You've heard of the Ngu Pai Nat Puong, haven't you?" "Ngu Pai Nat Puong, could it be? What an interesting fellow." The scene changes back to the inn where the people of Kunlun are resting. "Can't you reconsider? The Lai family cannot win. The outcome is already clear. Can't you switch sides? I hope you won't regret this later. Has the time come to make things clear? Back when our sect fought the Qianma Jiao, they obediently followed our lead. Now they become so arrogant and overbearing. They're nothing but smooth-talking villains now. Thinking this, he stood up. Our sect will keep its promise to the Li family. We have nothing more to say. I will take my leave. You will regret this. I'll wait for the final result. I'm curious to see when that will be. Something big has happened. What's with all the noise? Don't panic, calm down, and tell us what happened. The Tay and Tu fan know the Tay and Tu have been seriously injured. If it's the Tay and Tu, then this is indeed a big deal. Aren't they the children of the noble families in this Team Tay city? There's no way they would just get into a fight. Who did they cause trouble with? It was two young Taoists. Why does he keep looking at me? Could it be? It can't be him, can it? Lam Thang's face turned pale and cold sweat poured down like rain. A Kunlun disciple good. Let them have a taste of the trouble their people cause. Whatever the reason, how could they attack people who don't know martial arts, and in Theme Tay City no less? What a disgrace. Speak up no matter who it is, we can't let this go. Well, Taoist priest Lam Thang is right here. If I say it, spit it out. That person had no choice but to say it was the disciples of our sect and the Zongnan Pai. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, and the room immediately fell into silence. Lam Thang then left, recalling the words of that disciple as he walked. The patrons and the waiter nearby testified that two disciples from Hoa Sun and Zongnan had attacked the Tai An Tu. Unless Hoa Sun and Zongnan have gone mad, there is no reason for that to happen. What if it was Jiang Long who snuck out to cause trouble and let others take the fall for it? At this thought, he pushed open the door to Jiang Long's room to check if he was inside. Unexpectedly, both Jiang Long and Ha Bin were back sprawled on their beds. Seeing Lam Thang enter, they both put on a surprised look and exclaimed, "Grand Marshal, Uncle, you're here. We don't know why you're here, but you really should have knocked." Lam Thang sighed in relief. "So you were in your room. I was careless in my haste. I should go rest now." He then closed the door and left. Has my trust really sunk this low? Even if it was Jiang Long who did it. Wait, it wasn't Jiang Long, right? He pushed the door open again. Jiang Long was confused. "Grand Marshal, Uncle, seriously, I already told you to knock." Lam Thang asked loudly. "It wasn't you, was it?" Jiang Long put on a confused expression. "What thing?" Lam Thang glanced at Ha Bin. "I'm talking about the fight with the Tai An Tu youths." Seeing Ha Bin's reaction, I think I already have my answer. Did you really do it? Although Ha Bin said nothing, his body was trembling, and his face was pale, which was basically a confession. Jiang Long couldn't help but sigh. His expression had given everything away. Even so, Jiang Long stubbornly denied it. "It wasn't us." "Who exactly are the Tai An Tu?" Lam Thang sighed. "Okay, I get it. A grand uncle cannot distrust his grand disciples. I choose to believe you. You two should get some rest." He then left once more. A frightened Ha Bin asked, "Senior brother, are we really going to be fine?" "Lying to our Grand Marshal, Uncle." Jiang Long replied nonchalantly. "Lying? I don't know who the Tai An Tu are. I only know Tai An Tu fan, which means a pile of dung. But it's true that you're lying about it being Zongnan and Hoa Sun." "Lying? It was just a misunderstanding on the waiter's part." "Then why didn't you deny it at the time?" Jiang Long chuckled. "He misunderstood all by himself. I saw no need to correct him." "So where are we eating tonight?" Ha Bin panicked. Grand Marshal Uncle is still suspicious, and you want to go out again. He already said he trusts me, and he's not the type to go back on his word. Ha Bin couldn't hold back his tears. "Please, senior brother." Night fell quickly. By now, Ha Bin was fast asleep. Jiang Long, however, was sitting to the side meditating. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. This presence. Not far away, a purple-haired youth stood on a rooftop looking at their room. Jiang Long quickly exited and landed behind him. The young man turned and smiled at him. "So you've come?" Jiang Long asked, annoyed. "Do you have some kind of hobby of watching others sleep? That's pretty tasteless." The youth laughed. "I'm the one who told everyone that Hoa Sun and Zongnan beat up those Tai'an Tufan guys. I did it for you, you know." "Is this how you thank me?" Jiang Long replied calmly. "I never asked you to do that." The youth laughed loudly. "Ha ha, interesting. You're Jiang Long from the Kunlun sect, aren't you?" Jiang Long asked, confused. "What about it? Who are you?" The youth replied without hiding anything. "I am Vuong Tuan from the Ma Lian Dao." Jiang Long was a bit surprised. Ma Lian Dao, isn't that the group of demonic people from Tupai and Trunganguyan founded by the Tahak Min Vuong Thuan? Nodded. "Correct, we were formed not long ago. Jiang Long was suspicious. It's brand new, so what business do you have with me? Vuong Thuan said with a serious expression, I'm here to make you an offer. Join the Ma Lin Dao. You're a much better fit for our demonic path than for the righteous sex. Jiang Long's face fell. No thanks. Vuong Thuan was confused. Why not Jiang Long waved his hand, righteous or evil? I walk the line in between. Vuong Thuan clenched his fists excitedly, in the middle. Honestly, you're nothing like those righteous folks. They act all virtuous on the surface, but underneath, they are greedy for power and wealth. Jiang Long scratched his head. I don't really know why I'm this way. Vuong Thuan pointed and continued. In the end, you're just like those people. Wait, what did you just say? I agree with your words, but leave the people from Kunlun out of this. They are not like me. The people of Kunlun live simply and do nothing wrong, so don't group them together with the other sex. Vuong Thuan frowned, thinking to himself, I've definitely found the right person. This kid is truly talented, cunning, and fearless. He smiled at Jiang Long. You truly belong with us on the demonic path. It's not too late, come join my ranks. Jiang Long waved his hands. I already told you I walk the middle path. I'm not interested. Why do you keep saying such annoying things? I'm not going, absolutely not. Vuong Thuan's brows furrowed, and he snapped. I've asked you twice now, and you still dare refuse me. It seems you'll only listen to reason after a good beating. Completely unafraid, Jiang Long suggested, if you want to fight, let's find a quiet place. We shouldn't wake anyone up. Vuong Thuan readily agreed. The two then headed out into the woods. Vuong Thuan said to Jiang Long, draw your sword. Jiang Long didn't draw his asking. And you, Vuong Thuan raised his hands. A real man should use his fists. Jiang Long placed a hand on his hip. You're far too arrogant. Definitely not a normal guy. Fine, then I'll use my bare hands as well. With that, he leaped and charged at him. Vuong Thuan quickly raised his hands to block Jiang Long's punch. Even so, the punch still sent him flying. Jiang Long didn't stop and continued to charge forward. A reaction like this was to be expected. Vuong Thuan angrily gritted his teeth and yelled, Damn it! Even if I let my guard down, how could he send me flying like that? Did you somehow regain your youth, you brat? Under constant pressure, Vuong Thuan had no choice but to draw his weapon. A short sword instantly appeared in his hand. He then immediately slashed at Jiang Long's head. Jiang Long dodged the strike and taunted, shouldn't real men fight with their fists? Vuong Thuan took out another short sword, laughed loudly with a sword in each hand. Real men use knives too. He then stabbed down forcefully, but Jiang Long reacted quickly and leapt away to dodge it. This guy's movements are pretty decent, much better than that Li Hai from Kulong Tu Puang. After a moment of thought, he chuckled and said, I think you're a better fit for the Tian Ma than Zhao, than the Ma Dao Lin. Vuong Thuan pointed and sneered, that's ridiculous. How can anyone live among those villains? Jiang Long landed a punch on him, sighing inwardly. They're not as evil as you think. After getting hit, Vuong Thuan held his face in confusion. This guy, has he been hiding his strength? He was then startled because Jiang Long had suddenly disappeared. Where did he go? Just as he said that, Jiang Long suddenly appeared right above his head. The young man was once again punched his head, smashing into the ground. A moment later, he groggily came to again. What happened? Did I pass out? The first thing he saw was Jiang Long, and he asked suspiciously, Are you trying to rob me? Jiang Long glanced at him. You're awake. How do you feel? Vuong Thuan sneered, I care more about my stuff than my body. Jiang Long replied scornfully, There's nothing special here. For someone who told me to join the Ma Lian Dao, I thought you'd be a big shot, but it seems you're all talk. Vuong Thuan crossed his arms and laughed smugly. Ha ha, why would a high-ranking person need to carry many things? Disciples serve us wherever we go. Jiang Long asked, Is that so? Then what's your rank? The young man proudly declared, I am the youngest disciple of the Ma Lian Dao's leader, Vuong Thuan, the Jade Keelin. Jiang Long's jaw dropped as he thought to himself, Good grief. He's calling himself the Jade Keelin with blood streaming from his nose. This must be the final stage of delusion. After a moment's thought, he asked, So what's a disciple of the Ma Lian Dao leader doing in Tai'an Vuong? Thuan sat up, wiped the blood from his nose, and replied, I was just passing through. Jiang Long sneered and turned to pick up the items on the ground. Now where can I sell this stuff to make some cash? Vuong Thuan was taken aback. Sell them. Jiang Long tucked the items into his robes and stood up. The Ma Lian Dao is an evil sect, so the succession war between disciples must be brutal. Kill or be killed. You must be the weakest of the bunch. One look at your face, and I can tell you're a lost cause. Vuong Thuan stood up and tried to explain, Don't you talk such nonsense. I might look like this, but... At that point, he suddenly held his face. In any case, everything will be revealed tomorrow. I came to Theme Tay to establish a new branch on my master's orders. Jiang Long stroked his chin in thought. Theme Tay is right next to Ha Nam, where the Vo Lam Min is based. It doesn't seem good for the Ma Dao Lin to get this close to the Vo Lam Min. After a moment, he looked at him and said, announcing the establishment of a Ma Lin Dao branch here is like holding a knife to the throat of the righteous martial world. Vuong Thuan chuckled, haha, so you've realized it. Jiang Long walked over and gripped his shoulder. Sending a disciple to a place like this looks like you're a pawn meant to be discarded. Vuong Tuan retorted, master's use of me is a masterstroke. Jiang Long sighed, you're just full of it. Vuong Thuan snapped, I'm telling you it's true. Jiang Long thought to himself, either the Ma Dao Lin leader has an unfavored disciple, or he's just a terrible judge of character. Jiang Long ignored him and turned to leave. Looks like your situation is hopeless. I'm going back to bed. Vuong Thuan yelled to stop him. Hey, don't you dare say anything. If word of this gets out, I'm dead. Jiang Long sighed and glanced back at him. Then you'd better be smart about it. You already testified that it was the Hoa Sun and Tong Nam sects who attacked the Tay An Tufan, didn't you? Vuong Thuan nodded. That's right. Jiang Long continued. Then use that to your advantage. The families of those thugs and the powerful officials in Tay An City have named the Hoa Sun and Tong Nam sects as the criminals, so they will definitely go after them. They'll be furious and go after the interests held by Hoa Sun and Tong Nam, obstructing their businesses and influence. Those two sects aren't naive. They won't just stand for it. It's an unwritten rule that officials and the martial world stay out of each other's way. They can't fight openly, so they'll strike at each other from the shadows. What would happen if the Ma Lin Dao stepped in at that moment? Vuong Thuan inwardly agreed. That's right. The officials can't take over the businesses of Hoa Sun and Tong Nam too openly, so we can fill that gap and work for them. The officials want to use our power and influence. We'll secretly seize the influence of Hoa Sun and Tong Nam with their help. After we've taken their businesses, we can end the matter by giving a cut of the profits to the officials. This is a huge opportunity to increase the influence of our Ma Lin Dao branch here. If I succeed, Master will surely take more notice of me. While he was lost in thought, Jiang Long suddenly held out his hand. I've given you the plan. Now pay the consultation fee. Vuong Thuan was stunned. Didn't you already rob me of everything? Jiang Long sneered. None of your stuff was worth taking. Jiang Long looked again at the items in his possession. The guy had 2 short daggers, a medicine jar, and this jade pendant. He took out the jade pendant and asked doubtfully, what is this? The young man crossed his arms smugly and replied, that is my jade Kylan seal. Jiang Long angrily held up the jade pendant. If this is your seal, then I should just throw this damn thing away. What's the point of keeping it? Vuong Thuan hurriedly stopped him. No, why would you throw away something so valuable? Do you know of the Tiet Huyet Trang? Jiang Long recalled in his mind the Tiet Huyet Trang, a clan of outstanding blacksmiths. If it's the place I heard about in my previous life, then it must be quite famous. He then asked, are you from there? Vuong Thuan explained, it's my mother's side of the family. The master of the Tiet Huyet Trang is my maternal grandfather. Show them this jade pendant and say you're a friend of mine and you'll get a fine weapon. Jiang Long shook his head. But I'm not your friend. Vuong Thuan snapped, if you want a weapon to use, then just do it. Jiang Long looked at the jade pendant again, deep in thought. Tiet Huyet Trang, I'll have to visit when I have time. Vuong Thuan watched Jiang Long and sighed to himself. In the end, my recruitment attempt failed. An unexpectedly strong person, an oddball whose thoughts are a mystery. Which path will he choose? Jiang Long turned and sighed. Is it already morning? It's time I'm leaving. Vuong Thuan bowed his head. Answer me this. What do you plan to do in the future? Jiang Long looked up at the sky. Right now, I am bound to this earth. Someday, I will live as freely as the clouds in the sky. Jiang Long then returned to his room. As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw Lam Thang sitting inside. Where did you sneak off to? Jiang Long made up an excuse to brush it off. I went for some morning training. Grand Marshal, Uncle, would you like to train with me tomorrow? Hearing this, Lam Thang broke out in a cold sweat. He stood up trembling. No, I would only get in your way. All right, very good, we should have our meal. You should get ready. Jiang Long continued, but Grand Marshal, Uncle, you haven't trained in a long time. We could train on the road. Lam Thang scrambled away in fear. I said, it's fine. Habin asked doubtfully, Senior brother, why did Grand Marshal Uncle react that way to training? Jiang Long casually replied. He probably just doesn't like it. After finishing breakfast, the Kunlun sect left Jian City. During their travels, the hellish training that Jiang Long spoke of began. Ha Bin was taught the Tu Tan Ki Kong by Wu Trung as he needed to master the basic technique before it was too late. They all went through a period of diligent training like this. They finally set foot in Nanyang City, Henan, the location of the Wulin Alliance. Lam Thang gave everyone their instructions. We've arrived at our destination, so we'll rest for a few days. Since this is an unfamiliar place, Wu Trung, you should go scout the streets and shops. The group walked while looking at the city streets. Many places here seemed newly built, and there were signs of recent repairs. It's probably because the Wulin Alliance was re-established, and the land prices here have been driven sky-high by brokers. After thinking for a moment, Ha Bin shook his head repeatedly, pushing those thoughts out of his mind. I am a disciple of Kunlun. I'm no longer the successor to the Ha family merchant group. What am I going to do if I keep thinking like this? After all, I joined Kunlun at a very late age, so even practicing the Tu Tan Ki Kong is overwhelming. I don't have time to think about other things I must learn from and observe my senior brothers. From behind, Jiang Long called out to him, "Junior brother, come here." Ha Bin ran over excitedly. "Yes, senior brother, what can I do for you?" Jiang Long smiled. "I was just calling you over to borrow some money for iced tea." Ha Bin's face turned pale. "Senior brother, I'm a disciple of Kunlun." "Where would a Kunlun disciple get money from?" Jiang Long nodded. "Same here. That's why I wanted to ask you where I should invest. A casino, a brothel, or maybe a karaoke bar." Ha Bin was filled with rage. Does he really think of me as his junior brother? All he ever talks to me about is money. Seeing his discomfort, Jiang Long tempted him. "Speaking of the Tu Tan Ki Kong, our master's training method is just the orthodox way, but I know a trick to increase your proficiency quickly. Want me to show you?" Ha Bin's eyes lit up as he replied, "You should diversify your investments. Focus on safety over profit first. You should buy land first. Gather a few acres of cheap land. Later, when you have the capital, you can build apartments and make a killing." The group, engrossed in their discussion, walked past a woman in yellow. Just after she passed them, she stopped and looked at their retreating backs with a puzzled expression. Soon the sun began to set. The Kunlun group also found a suitable inn. The woman in yellow had followed them all the way here. As Jiang Long's group was about to enter, she approached them and asked, "Excuse me, may I ask a question?" Jiang Long pointed to himself in confusion. "Me?" The woman nodded. "Yes, you seem to be the Taoist I saw. May I ask why you are buying land?" The Kunlun disciples behind him were stunned when they heard this. Jiang Long's face fell as he asked, "And who are you?" The woman took off her hat. My apologies. Pardon my rudeness. I am Ngan Tan of the Tan Chao Ngan family. How should I address you?" "I am Jiang Long of Kunlun." The woman smiled. "I see it is a pleasure to meet you. So, brother, could you tell me why you bought the land?" Jiang Long answered nonchalantly, to invest and make money. Ngan Tan asked again. "Is that all?" Jiang Long replied, "To eat well and live well too. But why do you ask?" The woman stared at him in silence, not answering. Jiang Long was utterly confused. She suddenly appears asking this and that, and now she's silent. What's with this erratic behavior? In my past life, I would have given her a beating and chased her away. But I cannot do that now. After a moment, the woman coughed again and said, "You are quite an interesting person. This is fun." Jiang Long thought to himself, should I just compliment her beauty and send her away? Just then, he noticed something else. Besides her face, another part of her is beautiful too. He could not help but smile and blurt out, "Hey miss, that is really beautiful." Hearing this, the Kunlun members behind him turned pale with shock. Jiang Long pointed at her hand. "The calluses showing on your fingers are beautiful too." Hearing this, the group was even more stunned, their jaws dropping. The woman did not seem pleased. On the contrary, she clenched her fists in anger. "Thank you for your compliment." Jiang Long continued, "What is wrong? The edge of your hand is also very full. If you fought with your hands, you could probably even shatter a pebble." The woman gritted her teeth in fury. "I truly thank you." She then turned and stormed off in a huff. Jiang Long stood there dumbfounded, watching her back. What happened all of a sudden? Did I overdo the compliments? Ha Bin came to his side and praised him. "Senior brother, you are amazing. You actually insulted the young lady of the Ingan family. She is a member of the Ku Long Tupung." Jiang Long was confused I was complimenting her. "Ha Bin, is that what you heard?" Jiang Long explained, "Of course. Do you know those people called fistmasters, the arrogant ones who always fight barehanded?" But among them, none actually fight barehanded. Most of them wear fist guards or use Mandarin duck blades. If they get angry, some even use daggers. Compared to those guys, that girl purely trains her bare hands. If the edge of her hand is like that, her palm must be the same, right? It is truly amazing. Ha Bin was confused. As you said, senior brother, those hands are proof of her arduous training. They are indeed worthy of being called beautiful, but you got the order wrong. Jiang Long was confused. What are you talking about? Ha Bin explained. First, you must praise her face, then you praise her hands. Although she is beautiful, she is a martial artist who has sacrificed a part of herself for her art. Is that not how you should praise her? Jiang Long nodded. You have a point. Junior brother, you seem to know a lot about women. Ha Bin scratched his head bashfully. Haha, I am ashamed. Jiang Long asked again. Have you met many? How many? Ha Bin, who had been smiling, immediately looked crestfallen upon hearing this. Jiang Long was confused. Junior brother, why are you not answering me? Are there too many to count? Ha Bin was already sobbing and on the verge of tears. Jiang Long asked again, or is it because there are none, so you cannot count? Ha Bin cried even louder. Very soon it was the next day. While Jiang Long's group was eating breakfast, a waiter approached. Taoist masters, pardon the interruption, but could you please step outside for a moment? You have a visitor. The group was puzzled. A visitor. The elders are currently at the Vo Lam Min, so no one else is here. Who are they looking for? The waiter replied, that person is looking for Taoist Jiang Long. Jiang Long was startled, looking for me. As soon as the person outside saw Jiang Long emerge, he asked, are you young hero Jiang Long? Jiang Long was a little surprised when he saw the man's clothes. I am not a young hero, but I am indeed Jiang Long. The young man excitedly grabbed Jiang Long's hand. Haha, a pleasure to meet you. I am Ngia Long, a beggar from the Kai Bang. Forgive my rudeness on our first meeting, but I need your help. Jiang Long was taken aback. Hold on. He then took out a banknote and placed it in the man's hand. I do not have much, so please use it sparingly. You must live frugally, understand? Ngia Long shook his head. No, I did not come here to beg. Jiang Long did not give him a chance to explain, immediately putting an arm around his shoulder and pulling him into the inn. Come on, have you eaten? Hurry inside and have a meal. Do not worry, it is my treat. A short while later, two mountain-like stacks of bowls and plates were piled up in front of Jiang Long. Ngia Long had eaten them all. He was now stuffed to the brim, slumping in his chair. I told you earlier that I did not come here to beg. Jiang Long's face fell. But you seem to have eaten quite a lot. I am really regretting this. Ngia Long chuckled. If I am invited to a meal and refuse, I would not be much of a beggar, would I? Anyway, is there not a place where just the two of us can talk? Your martial brothers are watching with intense curiosity. Jiang Long added, there is a courtyard behind the inn. Let's go there. After going to the courtyard, Jiang Long asked, all right, spit it out. What is this all about? Ngia Long asked back, but before that I have one thing to ask. Why are you like that? Jiang Long was confused. What kind of nonsense are you suddenly talking about? Ngia Long asked again, I am asking why you talk the way you do. Jiang Long answered calmly, my way of speaking. It is rude and disrespectful. I have always been this way. I cannot change it. Ngia Long shook his head. No, that is not what I mean. I'm asking how you can talk so naturally with a beautiful woman like Lady Ngan Tan. Jiang Long looked exasperated. So you can't even start a conversation with a woman. Ngia Long lowered his head helplessly. That's right, especially in front of a beautiful woman. I can't even open my mouth. Jiang Long was confused. I really don't get it. What's there to be afraid of as a beggar? Ngia Long slammed the table and stood up. Of course it's different. Since I was born, how can begging for food be the same as talking to a woman? It seems Lady Ngan Tan was interested in why a Taoist like you was buying land, not because she was interested in your good looks. Jiang Long was stunned. She investigated that thoroughly. Ngia Long pointed at him and said, I'm from the Kai Bang. Is there any place the Kai Bang isn't? Anyway, I think your charm has to do with the way you talk. I want to learn that. Jiang Long helplessly scratched his head. I think you've got something wrong. I just talk normally. Ngia Long crossed his arms and stared at him. You might not know this, but I've actually heard a few things about you from an acquaintance. Jiang Long was suspicious. An acquaintance who? Ngia Long explained, you know Li Hai, right? He praised you a lot. Just like you helped Li Hai, please help me out a bit. Jiang Long replied, just keep living the way you are. Haven't you been doing fine until now? Ngia Long replied with great spirit, it was fine before, but now someone has appeared in my heart. Is it Lady Ngan Tan? Ngia Long shook his head. No, it's someone else. Just thinking about her makes me happy, hehe. Anyway, Please help me." Jiang Long looked at the young man and thought to himself, "What's in it for me? If I help him, what can I use this guy for? Ah, that's right. I can use the Kai Bang's information network." Thinking this, he said out loud, "I'll help you with what I know, but you have to help me too." Nia Long was excited. "Really? Okay, let's do it. But you can't make me do anything that goes against our agreement." Jiang Long smiled slyly. "Of course, I'm considered to be from a righteous sect after all." After hearing what Jiang Long wanted him to do, Nia Long was stunned. "This is what you want my help with?" Jiang Long smiled. "It doesn't go against our agreement, and it's not a bad thing." "Right." Nia Long hesitated. Jiang Long looked into the distance. "They're here." The waiter led a few middle-aged men over and introduced them. "I've brought the best brokers in Nam Duong, just as you requested, sir." Jiang Long took out a few gold ingots and said to them, "I plan to buy a small, cheap piece of land in Nam Duong. I'll need your help to complete this deal. However, if the price is unreasonably high, you know what the consequences will be. Anyway, I don't care as long as I get a return several times over." Seeing him crush the gold ingots with his bare hands, the men all grew tense and broke out in a cold sweat. Jiang Long then crossed his arms and continued, "If this deal is successful, I will ask for your help with the next one. I hope you'll all think about this carefully." The men bowed in unison and said together, "Please leave it to us, my lord." They then left together. Nia Long watched them leave and said, "They'll come back right. They did give their word after all." Jiang Long replied confidently, "Of course." Jiang Long didn't trust the brokers. Even though he had shown them a bit of his strength when faced with money, who knows how a person's heart might change. That's why Jiang Long used Nia Long to ask the people from Kai Bang for help in confirming whether they were conducting the transactions honestly. But he didn't stop there. He then went to find Ha Bin. "Junior brother, I'll give you the names and locations. You go and investigate the prices." Ha Bin clutched his stomach. "I just finished eating not too long ago. Can you let me digest a bit before I go?" Jiang Long tempted him. "Finish this, and I'll tell you how to rapidly cultivate the Tu Thang Ki Kong." Ha Bin's eyes lit up. He shot up like a flash and dashed outside. "I'm on my way." Everything went very smoothly, so Jiang Long decided to take a nap. Not long after, he had bought several plots of land in just half a day, and he was even able to relax comfortably in the inn without any effort. In the afternoon, Gia Long came running. "Now it's your turn to help me." Jiang Long chuckled. "First, let's make some introductions. This is my junior brother, and this junior brother is Nia Long, a beggar from the Kai Bang." Ha Bin also introduced himself, and Gia Long politely returned the greeting. The three of them then faced each other and stared. Ha Bin sent a telepathic message to Jiang Long, "Senior brother, what's the situation?" Jiang Long replied, "You're the one who taught me how to talk to women, junior brother. You tell him." Ha Bin's face turned pale, and he broke out in a sweat. Jiang Long didn't give him a chance to refuse and said to Ngia Long, "My junior brother is the one who knows how to act to win favor with others. Yesterday, after talking with Lady Ngan Than, he's the one who told me what to say." Ngia Long nodded. "Ah, I remember now. First compliment her face, then compliment her hands. Though she is beautiful, she is a martial artist who has sacrificed a part of herself for her craft. That is a truly great compliment. Ha Bin, you're really talented." Ha Bin laughed sheepishly. "Haha, you're embarrassing me." Ngia Long pointed to himself and asked, "In your opinion, what is my biggest problem?" Ha Bin thought to himself, "How am I supposed to know whatever? I'll just say something." "The fact that you, young master Ngia Long, come from a beggar background is your biggest problem." When Ngia Long heard these words, he was completely shocked. "What this is?" Just then, Lam Thang walked in from outside. Ngia Long temporarily put everything aside and greeted him. "Greetings, perfected one." Lam Thang also nodded in return. "Hello, I am Lam Thang." Jiang Long and Ha Bin also turned to look at him. "You're back." Lam Thang asked him, "Jiang Long, what have you done?" Jiang Long was startled, thinking, "Has my plan to buy land been exposed?" Lam Thang scratched his head and continued, "Just go outside and see for yourself. If you haven't done anything, why are so many people here looking for you?" Sure enough, there were quite a few people standing outside the inn. Jiang Long walked out completely bewildered. Who in the world were these guys? One of them stepped forward and introduced himself. "I am Nam Kung Hao. I heard you were disrespectful to Lady Ngan Than, and I've come to hear what happened." Jiang Long sighed. "All I did was compliment her." Nam Kung Hao clenched his fists. "Don't lie, countless people saw what happened." Jiang Long shot back. "But what are you to Lady Ngan Than?" The young man was speechless, unsure how to respond. Jiang Long spread his arms with a smirk. "What's this? You have no relationship with her at all." Nam Kung Hao was fuming. Just apologize to Lady Ngan Than. Jiang Long put on a shameless expression and replied, but I didn't do anything wrong. Nam Kung Hao pressed you really did nothing. Jiang Long confirmed, that's right. Nam Kung Hao's demeanor suddenly shifted to a serious one. He cupped his fists and declared, then there is only one solution. I, Nam Kung Hao of the Nam Kung family, request a duel with young hero Jiang Long of the Kunlun sect. Jiang Long glanced back at Lam Thang. Lam Thang fumed internally. I can understand acting on impulse for a woman at such a passionate young age. But to recklessly demand a duel with an elder like me present is a blatant show of disrespect to our Kunlun sect. Just then, Ningya Long shouted loudly, stop it! He stepped out, blocking Jiang Long and his challenger, and pointed accusingly, what do you think you're doing in front of an elder? I'm truly ashamed. What on earth were you thinking? Nam Kung Hao raised a hand to explain young hero Ngia Long Wei. Before he could finish, Ngia Long interrupted him. How reckless! All of you back off. I will be paying a visit to your families and masters to settle what happened today. The crowd exchanged panicked glances. What do we do now? Should we just leave? We only meant to teach him a lesson, but it ended up like this. Ngia Long lamented inwardly. These incompetents are the future of the righteous factions. How can we possibly trust them to fight the Ta Ma Lian Jiao in the future? After a moment's thought, he turned to Lam Thang and cupped his fists. My apologies. I apologize to you on their behalf. Lam Thang shook his head. It's all right, though. It seems you were the one who got an earful for nothing. The way he looked at Ngia Long had changed. A young man with such a noble heart. He truly lives up to his name, Ngia Long. Still letting them leave like this will leave matters unresolved in their hearts, but perhaps it's for the best. Jiang Long sent him a mental message. Granduncle, if there's no other way, then just let me fight. Standing nearby, Ngia Long froze. That motion, it looks like he's receiving a mental message. Lam Thang warned, that attitude of yours again. Fine, consider it a lesson. You'll be out for a month. Yes, I'll pay my respects within a month. No, I meant you'll be stuck in bed for a month. Jiang Long slowly drew his sword and stepped forward. I'll try my best. Let's have our duel. After you. Hearing that Nam Kung Hao drew his sword. Very well, I shall use the Thiem Dien Thap Tam Kiem Loi and the Thuong Kung Pi Yen Kiem. Please be on your guard. With that, he flourished his sword with great vigor. Take this Thiem Dien Thap Tam Kiem Loi. The moment he charged forward, Jiang Long smacked him across the face with the flat of his sword. Before he could even strike, the young man was sent sprawling to the ground with a large welt on his cheek. Jiang Long looked boredly at the rest of them. One down. Who's next? Immediately a hefty man stepped up. I am Nak Huang of Tiet Kiem Mon, and I'm next. He too was immediately punched in the face by Jiang Long. Next up was Din Bak of Quang Pong Dao Jia. He met a similar fate, getting kicked square in the face by Jiang Long. And so Jiang Long took them all down one by one with a single hit. They fought until nightfall. Looking at the crowd lying all over the ground, Jiang Long couldn't help but sigh. So boring. Watching from the sidelines, Ngia Long was silently impressed. He showed no signs of fatigue, even after facing dozens of opponents alone. Truly remarkable. Just how strong is Jiang Long? It's probably beyond imagination. He recalled what Li Hai had told him. I was defeated by him when he was only 15, and at that age, he was the one who showed me the path forward. 4 years have passed since then. For someone like him, what does 4 years of growth even look like? He must have become immeasurably stronger. Interesting. I want to see his skills for myself. With that thought, he cupped his fists and spoke. Ying Gia Long of the Kai Bang wished to ask for a pointer from Jiang Long of the Kunlun sect. Before he could even finish, he saw Jiang Long turning to leave. He was startled. Hey, where are you going? Jiang Long pointed towards Lam Thang. My granduncle is calling me inside. Gia Long sighed in resignation. Fine, then I'll be back tomorrow morning. Jiang Long reminded him, you want to fight, but I should warn you, there won't be enough time to learn that other thing. The moment he heard about learning how to woo women, Gia Long dropped everything else. Of course, that had to come first.